Check, check, check.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Could the French interpreters please do a sound check? French test 1, 2, 3. Can the translators do one more test, please?
This is the English channel test 1, 2. English channel test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Again in just a minute. All right, I will call this meeting to order. This is meeting number 16 of the Transit Commission, and today is Monday, November 25th. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa
It
se
is
trouve
very
sur un
important to
territoire
say that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe, Algonquin territory. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land.
We have no regrets this morning, and I'll ask Eric, our committee coordinator, to do the roll call.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Curry.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. It's nice to see all of our committee members in person today. I think that's the first this term. And welcome to councillors not on committee who are attending in person and online. Good to see you all. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. Are the minutes for Thursday, October 10th carried? Carried. Thank you. There may be some things we can carry on consent today before we get to the substantial items. We have a number of responses to inquiries. I've had no requests to lift any of those yet. And there are still none. Thank you. Okay. Item 5.1 is our monthly update, which we will hold for a presentation and delegations. Item 6.1 is the draft budget, which we will hold for a presentation and delegations. Item 6.2 is delegation of authority contracts awarded January 1st to June 30th. Are there any requests to hold that one? Is that item carried then? Carried. Thank you. And item 7.1 is status update Transit Commission inquiries and motions for the period ending November 12th. Is that item carried? Carried, or received rather. Is that item received? Thank you. Received. Okay, so we have two main items. The first item is going to be our monthly OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. The second item is going to be our draft operating budget. But for this first item, we have a presentation from staff. We have one delegation, that's John Reddens. I think John is here. Morning, John. And then we will have an opportunity for committee members and councillors to ask questions to staff. So with that, bonjour René et bonjour à l'équipe OC Transpo. C'est à vous.
Hello, everyone. You have the floor. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be present today. I know that this is going to be a very long day, very important day. A lot of good discussion, I hope so.
Thank you to you, Chair Gower, and Transit Commission members for joining us today. I know we are all eager to get to the budget presentation, but first, my team and I have some important updates to share with you. So let's get started. Next slide, please. As we shared in our memo last week, Transit Next submitted the substantial completion notice to the city on November 14th. We have been working closely with Transit Next and independent certifier to review the documentation provided. The independent certifier is reviewing Transit Next notice of substantial completion and the city's assessment. This process will not be rushed and is detailed and thorough to ensure everything is checked and finalized. When everything is ready, the independent certifier will issue the certificate of substantial completion. We are very close to being ready to open the system to the public. There are key regulatory reviews and other preparations that we must complete. Once the details are finalized, my team and I will have a technical briefing to provide you with an overview of the work we have done and opening date on lines 2 and 4. I know customers are excited, and I encourage customers to visit octranspo.com/otrainx to learn more about the new lines coming soon. Last month, we launched Paratransport Talk, a series of customer engagement events that are open to all Paratransport customers, their families, companions, and support persons. Paratransport Talk provides an opportunity to hear updates on Paratransport services, speak directly to our staff members, ask questions, and give feedback. Our October series was a big success. Customers had an opportunity to see our new Paratransport minibus, and there was such great engagement and excitement about it. More than 300 attendees joined us at various locations around the city. The October series was so well received that we wanted to keep the positive momentum going, so we planned another 4-day series for November. The first two took place on November 19th and yesterday, the 24th. There is also one taking place today, and the final one this month is on November 27th. And we are also planning some virtual events in the first quarter of 2025. We will share more details early in the year. I'm pleased to let you know that the latest zero-emission bus has been delivered to Ottawa. Staff are currently completing commissioning and pre-service inspections. Once those are complete, the new bus will enter service. We are scheduled to have 26 new e-buses by the end of the first quarter of 2025. Work continues to train staff and upgrade Octranspo facilities to prepare for the expanded electric bus fleet. We will continue to provide updates as Octranspo receives and introduces new zero-emission buses into its fleet. This year marks the 40th annual Octranspo Loblaw Holiday Food Drive. It will be held on Saturday, December 14th, from 10 to 5 p.m. at participating Loblaws, Real Canadian Superstore, your independent grocer, and No Frills stores across Ottawa. The last few years have been challenging for many in our community, and this year is no exception. The Octranspo Loblaw Holiday Food Drive is Ottawa's largest annual single-day grocery store food drive. The food drive fills a need for many families who are struggling to make ends meet and helps ensure there is enough to eat during a time of year when demand is at its highest. In its 40 years, the Octranspo Food Drive has raised over 3 million pounds of food and thousands of dollars for Ottawa's most vulnerable residents. Octranspo and its employees are proud of our contribution to our community, and we look forward each year to the Holiday Food Drive. Let's please work together to help those in our community who are struggling to afford enough to eat. Our support is more important than ever. We will be sharing more details on our communication channels in the coming days and weeks. If you would like to join our team at one of our locations during the food drive, please reach out and we'd be glad to have you join us. I will welcome you. As I mentioned at last month's Transit Commission meeting, OC Transport reached a recruitment and training milestone of hiring 828 new bus operator trainees since 2022. I'm pleased to say that 75% graduated and 84% of the graduated remain as bus operators. The others have either resigned, been terminated, or have moved on to other opportunities within the Transit Services Department. We just welcome Danielle, who's a new assistant. It was a bus driver. Recruitment efforts continue for other positions as part of OC Transport's ongoing efforts to achieve the goal of 99.5% bus service delivery. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to tell you that after a thorough search, we have found our new Chief Safety Officer. I would like to introduce you to Sabrina Pajian. Sabrina has a Master of Criminology from Ottawa and has nearly 20 years of experience working at the City of Ottawa. 8 of those years are within the Transit Services Department. Sabrina has significant experience and a proven track record in safety, training, investigations, regulatory and compliance, and operations management. Sabrina's most recent role was Program Manager of Regulatory Compliance, Quality Control and Assurance with Transit Services. Sabrina has a well-established relationship with the Transportation Safety Board, Transport Canada, the Ministry of Transportation, and many others. Je tiens à dire aussi que Sabrina est parfaitement bilingue.
Sabrina is also perfectly bilingual, and I have the occasion to work with her over the past 3 years, and I was able to see and that she's been on my radar since day one.
Please join me in welcoming Sabrina to the departmental leadership team. Maybe she would like to say a few words. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, René. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Hello, everyone. Mr. President, my name is Sabrina Pajian. I'm the Chief Security Agent for the Transit.
Good morning. I am Sabrina Pajian, and as René mentioned, I'm the new Chief Safety Officer for OC Transpo. I'm very pleased to be with you this morning to present some updates from the Safety Regulatory Training and Development Service area. So next slide, please. On the slide here, you'll see the key performance indicators and the metrics that have been previously presented to the Transit Commission. And today for our update, you'll notice that the data is current up till the end of September 2024. Take a few minutes to walk you through some of the highlights and the key trends during this reporting period. So we'll start at the top left of the slide for the customer injury rates. So the rate's currently sitting at 0.55 for per 1 million customer trips. So overall, this represents a 52% improvement from last year, and currently is well below our safety management indicator of just over 1 injury per 1 million trips. The top 3 factors for customer injuries in this period were braking, bus in motion, and disembarking. I'll shift your attention now to the employee occurrences, also on the top right-hand side of the slide. So currently our rate is sitting at about 584 employee occurrences for the year. And as compared to last year, we're currently on track for about a 6% decrease in the employee occurrences. Just important to note that the employee occurrences don't always result in employee injuries, which is why we've changed that terminology there. The top occurrences that occurred during this period are stressful events, struck or caught, and motor vehicle incidents. I'll take us now just to the middle of the slide with the vehicle collision rates. As you may recall from previous presentations, the vehicle collision rates are tracked at a number per 100,000 kilometers. and are presented both as total collisions and preventable collisions. So to date, for 2024, the total collision rate per 100,000 kilometers is sitting at 2.34 and 1.13 for preventable collisions. So although we're seeing a decrease in the total collisions, which is definitely what we'd like to see, it still exceeds our safety management target of about 1.23 collisions per 100,000 kilometers. So as a result, we're going to continue putting in place both training and safety initiatives to help support reducing the collision rates. And then at the bottom of the slide, you'll see the red light and speeding infractions. So currently we're sitting at about 42 red light infractions. And right now that's a great downward trend, about a 5% decrease on track for the end of the year. On the other hand, we are seeing a slight increase in speeding infractions for this year. So we're going to continue to put in some new measures and monitor these trends closely. We're going to position our safety initiatives and our communications campaigns accordingly. I'll now pass things to our chief for an update on the Fare Compliance Initiative.
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Transit Commission. Merci, je m'appelle Peter Soslowski. My name is Peter
Soslowski.
Special Constable at the Special Constable Unit. It is my pleasure to be here today to present the data related to our Fare Compliance Initiative. The initiative began in September and continues to this day. We currently have 12 fare inspectors who are active across the entire transit network, including on buses, trains, and at O-train stations. Although part of the initiative is to enforce fare, duties of the fare inspectors include informing and educating customers on fare requirements. The initiative has been extended until the end of the year. Data presented today for the time period of September 3rd to October 31st, 2024. If I can bring your attention to the bar graph located on the left-hand side, the data represents the total number of infractions, including both warnings and tickets issued by mode of transportation. For conventional bus at stations, 751 tickets were issued, along with 8 warnings. For conventional bus on street, 112 tickets were issued and 1 warning. And for the O-train network, infractions are issued at stations and total 1,036 tickets and 15 warnings. The chart on the right indicates data related to exclusively to the O-train for the same period. Infractions are listed by station or in order from the most to the least amount. Infractions in this case represent the sum of both tickets and warnings issued. As is evident from the data, Rideau Station is where we see the most infractions. We attribute this to a high number of factors, including Rideau Station is among the largest, most frequent, and highest volume hubs of transit. It is in close proximity to high volume areas, including the Byward Market, Downtown Core, Rideau Station, and the Shaw Centre. Rideau Station is also in close proximity to a number of schools, including the University of Ottawa. I will now pass the next slide to my colleague, Francois.
Thank you, Chief. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. I'll start today with conventional bus and O-train ridership results. For the months of September and October, ridership was 7 and 6.7 million passenger trips, respectively, which you can see in the top right of the page here. These results represent year-over-year increases of 6% and 5%, respectively. For the 12-month period ending in October 2024, total ridership was 67.9 million customer trips, half a percentage more than for the preceding 12-month period, and 9% more than for the same period a year earlier. Depuis notre dernière mise à jour en octobre,
Since the last update in October, we continue to be over our expectations. So we have 848,000 rides for the period of October and June. So 2% more than the previous month and 16% higher than the previous year.
Now for our measures of on-time performance for both conventional bus and paratransport service. We'll work from the top down of the slide here, and we see that regularity for our more frequent routes, shown in the blue line, was 80% in October 2024, the same as the same month in 2023. Punctuality, our measure for less frequent routes, was 71% in October 2024, 1% lower than for September 2023. In both cases, this is a slight improvement from the September 2024 results, as services, travel patterns, and traffic levels have stabilized throughout the fall. The results remain lower than those observed over the summer, though, when traffic levels were significantly lower. Looking at the left side of the page, we can see that the 12-month average regularity for the period ending in October 2024 was 83%, just 2% lower than our target of 85, and the same as the previous month. The 12-month average punctuality for the same, punctuality was 75%, the same as last time, and 10% lower than our target. Moving on to Paratransport on time performance, I'd like to highlight some small changes to the chart that you see on the right. Oh, next slide, please. Oh, previous slide. Previous slide again. Thank you. So some small changes to the chart on the bottom right of the page here. Following a recommendation from the Transit Advisory Working Group, we're now showing on-time performance both for our overall paratransport service in the solid orange line, as we have in previous meetings, but also individually for our minibus service and for our taxi service. The minibus service is shown on the dotted black line, and the taxi service punctuality or on-time performance is shown with the dashed black line as well. We can see that generally on-time performance for both modes of paratransport service are very close to the overall average and very high, with our in-house minibus service slightly above the overall average, typically in most months of the year. In October 2024, 91% of customers were picked up within their 30-minute window, a small decrease compared to the same month in 2023. And for the 12-month rolling average, paratransport on-time performance remains at 94%, the same as the last update. Next slide, please. On peut voir ici nos résultats pour la livraison de
We can
service.
see here what we're doing with the service delivery. If we start with O-Train Line 1, for the 12 months average, we were at 99.2%, so 26.6% lower than target, and the same result as the previous month. On October 2024, the service delivery was able to reach 98.9%, about 6% lower than the previous year.
For the service delivery of our conventional bus service, in October 2024, 97.4% of service was delivered as planned. This is a slight improvement compared to the same month in 2023, but the lower than usual service delivery is in part due or a result of the challenges of operating many days of rail replacement bus service while Line 1 was closed for maintenance in October, and the results of the aging bus fleet having an impact on bus availability. And while the Line 1 shutdowns have a negative impact, they are also testaments to the investments we're making in the overall reliability of our system. For the 12-month period ending in October 2024, the average service delivery was 98.1%, 1.4% lower than our target, and the same as the previous 12-month period. Next slide, please. Finally, here, we'll provide a few additional details regarding bus service delivery. As I mentioned, 97.4% of our bus service was delivered as planned in October 2024. The charts on the left-hand side of the page here provide a breakdown of the general reasons that the remaining 2.6% of service was not delivered. Starting from the bottom 1%, we can see that 1% of bus service was not delivered due to on-street service adjustments, things like general traffic delays and the like. That's shown in blue. This includes construction detours and traffic delays, as I said. 0.7% of all service was not delivered due to operator availability. That's shown in orange. And finally, just under 1% of service was not delivered due to bus availability and mechanical breakdowns, which are shown in gray and yellow, respectively. And on the right, finally on the right of the page, we can see that the three routes which had the most undelivered trips in the month of October, and they were in order, Route 6, Route 11, and Route 2. Next slide. I think this concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we have one delegation registered for this item, and it is John Reddens. So we'll give John a moment just to get to the front, and then we'll go to questions for staff after that.
Been a while.
Good morning, John.
Morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. First of all, I haven't been here for a while. Me and my wife got a substantial death threat coming to these meetings. I got a threat that my life is in danger if I keep coming to these meetings. I just want to get that up. A few things I wanted to bring up from last meeting. I was supposed to be here, but I was sick. Transnet submits substantial completion for Trillium Line. Was the headline this past week. What is it the same contractor that approved the LRT? I think the public should know because you have a level of trust still that has to be built and it's not built up yet. You also brought up the fact that 9% of the fare revenue for paratransit trip. I've been a customer since 2010. We have buses going back and forth, empty all the time. Would a software update improve the system? If you have to put a few more dollars into the software, will it improve the system that these buses that are going past passengers? I had one trip 2 weeks ago. The bus driver was at Billings. I was at 1355 Bank Street. He had to go make a trip downtown, come here downtown, pick that customer up and come back and pick me up. It doesn't make sense when he has an empty bus. Paratransport talk, great thing to have, but the constant turnover of employees for further advancement. Like I'm getting used to emailing one or two people all the time, and then all of a sudden they're not in the paratransport working group anymore. Mark McDonald report released to council through the city clerk's office. Didn't the Inquirer chair said that the Ottawa citizens of Ottawa deserve better? And question about the railway car, was it designed? Was it designed before even construction started? That was brought up at the inquiry. The new park and ride on the east end, is it still empty? I bet you there's more cars parked at the Stittsville park and ride. My doctor's in Stittsville, so I travel 24 kilometers to get there every day, and I see that parking lot full. I like to attend events around the city more. I can't right now. I can go to places in Gatineau for a regular bus fare, but I can't go 13 kilometers south of where I live for $10. I know Sally had an appointment in Greeley for a specialist, and she had to pay $10 one way. There's like 94%. 94% of rides were covered. I like to see something showing how many drivers are standing at the Mirabel station waiting for their buses to get ready in the morning and at the afternoon shift. They're telling us that they're standing around waiting for their buses. How much cost saving would that be? 30 minutes. This 94%. The 94%. How many buses are being there on time? Like if I book it for a 2:30 slot and the bus doesn't show up 15 minutes later, what is that percentage? What is that percentage 30 minutes later? These buses have over 600,000 kilometers on there. I know if you had a vehicle over 600,000 kilometers, you'll be constantly going in for repairs. And one thing, like I said here, like OC Transport needs to review their social media big time. Some of you are getting harassed on a daily basis on social media, no matter where you are. But the fact that is, they're using customers' names to harass you, like me. They've been going after Counselor Devine in the last few weeks. I put in 3 police reports already, and with this one person that's been harassing the Ottawa Transit Board members for the last 3 years.
John, I got to pause you right there.
Yeah,
I am going to ask the clerk's office to follow up with you offline about the threats you receive in relation to this committee. I'm glad you've also gone to police on that. So we will follow up with you on that offline. Councillor Plante has a question for you, though.
yeah.
You're on mute, Councillor Plante.
Hi, John. It's nice to see you. Sorry, I'm not downstairs. I'm just up here in my office, but just wanted to thank you for coming. And despite everything you have been through, I know it's been challenging for you to get here. I did the paratransport ride a couple months ago with a resident from my ward. It was really, really eye-opening for me. So I just, again, wanted to thank all of the paratransport advocates. I know you guys are trying really hard, and I just want to thank you again for coming. That's all. Merci beaucoup.
And I just want to say one thing, Councillor Riley. Yes, it has improved, but it still needs a lot of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. And I think we'll see you on the budget item as well. So thank you. Okay, we will now move to questions for staff on the monthly update. I'm seeing no hands up. Okay, there we go. Councillor Menard, you're up first.
Nobody wanted to go first. Chair, thanks for this. Thanks for the update. I guess I'll just start with the number 6. We're seeing that on the list fairly often of buses that are not being delivered on time. What's the reason for the number 6? It's a pretty important route on Bank Street and through several wards. What's the reason that it's not being delivered compared to other routes?
I can start, and Derek is here. Unfortunately, Troy is absent today. It's always the same reason that we give here, because we will unfortunately penalize lines that have more frequent route, so we can give the service to lines with less frequent routes, I would say. So let's say if we have a service every 10 minutes, unfortunately, we will prefer to cut the service there instead of to preserve a route every 30 minutes. So this is the main reason. So that's why the 99.5% is very important as an average, but we will always have routes that will have below 99.5, but by having 99.5% as an average, we will probably see this kind of routes. The 6 is a good example, will be maybe at 97%. It will never be at 99.5 because of this reason.
Thanks for that, Chair. Obviously an important route in the city, highly frequent route or utilized route. Same with the 88. There's a lot of important routes, but definitely want to see those improved where possible. We're consistently not meeting to this point the 99.5% target. I'm wondering, do we have the resources necessary to reach that target? Because we've been talking about it a lot, and I appreciate that we're seeing targets, but do we have the resources on buses, on people, to be able to actually reach that target this term of council?
Thank you, Chair. This is a great question because I think it was fall 2023. I presented here our action plan to be able to reach the 99.5%. And we know now we need 3 things. First, it was a recruitment, check done. We are very happy because it was a long ride, right? After the COVID, we had to decrease a lot the service, and people thought that quickly we could just come back, but it was more difficult. And we know it was recruitment shortage would ride. and the city of Ottawa has succeeded. So we are very happy. The new Ways to Bus is another thing because we wanted to review the time allocated to the trips. We wanted to match with the traffic. So last year, again, instead of taking 3 to 5 years to do a revision of the network, we took 1 year. We worked alongside with our employees to make sure that we put sufficient time on the trips. And in April next year, we'll implement the new Ways to Bus. Finally, not least, unfortunately, it's the maintenance action plan. We know that we have aging buses. 55% of the fleet is over 15 years old. And normally we retire our buses at 15 years old. So, 15. So it's not a secret for anyone. We need to put in place an action plan. We did that in 2023. And unfortunately, we realized that it will be a tough ride. So that's why we have decided, and you will debate the budget in a few minutes. We put some money to buy some diesel buses because we know that the electric buses are very late. And if we just wait for those buses, we will not make it. So those things are in place exactly to be able to deliver the service. And just to finalize, I used to say that and I want to repeat it because I know Councillor Brackington would talk about the reliability. But for me, it's important to first, you have to deliver your promise and then you work on the quality of this promise. So I want to be able to give 99.5% of my promise, and then we know we have set 85% as a target to be on time.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I will save some of the budget questions around, because I saw the capital purchase of those diesel buses, which is, I think, good news. I'll save that portion for budget. Just on a couple other really quick questions on LRT. We've now received back word that we're closer to revenue service. So what is our target now, just given that we've had this long-awaited launch? What's our target for revenue service? I understand we're close, and maybe you can't give an exact date, but an approximation of how many weeks are left to get to revenue service to finally launch in Ottawa.
Thank you, Chair, to giving me this opportunity to talk about that. So, you know, we have done so great so far. We don't want to rush the administrative part. You know, we are on the middle of the substantial completion. It's very, very important. It's not related to the reliability. It's related to the administration, to the safety. So we want to clean the house before we open the line. It's a question of days that I will communicate with you for the briefing technique. At this time, I will give you a firm date. Please be patient a little bit, just a little bit.
So technical briefing in a few days will happen for councillors and the media. Okay, that's helpful. Just my last question, Chair. I received some reports just about fare inspection and some concerns from several residents of students. I guess getting more than their fair share of enforcement officers on the bus. Had a report that 5 enforcement officers on the bus were there, and some really negative experiences going down Smythe and other roads around Hillcrest and into my ward. And I'm just wondering, you know, we used to have, I think, 4 fare inspectors. We have more now. What's the protocol? Are we putting like 3, 4, 5 people on a single bus and pushing on students? Or is this, you know, more spread out throughout the city and not just targeting those? Because I guess they're feeling targeted here. I get letters from students and their parents. In the Hillcrest High School's principals expressed concerns to me. OSTA followed up with me after I flagged this with them and expressed concerns that students were expressing this over and over again, that they feeling harassed. So can you just explain to me what your process is? How many fare inspectors are we up to now? And is this really necessary to be having that type of pressure on students in particular, taking our transit system, which we want to encourage, not deter?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. And Peter will be welcome to help me on that one. So we know that in February, we present here an action to reduce fare evasion. And we spent the summer to train new inspectors. They are not permanent inspectors, but we wanted to make a blitz to just slow down this fare evasion. It was a joke, frankly. People don't pay anymore. The union reported that to me. Bus drivers reported to me. I took the bus and I saw it myself. So we had a blitz in September and we catch a lot of people who don't pay. So I have decided to continue the blitz. First, to let people know that they have to be fair and pay. We will have a very important discussion later. And it's not fair to augment the fares and people don't pay. It's not fair to provide a service. And we know it's an important service. For me, it's an essential service. So people have to pay the part they don't pay. So we must reduce that. So that's why we are doing the blitz. And they are more visible for sure for now because they are more. So maybe Peter can explain what the process is. Please, Peter.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So we don't specifically target any group or routes or locations. The only time that we would dedicate our enforcement to a certain area is because we received a complaint or there's been something that has come in that's a concern. So if they are seeing fare inspectors on the bus, it's just by coincidence. The way that our fare inspectors deploy are spread out throughout the city. So a group will focus on bus for the entire week, one will focus on trains for the entire week, and one will focus on stations. So there's no specific targeted routes or groups. It's just how they're deployed each day.
Okay, well, thanks, Chair. I'm getting reports of some targeting that's happening and some concerns from young people that they're feeling targeted. And I'll just mention again, when it comes to fare enforcement, we are never making back the amount it costs on special constables, ever. We're spending far more on special constables than we're getting back in fares for people fare evading. And there's a lot of other areas in OC Transport where we should be focusing on to get those savings, and those concerns around fare enforcement, I think, are legitimate and have been confirmed by OSTA. So I'll just encourage that, we don't just keep adding more and more fare inspection when it's costing us more and more to do so, and that we are making sure that we're approaching people in as respectful a way as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
We can't forget that there are people who now pay because they know fare inspectors are out there. So that is something we have to factor in as well. My questions are about on-time performance. The GM knows I like to start off with this because the data is flat. We're not making improvements either on buses that are more frequent than 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes. We've hired hundreds of mechanics and operators. This is part of your three-pronged approach for greater on-time performance. And yet the data is not doing anything. It's completely flat. So where's the plan to get us to your target of 85%? The answers received about the investments in the budget are weak. There is no plan. There's no huge investment to tackle this particular issue. I do believe we can chew gum and walk down both on-time performance and the delivery. So when are we going to see significant improvements on the on-time performance stats?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. The traffic is massive. I think, unfortunately, my graph is not even flat anymore because we saw a slight decrease on our on-time performance, which is annoying. But definitely, I think we have seen an increase of the traffic since September. And this is very, very, very important on the target to achieve our on-time performance. But we know as well that the review of the network, the new ways to bus, will be helpful because now with the new ways to bus, we have set the time required for each trip was based on the 2023 traffic, which was higher than before, which is probably a little bit lower than now, but at least we should see a trend, a positive trend. And we will continue to work on having more buses available. It's not a bus driver shortage anymore. There is no that anymore, but we know that we are short of mechanics. Our buses are old, and we continue to work on that to make sure that we can at least deliver what we promise.
So if we have a target, right, you have a target that you want to achieve. And if you know how you want to get to that target, we need to make sure there are resources provided to you to achieve that target. If there aren't, this is the perfect day. We're talking about the budget. But if you have what you need, if you have the resources that you need, then we need to see basically a month over month plan to get us to that 85%. Maybe we don't get there in 2025, maybe we get to 80, but we have to have a plan as commissioners. Every month when we review these metrics, we need to see progress. And if there isn't progress, we need to understand why there isn't progress. Some things, you're right, we can't control. Traffic is not OC Transpo's making, but there are initiatives to get through that traffic faster. And that might be part of your plan that we have to see. So I will be filing a public inquiry at the end of this meeting, whatever time that is tonight, because we're not making progress in this area and I'm getting increasingly frustrated, and so are the passengers and operators. Can I just ask that the final slide be put up here? It's the bus service delivery slide, please. No problem. It'll be, the title is bus service delivery. There we go. Okay, so maybe it's just me and I'm just being over finicky. I have issues with both of these tables. So the first on the left, it says service not delivered. So that table is talking about all the trips not delivered. So your percentages are all wrong. It's not 0%, it's not 0.4, it's not 0.5. Because if you're talking about, let's just say 3,000 trips, these are the reasons why those trips are not provided. So it might be 10%, 12%, 15%, 18%. I don't know what the numbers are, but if this column are the service not delivered, then the data below that have to align to that. And then on the right, the title is undelivered trips. The theme of that is undelivered trips, and your metric is service delivered. So it's the opposite of what the title is. The focus should be on, if Route 6 is the #1 route that weren't able to deliver its trips, then the focus is on 367, which is undelivered. Anyway, minor in the grand scheme of things, but the data doesn't align with the items here. So I know we have a full agenda today.
Councillor,
Yeah.
I want to give staff just to walk us through, because I think there's different interpretations of that.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with the chart on the left, so where you see service not delivered 2.6%, that is the data label for the top sliver, and let's call that graphite, I guess. And that's to show that, you know, the green is all the trips, all the service that was delivered in the month of October, and the sliver in blood is the service that was not delivered. That's 2.6% of our service that was not delivered. And then, you know, the magnifying glass and the focus is to kind of zoom in on that sliver of service and break down the different reasons why 2.6% of our service was not delivered. So if you add up, you know, the on-street adjustments, 1%, the operator availability, 0.7%, et cetera, you add those up, that is 2.6% of our service. So those are the reasons why, the breakdown of why all the trips that were not delivered, that's kind of their makeup.
Yes, but the percentages are wrong. So for all the runs not delivered, on-street adjustments, it's not 1%.
So Chair, 1% of all of our service was not delivered due to on-street adjustments.
Incorrect.
Chair, maybe we take this offline then in that sense.
Like there's fundamental.
I'm seeing it, Counselor, but I think you may be seeing it differently than I am. One out of 100 trips, 1% of the trips were due to on-street adjustments, and that 1% is a portion of the 2.6.
If the theme is here are the reasons why service was not provided, which is a fraction of all trips, I get it. But if we're just talking about the trips not delivered, what percentage were due to on-street adjustments?
Chair, yeah, I take your point. So, you know, that would be just looking at the width of that bar. I think
Like 33% or something
sure,
like that.
33%, 40% or something like that.
So if we're talking, if the theme is not delivered and we know the reasons why, then I want to know what percentages are due to not delivered.
Okay. We can show it different
Otherwise,
ways.
this data is not useful, Chair, and that's why I bring that up.
Okay.
So anyway, we've got lots here. I'll cut it there, but seriously, month after month, we're not seeing improvements on the most important thing other than safety that our riders bring to our attention, and that's the reliability of our service. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I think I understand the essence of what Councillor Brockington was pointing at in the data is that in that 2.6% that was not delivered, you know, it's not 1% of the 2.6% that was due to whatever reason he highlighted, right? It gets, because what we used to have was a pie graph that would show the percentage of the 2.6 that was not delivered. So if it was half the trips that were not delivered because of on-street adjustments, it would show 49%, 50% of those trips, right? And I think part of that problem also is like it hides a lot of the raw numbers. Like if we're thinking about 2.6% of trips on a weekday, I think that's 200 something trips. And if all 200 trips came at the peak period, that is a lot of passengers we're leaving behind. Because the remainder of the trips would be midday, off peak, weekend, right in that graph, I'm assuming. Would that be a fair assumption or fair interpretation of that data?
Chair, yes, on the pie chart interpretation, that sort of thing, yes.
Okay, and in terms of the raw cancellation numbers, like 2.6% on let's say that's, I'm gonna guess that's that's a total number, so it's averaged out a little bit. So on a weekday there are what, 8,500-ish trips, right? So 2.6% canceled is 220 something trips, which, you know, if this was all at peak period or majority at peak period, that is a lot of impact, right? Like our express buses that go into Barrhaven, there's every half an hour. The ones that go into Canada are every half an hour. So it's not a lot of buses that go out there. And when we hit, 200 trips, like that sounds like that's a lot of service that's gone. So I perhaps there's, I know I've asked for this a lot of times last year, but perhaps there's some value in breaking down that data further. Anyway, in terms of the customer injury rate, it's encouraging, right? It's gone down from 2 point something actually to 0.55, I think you said. Is this sort of is this sort of because like that big commuter base, a lot of that commuter base has sort of come back, and like maybe during 2020, 2021, when those injury rates were higher, there was a higher share of ridership that was less able-bodied?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I think that'd be one of the factors, absolutely. But I think just generally, there's been a lot of effort and emphasis put into different campaigns, also in terms of communication and taking time to make sure that customers, especially you're seeing the disembarking and braking, so making sure that they take the time to take either their seat or get off before the bus is moving again.
Thanks, and I apologize for that. I couldn't think of anything better, quicker. The collision rate, it's, it is sure it is concerning to see it increase, right? Regardless, is that consistent with? Would you happen to know if it's consistent with like the general population collision rate? Like, does the police have any sort of data that we can sort of tie it to? Like, is OC disproportionately getting involved in more collisions, or just more collisions happening?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I mean, we're definitely seeing a frequency across the city, I think because of traffic. I don't have that exact data with us. We'd have to work with our partners in fleet safety and can speak offline with François to see if we could find some data of that sort, but I don't have anything that I could share with you today on that specifically.
Okay, no worries. I know that the bus schedules haven't really changed in the last little while. I think that's part of why the metrics aren't moving really. But I do look forward to the new network and to see where those things go, because especially if a lot of the things that staff have said about adding some extra time, run time, adding recovery time is true and it does materialize, then it could result in an uptick. Perhaps traffic levels won't change between now and next year, but I have a feeling when that comes online, when we start getting our new steadier, when we enter a more steadier state of procurement for our buses, and we sort of don't have half our fleet at 15 years old, I think we'll sort of see some improvement. But unfortunately, it sounds like it's going to be a few years for that data to really show up.
Chair, I don't know if it's a question, but I would say we are here to make improvements with what we are, but definitely I think you have identified exactly where we are to focus on, and this is exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, I didn't word it as a question, so that's probably why. That's my fault. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Just a quick thought on the charts and bar graphs and pie graphs. We've had this saying in the past few months of commission where a few months ago, we had feedback from members. It was too much information within the monthly decks. So we went back and reviewed, we took some out, and then now we're hearing there's not enough info. We've had this ping pong thing a few times. I'm happy to take any suggestions or requests from committee members, but we're trying to find a balance. It is high level information, trying to find a balance so that we can get this information at monthly committee and it doesn't become hiring another staff member to do it, for example. But we can't keep going back and forth. I think it's not really productive for staff, but happy to take suggestions offline and we'll review with staff to see where we can refine that in future months. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you for the presentation today. First of all, I want to give a little bit of thanks. I think it's great. We've recently seen you guys come out. We had a community event and it was well received to have you guys there, and the owl, of course. People really enjoyed the owl. And explaining the future of transit. I think that's important to highlight some of the positives that are coming in the future. That being said, we also had a great on-platform discussion with our special constables and auto police service, and it was great to interact with the public and have those great discussions. And thank you for getting back to me on the inquiry as well. I think it really highlights the problems we have at some of the terminus stations. Blair, you think, wow, it's out a little further, but we have almost the same rates, or we're second pretty much to Rideau Station for incidents between January and August. So there's quite a few incidents at these terminus stations. We're aware of it. I guess my question is, now with some of the new provincial funding announcements that come around platform security and transit, is this going to help the bottom line, and how soon will new special constables be deployed, specifically now that we actually have the data to show where the incidents are, over 1,000 just between January and August at Blair Station alone? I think we have to have some boots on the ground on those specific locations, and will that funding from the province help?
Thanks for the question, Chair, and we'll see that in a few minutes too during the budget debate. We have over 5 million from the province to our more SCUs, which is fantastic, I would say, because we want them to be present. We want them to be there for our bus drivers. We want them to be there to our residents, to our customers, etc. So definitely we welcome that.
Great. And that's all I have on this item today. Thank you for the great work.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple quick questions. Councillor Tierney mentioned the outreach that was taking place. I heard from a number of folks given my responsibilities as council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, that they were quite pleased with the para talks that have taken place over the past little bit. And I know there was one at Billings yesterday. I just had a quick question. The presentation didn't specifically talk about this, mentioned para a little bit. With respect to improvements to para, I know there was an accessibility plan that was prepared given the responsibilities that you have under the federal legislation for the Accessible Canada Act. But are there any specific updates on any improvements to paratranspo, like for same-day booking or anything that can be provided at this time as part of this update?
Mr. Chair, as outlined in the OC Transpo 5-year roadmap, there are some priorities that we are working on. We will bring conclusions of our work and recommendations as appropriate to the Commission on such matters as same-day booking, overnight service, and advanced booking.
Okay, thanks. I did hear quite a bit this week, just in terms of I think probably frustration as there's been other groups, heavily profiled as being vulnerable users, and that sometimes they're not feeling heard about changes that are coming. So I just wanted to mention that. And then just a quick, two other quick questions. One is you mentioned, Renee, Madame Amakar, you mentioned about acquiring diesel buses, which is something that we discussed at the last Transit Commission. There's a company, I think it's MTB Transit Solutions, that does conversions from diesel to electric. Is this something that was looked at all when you were doing your analysis? I think you said we'll come back in January on that piece.
Chair, no, I would not recommend that.
Okay, so, all right, we can discuss that when it comes back in January. And then with respect to the fare evasion, it is something that I hear a lot about, whether it's from drivers that live in my ward or from people on the bus. I'm wondering if there's any way, this is probably impossible, if there's any way to measure the percentage of people that are paying their fare now as opposed before the fare evasion effort started. I've tried to conjure this up in my head, how that could possibly work, and I come up blank. So anything you could share on that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yeah, I agree that would be great data for us to collect. I think that it's hard to collect that data because you're trying to determine why somebody was brought to pay for fare. I feel confident that with the fare enforcement that we've done, it's encouraged people to pay for their fare just to avoid that $260 ticket. But I think that data would probably be difficult to collect. I mean, maybe it's something that we can look into, but I don't think it's possible.
Okay, thanks. And our efforts primarily concentrated around the stations? Because I certainly have heard from people they're still on local, or are they on local routes as well?
Yeah, they're spread out across the entire network. So they're on buses, they're in stations. We'd see a higher volume of infractions at stations because they're just going to see more people while they're there, but they're across the entire network.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate that you brought the slides to us ahead of time, and that was great, so we could have a look at them. The route number 11 has had some difficulties, and the irony is that it's affected by construction of stage 2 LRT. It's massive, and it's all along Richmond Road and the Kitchissippi-Meekan. And how is that being taken into account? I think that's a great reason, one of the big reasons that the delays are happening. It's also a workhorse route for older adults because they take their appointments, they go to shopping, etc. I was successful in getting number 11 to continue to go to Bayshore for that reason. What are we doing in terms of the adjustments? We're going to have another big adjustment coming up next week or this week, actually. And I just want to know how that's being dealt with.
Mr. Chair, there's special schedules in place for the construction period on all of the routes that are affected heavily by the O-Train construction. And those the schedules are set to cover sort of the worst it's going to be. As day to day, week to week, the nature of the construction changes, and as day to day, week to week, the car traffic on those roads fluctuates. The actual result for customers can be quite different than the schedule sets out. But there is enough time that on most days the buses will be able to make it properly. There will always be some days when rain, traffic, a collision, and some more intense construction all coincide. Those are going to be the worst days. So we're our team looking after schedules, our team looking after operations management, our team looking after building the O-train line are all connected and continuously discussing what adjustments need to be made.
Thank you, because the statistics that it's having an issue reflects, and what I'm hearing from my residents in cases where like they wait a long time and then 3 buses come the same route. Just a reminder, these are the routes that older adults take, and we need to prioritize them because that's a very important part of their lives. The irony is more cars means more delays. We'd like to get more people on buses, but it's a catch-22. And hopefully we can see improvement. Thank you.
Councillor Plant.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Sorry, just pulling up my questions here. All right, donne-moi 2 secondes, excuse-moi. Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
I just had a question about some of the lines in the budget. I was wondering if you guys could this is all from the budget binder.
Councillor Plant, if it's about the budget, we're going to take those in the next item. If it's about
Wonderful.
the
No, that's fine
operation
then.
report, you're all
I will
good?
do that. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on my request from the last Transit Commission with regard to the Mott MacDonald report. Do we have an estimated timeline? I know that you had been indicating that we would have it in time for this commission. We don't have it yet, and I just want to know if you have an identified a timeline where we're going to be able to see that.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. We are working with Mott MacDonald, and unfortunately the report is not finalized, but I would say it's a question of days now that should be finished, and we will read it and we'll make it available in the clerk office, as I've already said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions on this item? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Just wondering, with the increase over year in the number of riders, have you seen any changes noteworthy in the fare mix? Passes versus singles?
Maybe we can come back
Yeah, I
there
think-
with the, do you have it, Pat?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
we'll come back. This is something that we can put on the paper for you, and we can send you an email if you don't mind.
Just if there is anything noteworthy, let me know.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
know that in September, we saw an increase on the monthly passes, which was fantastic, but it was only for September. We don't have the trend, but we'll continue to follow that for
Yeah,
sure.
and that's exactly what I'm interested in.
Yes,
Okay.
for sure. Yes.
Merci. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions on this item? I'm seeing none, so thank you to staff for the update as always. And that means we can move to item 6.1, which is the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets. We'll just give staff a chance to get into the positions. Okay, so we are on item 6.1. This is our 2025 draft operating and capital budgets. We have many delegations. So we're going to begin today with a presentation from staff, an overview from staff. And then I'm going to ask any members with motions or directions to introduce those motions and directions so that they're on the table before we hear from delegations. We have somewhere between 30 and 40 delegations this morning, so it is going to be a long day. Each delegation will have 5 minutes to address councillors and then followed by questions from councillors. We may take a bit of a break midday if we need to take a pause to refresh. And then after all the delegations, we'll go to discussion and debate on all the motions in the budget itself. Okay? Before staff begin the presentation, I just want to take a couple minutes to give a background on the long-range financial plan working group in the context of this year's budget. I think, as you all know, throughout the year, we've met regularly to take a deep dive into all aspects of the transit budget. Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper, myself, Mayor Sutcliffe, and city staff. Thank you to staff for your time and expertise. Some of that work has informed this year's draft budget, but we are by no means finished. We are still exploring new revenue streams beyond fares and property taxes, not to mention trying to understand changing ridership patterns, new technology, and much more. So the transit budget this year has been challenging and will continue to be challenging in the next few years as well. We did spend a lot of time in this group reviewing fares, fare categories and discounts, and how other Canadian transit agencies offer discounts and categories. That's informed some of the proposed changes in this year's draft budget. One thing that was really important to our working group was to avoid any increases to the deeply discounted Equipass for low-income customers and to the Community Pass available to ODSP recipients. Those are proposed to be frozen for 2025. The other piece of data that I've always found fascinating is for all fares and trips combined, the average fare paid in 2024 is around $2.15 per trip. Compare that to the regular adult fare of $3.80. More and more people are using our discounted fare categories, and that's not a bad thing, but it's a big shift in our ridership and revenue that's got to inform how we approach our long-range financial plan. We know that the proposed 8% transit levy increase and 5% fare increase will affect both homeowners and transit riders, and it's not a decision any of us take lightly. We've tried to structure these changes to be fair and aligned with what other cities offer while keeping increases as manageable as possible. For example, the adult fare increase is about 20 cents per ride. The proposed UPass adjustment would work out to about $3 per month and is still nearly 60% compared to the regular adult monthly pass. And finally, the mayor asked me to share that he continues to have regular and constructive discussions with the other levels of government about the funding gap for transit. The gap is too large to address on our own as a city, and their support is going to be crucial in 2025 and especially in future years to ensure not only that we can deliver a sustainable transit service, but that we can actually keep expanding and improving our service to serve Ottawa's growing population. And I'll echo the mayor to ask for your understanding and support as we navigate and work through these challenges together in this year's budget and in the long-range financial plan update next year. And with that, I'll pass it over to staff for the budget presentation. Cyril.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the Commission. So before I get started, I'm joined today with my colleagues, Derek, Renee, and Pat. Some of the things you're going to hear today is probably a little bit repetitive of what the Chair just said, but it's important to remind ourselves of where we are. So the work that you see before you today, the work is not done. We're continuing to work, we're continuing to review, and we'll be back in 2025 with an updated long-range financial plan. This path to what I label as transit financial stability or sustainability is not a one and done. It's a multi-year approach, and that's what we're going to continue to work forward as you see subsequent budgets come forward in the long-range financial plan in 2025. Next slide, please. So today, the structure today is a little bit different than what you've seen in the previous committees last week. Obviously, transit is much more complex. And what I'll walk you through today is, first, I'm going to kick off and remind the members of commission about the long-range financial plan. We've been before committee and council in 2023 with a technical briefing, a little bit of a journey in terms of those slides and the financial state of the transit system. I'll kind of remind staff of that, or commission of that. Then we'll move into the actual draft 2025 budget component. And then from there, I'll pass over to my colleagues to speak to some of the key investments in this budget. Next slide, please. So kicking off again, the next series of slides are slides that are familiar to all. We would have presented these previously. In 2019, when council approved stage 2 of light rail, the long-range financial plan for transit services was an affordable plan. The assumption was that once stage 1 was operational, ridership would increase as stage 2 for Trillium and Confederation Line came online, and there would be additional increases in ridership. When compared to ridership to pre-pandemic levels, it doesn't really tell the story. Comparison needs to be made with what we assume we would be by 2023 in the affordable plan. The 2019 affordable model assumed 112 million rides by 2023, not the pre-pandemic ridership of 98 million in 2023, and we achieved just over 64 million, which is 57% of what was assumed affordable in the 2019 plan. This one lever alone has an average annual impact of 140 million annually, or $100 million in 2023 dollars. The 2019 model also assumed a fare increase of 2.5% and a tax increase of 3%. Fare freezes have significant impacts on the overall affordability. As a reminder, there was a fare freeze in 2020 and another fare freeze in 2023. Overall, those two impacts had over a $430 million impact for the remaining affordability model. So those two subsequent years of fare freezes resulted in a $430 million removal of revenue when we look at the affordability model out to 2048. In 2023, we provided a technical briefing with several financial levers that could help solve and put us on a path of transit financial sustainability. And that's when council approved the motion to establish the Transit Long Range Financial Plan Working Group. And again, that work has began, and that work will be ongoing as we proceed through the RFP update coming in 2025 and the subsequent budgets. Next slide, please. This table is a reminder again. We showed this at the technical briefing. It outlined the overall funding gap for transit when we look at the plan out to 2048. At that time, the projected funding gap was $6.6 billion over the next 25 years. Now that has since increased to $8.9 billion to 2048, which translates to roughly a $350 million annual impact. Approximately $200 million of that is operating pressure, and the remaining is the capital pressure. The main reasons for the gap and the increase in the gap is that we had assumed the permanent transit fund would be ongoing permanent funding, which could be used for both operating and capital. We now have a better information and know that this is intended for capital projects only. Similar to past funding based on cost-sharing models, which we had already included in the affordability model for our growth projects like the bus rapid transit. So this amount was essentially already accounted for in our estimates and was not net new funding, but it does help confirm sources of funding that will be coming available for projects like bus rapid transit. All the other line items in the table detail the key changes in the transit services financing that changed since 2019 to make it unaffordable. From a loss of fare revenue to higher than anticipated costs of operating rail to cost escalation, impacting the ability to deliver many of the projects identified in the 2013 TMP, which is now also being updated with a revised affordability lens. Next slide, please. Another significant impact on affordability has been the funding for light rail construction and the disproportionate share of the cost that is borne by the City of Ottawa. Ottawa was one of the first light rail projects to be approved in Ontario and received 2/3 funding from senior levels of government on the initial estimated costs. Again, 2/3 on the initial estimated costs. Once the final costs were born, the city significantly had more than 1/3 of share, while light rail projects have been implemented since then across the Ontario network, specifically in the GTA, which are 100% funded by the province. Stage 1 and 2 combined, initially estimated at about $5.2 billion. Senior levels of government confirmed the 1/3 just on the initial costs. So again, the 1/3 funding from our senior levels of government was based on a 5.2 estimate. The final price is over $7 billion, and the city has to cover not only its own third share, but also the increase, which is significant. That's an additional $3.5 billion that the city needs to bear. The city is funding over 50% of the light rail project, and the province and the feds funding is now reduced to approximately 25%. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, shortly after the technical briefing in 2023, Council approved the motion to establish the Transit Long Range Financial Plan Working Group to assess each of the financial levers proposed by staff, and other levers were added as part of the motion. The working group was established in November 23. It's comprised of the mayor, committee chairs of Transit, Transportation Committee, collaborating with key subject matter experts in 3 departments: finance, corporate services, transit services, and planning and development and building services. The first meeting was held in January, and subsequently we met a number of times every 2 to 4 weeks since that time frame. Staff brought a fulsome analysis of some of the key levers and then affordability scenarios or options that are discussed for each of these to address in part of the analysis. Many of these options discussed by the working group have been captured in the draft 2025 budget. Many other levers are still being reviewed, analyzed, and even other levers added as new ideas come to the table. Next slide, please. So this slide here, again, is a reminder of the transit services financial results for the past 10 years and a projection over the next 5 years. This is pre-draft 2025 budget. In the past, as you can see, transit has been very close to being on budget or break even. In 2020, when it became clear the cost of operating rail for stage 1 was higher than initially estimated, and as a result, the pandemic issues and impacts, several efficiencies were implemented, including route changes. Safe restart funding was provided by the province and federal government to make us whole. Over the years, we have been able to adjust the budget to meet requirements, but we have now reached a point where small corrections are no longer feasible. Going forward, you can see that the bars are increasing the most are the orange bars for rail costs as stage 2 comes online, and the green bars for debt charges as we issue the remaining debt for stage 2. Bus costs remain fairly stable throughout, and taking out the impact of inflation on bus costs are actually declining due to bus savings achieved with each opening of the LRT lines and realignment of the network. The budget pressure starts at $120 million in 2025 as Confederation Line East comes online and grows to $150 million in 2028 when Confederation Line West comes online in 2027 and is operational for a full year in 2028. This works out to be an average budget pressure of approximately $140 million per year over the next 5 years. The funding gap does not stop in 29. It will continue each year after until we permanently increase the revenue line or decrease costs. We built in our LRT thinking ridership would increase, but instead the pandemic hit, ridership dropped, and the cost of construction went up. Next slide, please. The draft 2025 budget before you today reduces the previously estimated funding gap of $120 million to 0, a balanced budget presented for draft 2025. Some of it was addressed with ongoing benefiting impacts, but some were temporary measures that will still need to be resolved in future budgets as part of the long-range financial plan update that will come forward in 2025. This is a stepped and staggered approach to solve the average $140 million gap, but we cannot afford to step back. In 2025, these impacts will be resolving an overall affordability issues. Some of the permanent measures in 2025, like the fare and tax increases, helped to reduce the projected gap in 2026 from $131 million to $112 million. Again, the work is not done. The work continues. The draft 2025 budget is a step towards financial sustainability, with much of the work ongoing and much more work to be done through the upcoming LRFP update and future annual budgets. In order to solve the overall affordability issues, we need to make budget decisions that will have lasting change, and that's what the draft 2025 budget provides. Next slide, please. You recall when we tabled the draft budget, I presented this slide. This shows that the overall gross operating budget for transit is increasing by $88 million in 2025. bringing it to the largest gross budget that we've had at 856 million. There are significant increase in investments into the transit budget. It's 11.4% increase. There are significant investments to increase funding towards maintenance and service reliability and bus reliability, investments in paratransit, and over $500 million worth of investments in the capital program. Next slide, please. Overall, again, as I previously mentioned, the gross operating budget of 856 million. We see a total capital budget of just over 500 million. And these are the items that kind of allocate to the climate change lens. This slide would be familiar as it's a consistent slide that we show in all budget committees. Of keynote here, over 51 projects do have a significant impact to climate change. The largest one being the increased investments in the zero emission bus program. This budget allocates $306 million towards that program. Other key highlights of the capital program is a $75 million investment for bus replacements and another $12.5 million investment for bus refurbishment. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down the actual funding of the $501 million capital program, funded through debt, reserves, and development charges for those projects that are eligible for DC funding. I will now pass over to my colleague Renee to go to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I want to acknowledge your leadership on this budget, and I'm very pleased to work alongside you and with this challenging budget, I would say. Peut-être avant de continuer,
maybe before we can you please put your headset because I'm going to be speaking in English. I know that today will be a very long day because we're talking about budget. But we have to remember that public transit is at the core of a city, is the richness of a city, and it's also a mean of transport for those who are working, going to school, and for entertainment. Ottawa is in a very unique situation, but the financing of public transport issues came way before the pandemic, and unfortunately, the gap increased. And because of pandemic, we were hit, especially in North America. Unfortunately, in North America, working at home is an option for many public servants. But this has an impact for us. It had an impact, a negative impact on public transport. I hope that even though it will be difficult for many of us, transit user will have to pay more, resident will have to pay more, and councillors, you know how hard it is. We took many difficult decisions to support us so we can actually deliver the service, a service that you will be proud of. We will keep on working on service delivery, on reliability, and with my experience, I must say that it's always the same debate. Nothing new for me. It's just another dynamic, another city. I hope that in the budget 2025, you will see that we did a lot for our users. I know it's really easy to see a glass half full instead of half empty, but I'm very positive. We always have to look at a glass half full because we will never be able to fill it up all the way to the brim. There will always be people unhappy with what we're proposing. So let's tackle the budget right now. And I hope you will be able to see that even though we're facing difficulties, things are moving at OC Transpo.
The 2025 transit budget fits within our
2025 transit budget,
making our city more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options, and a city that is green and resilient. Next slide, please. The transit budget is aligned with OC Transpo's 5-year roadmap foundation. Strategic initiatives planned for 2025 are tied to the 5 pillars that make up our roadmap: our people, our customers, our service, our assets, and our finances. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 years, OC Transpo has made tremendous progress in the areas of service reliability, system investments, and customer service. We launched the on-demand transit trial, hired 828 new bus operators trainees, reduced absenteeism, and are improving reliability with our bus maintenance action plan. We have also invested more than ever before in our transit system. We are stabilizing Train Line 1, delivering on our zero-emission bus program, delivering new paratransport minibuses, and soon, pretty soon, we will open Train Lines 2 and 4. Finally, and most importantly, we have realized improvements for our customers. We launched Presto on Paratransport, began the Paratransport Talk engagement series, introduced O-Payment, allowing customers to pay with credit cards and debit cards, and fare capping, so that no one pays more than the price of a day pass or a monthly pass, and we have improved real-time information for customers. The list you see here today shows highlights of what we have accomplished, and we look forward to bringing more improvements to our customers in 2025. Next slide, please. Since 2020, OC Transpo has worked hard to find efficiencies, reduce costs across the organization, while maintaining good service for customers. This has resulted in a total savings of $246 million. $246 million only at OC Transpo. The most significant savings, $164 million, was realized by reducing overall capital spending over the last 4 years. Additional savings include bus service adjustments during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, administrative efficiencies and workforce adjustment, and further reducing and deferring and spending on capital projects. We have also adjusted Train Line 1 service levels on weekends and during off-peak hours on weekdays. This change allowed us to save cost while continuing to meet customer demand. I would like to point out that the savings over the last 5 years are the equivalent of raising transit fares by 125%. Next slide, please. OC Transpo will see an increase of $92.9 million in operating costs next year. Like all industries, we are seeing higher costs due to inflation and contractual obligations. Other additional costs include debt servicing and contributions to the reserve. I would like to emphasize that we are investing $19.7 million to improving reliability, including investments in bus maintenance and rail operator resources. We are also investing in increased paratransport service and opening the Train Line 1 extension to Trim Station. Next slide, please. The $92.9 million in additional operating costs in 2025 will be balanced with $92.9 million in additional revenue. Additional revenues are being budgeted from a variety of sources. This includes an 8% increase to the transit levy, a 5% increase to most fares, and changes to discounted fares for seniors, youth, and children. We also expect additional revenue from increased ridership and fare compliance. A reduction in provincial gas tax funding and the reversal of the 2024's one-time funding from the transit reserve require offsetting increases in other funding sources in 2025. As part of the New Deal agreement between the province of Ontario and the City of Ottawa, OC Transport will receive additional funding for public safety and our constables and our special constables unit. Finally, as part of the Mayor's Fairness for Ottawa campaign, we are also budgeting new funding from senior levels of government. Next slide, please. With the 2025 draft budget, we are making several important service commitments to our customers. We are very excited to open O-Train Lines 2 and 4 to customers pretty soon. There will be no further bus service reductions as part of the budget. In April, we will launch the new Ways-to-Bus route network, and we will continue to make other investments in order to get closer to our target of 99.5 bus service delivery. Later in the year, we will also open the Line 1 extension to Trim Station and revise East End bus routes to connect with the O-Train. Lastly, we will reallocate resources in the OC Transport call center so that we can better respond to calls during the busiest times. Next slide, please. This is an important slide that highlights and compares transit fares across Canada. Customers pay different fares and are eligible for different discounts. This table shows the average fare received per customer trip. I know that Chagawar just mentioned that. Taking into account all fares paid and all trips made by customers. When comparing the average fare paid on OC Transport to other transit agencies, ours fall just above the middle. Average fares in Hamilton, Toronto, Vancouver, Renham, and York regions are higher than in Ottawa. As you can see in the pie chart, much more than half of fares paid on OC Transport use a discounted fare. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to say that there will be no changes to EquiPass, Community Pass, and Access Pass fares. These fares will remain frozen. We understand the importance of these discounted fares for our community. Over the term of this council, we have seen fares increase on average 2.5% annually. Starting in 2025, all discounted fares will need to be paid by Presto card to better ensure that customers pay the appropriate fare. That will reduce fare evasion. We will also continue to enforce fare compliance and ensure that customers are paying their fare to support our transit system. Next slide, please. The draft budget proposes several changes to the fare structure. These proposals have been developed with the long-range financial plan working group comprised of staff, the mayor, Chair Gower, Chair Turney, Chair Leeper, and staff from the Finance and Corporate Services Department, Transit Services Department, and Planning, Development, and Building Services Department. Starting in 2025, most fares are proposed to increase by 5%. This includes the adult monthly pass, adult single ride fare, and the U-Pass. This budget proposes that discounts for seniors be adjusted to be 20% of the adult fare. Free travel for seniors on Sundays and Wednesdays Wednesdays would also be removed. Seniors with low incomes are eligible for the EquiPass, which remains frozen in 2025. Discounts for preteens aged 11 and 12 will be adjusted. Free travel will be replaced by a new discounted fare of $2 per ride. Children ages 10 and under will continue to ride for free. Discounts will also be adjusted for school boards, with the youth monthly pass being replaced by the adult monthly pass. Next slide, please. This slide provides you with several comparisons across Ontario to our senior monthly pass. The discount level proposed in the budget at 20% is a bit higher than the 18% discount in Toronto. Next slide, please. This is a summary of OC Transpo's proposed 2025 overall operating budget. The total operating budget is $825 million. This is an increase of $93 million per year over year. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to talk about our non-fare revenue program and our plans for its growth. OC Transpo generates income through non-fare sources, including advertising, sponsorship, and partnerships. You can see the results of this program in our agreement with TELUS for Wi-Fi and Line 1 stations, Happy Goat coffee kiosks as at Rideau and Blair stations, and advertising on buses, bus shelters, billboards, and elsewhere across the transit system. This year, the advertising program is expected to bring in $130,000 above the projected revenues of $4.1 million for 2024. We are also working hard to find new ways to leverage new spaces and maximize revenues. This year, we have worked with our contractors to expand our advertising channels to include new murals and posters in Line 1 stations, the Blair Station Highway 174 overpass. We will also be expanding advertising for the two Lines 2 and 4 stations, as well as the East extension in 2025. We are also working to add a video wall in Rideau Station as a pilot. An example of a video wall on the REM in Montreal is on the bottom left-hand of this slide. We anticipate this will be very popular with advertisers, and these video walls could eventually be installed throughout Line 1 to further increase our advertising revenues. We have also been working with our contractor, Pattison, on options to use sponsorship to offset the cost of free days, as directed by Council. I'm pleased to say that once again this year, Safer Roads, MAD, Ottawa will sponsor our free New Year's Eve service. We know this is a space that has room for further growth. That's why we have engaged S&G Strategy to develop an initial 5-year business plan. They will assess our current assets' performance and estimate their expansion potential and review the potential of new assets. They will analyze other transit agencies and similar organizations' non-fare revenue programs. And they will make recommendations on a model that will best support sustainable growth for this portfolio. The results will inform future non-fare revenue priorities and development of new RFPs. We expect to bring an update on this work and a 5-year plan in mid-2025. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we are making significant investments in our public transit system in 2025. We are proud to serve our customers and believe our planned initiatives will mean more people will choose OC Transpo. In 2025, we will continue to work towards our 5-year roadmap's goal of 99.5% bus service delivery. Pretty soon, we will open O-Train Lines 2 and 4, and in April, we will launch the new Ways to Bus network, providing our customers with better and more reliable options to get around the city. We will add zero-emission buses to our fleet and increase our paratransport service to handle increasing ridership. We will also extend Line 1 to Trim Station and revise east end bus routes to connect with O-Train stations, connecting our city more than ever before. To finish, we are committed to providing an efficient transit service and are proud to be the choice for customers to travel our city. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Renee. Thank you. We will come back to questions for staff after all our delegations. What I'd like to do now is to introduce any motions that are ready to go so that our delegations are aware of what's potentially on the table as we go through. The first is a budget roadmap. Vice Chair Curry, I will not ask you to read that budget roadmap now. We will save that till the end of the meeting. But you do have a technical amendment to the budget book.
All right, thank you, Chair. Be it resolved that the Transit Commission budget book, English full version, is amended at page 47 to replace the narrative text in account 911730, Operations Support Vehicles Growth 2025, with the following correct narrative text. This project will fund the purchase of 2 growth vehicles for Stage 2 for operational requirements and 2 additional supervisor vehicles for the expanded system. The project also includes vehicles for public works, for maintenance and snow removal at park and ride lots on the expanded O-Train Line 2.
Thank you, Vice Chair Curry. The next motion, Councillor Tierney, on the motion to reinstate and enhance transit discounts for seniors.
Great. Thank you, Chair. So whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to fostering affordable, accessible, and inclusive transit for all residents, especially seniors who rely heavily on transit. Whereas all seniors in Ottawa received the 2024 discount of 60% off the price of a regular adult monthly pass, which is significantly above the average offered by comparable municipalities in Canada, and is a larger discount than the EquiPass has offered to the economically disadvantaged residents at this point, whereas all seniors in Ottawa, regardless of their income, currently pay less than the lower income residents of the EquiPass and parking EquiPass and ride for free on Wednesdays and Sundays, whereas the draft 2025 budget included the increase in fares and the removal of all seniors' days on Wednesdays and Sundays, whereas transit on Wednesdays for seniors was a valued program to encourage transit users amongst our demographics of people contributing to the community participation, reducing isolation, and support seniors on limited incomes, whereas maintaining free transit days on Wednesdays and adjusting the seniors discount to 42% off the price of the adult monthly pass would align with Ottawa's more closely and similar cities reflected in the city's commitment to equitable transit access, with seniors paying $78.50 compared to the regular adult fares of $135, whereas low-income seniors in Ottawa will continually be eligible to get access to the EquiPass, which offers reduced monthly passes at $58.25. And a single ride fare of $1.75, providing significant savings for who that qualify, whereas the 2025 budget reflects significant investment in transit, and affordability for seniors can be accommodated within the city's broader efforts to address the economic challenges while investing in critical services. Whereas the estimated annual cost of reinstating the free transit for seniors on Wednesdays is approximately $290,000, and increasing the seniors fare discount to 42% is projected to cost an additional $530,000 annual. Therefore, be it resolved that Transit Commission recommend to City Council, 1, maintaining the free transit for seniors program on the conventional buses and trains on Wednesdays to enhance the affordability and promote transit usage among seniors. 2, adjust the seniors fare rate to 42% of the price of an adult monthly pass at the cost of $78.50 compared to $135, effective January 1st, 2025. To provide additional financial relief for seniors. 3, direct staff to fund the budget pressures through the offsetting reduction of the $820,000 to the draft 2025 contributions to the Transit Capital Reserve, budgeted at $63.5 million. And for direct staff to enhance the outreach and supply support efforts to ensure the low-income seniors are aware and can easily access the Equal Pass program. And Mr. Chair, if I can just add a couple of quick words about the amount of work this group has done, and we've wrestled with this, and I think we're all very clear that when we heard about getting rid of the Wednesdays specifically, we were all saying, wow, that's not game on. We're very happy and worked hard. So, this would see the reinstatement, if you're doing the math, of 5. Actually, it's every Wednesday free, but then in January, April, July, and October, and December, it would actually be 5 Wednesdays for free that you would be seeing versus the 4. And on top of that, I think we've learned a lot about transit credits. And I want to thank the COA, the Council on Aging, to really highlighting, and I strongly advise and thank the Ford government as well for increasing what rates that they can apply for when you file your taxes with the Ontario Seniors Public Transit Credit, which would see if you use your Presto card and file at time of tax, $141 coming back, which would now see that $78.50 decrease to $66.75 if you're doing the math. And again, don't miss out. You can still file for the year that's just gone by. So again, I look forward to the debate and discussions. It hasn't been easy, but obviously seniors are a priority around this table. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Menard has a motion on negotiated increases to UPass agreements for post-secondary.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's 2 UPass motions. One is the post-secondary existing and one is for under 18. This one is on the existing post-secondary UPass agreements, whereas the UPass agreements between the city and 4 post-secondary institutions, Algonquin College, Carleton, St. Paul University, and the University of Ottawa, have proven successful for more than a decade, providing students with a means of navigating our city and OC Transpo with a steady and sizable revenue stream. And whereas in recent years, revenue from the UPass has accounted for 19 to 27% of OC Transpo revenues annually, and whereas encouraging transit use provides financial and environmental benefits to the city, and whereas Ottawa's UPass price is among the highest, if not the absolute highest, UPass price in Canada. And whereas the city has an agreement with each of the 4 institutions to limit annual price increases to 2.5%, and whereas any increase beyond 2.5% would require agreement between the city and each of the schools, and whereas maintaining the integrity of the UPass program is vital for OC Transpo and the city's transportation system, whereas extending a UPass, nope, that's the next one. Sorry about that. Just got to scroll down. Whereas school tuition and budgets for the 2025 winter term are already set and consultation did not occur on the proposed changes to longstanding UPass agreements. Therefore, be it resolved that Transit Commission recommend that Council approve that staff be directed to enter into negotiations and consultations with the 4 affected post-secondary institutions, administration, and students prior to the 2025 fall academic term to achieve the budgeted revenue targets as approved by Council on December 11th, 2024, and that staff report back to Transit Commission with results stemming from those negotiations and consultations by the end of Q2 2025. And be it further resolved that staff be authorized to include any other post-secondary institutions in these negotiations, should those institutions be interested in joining the UPass program. I'll just really brief on this, Chair. This would maintain the existing agreements with the schools because they have not agreed to any increases, and would give time for OC Transpo administration students to get together, consult on this, and talk about what makes sense in the future. So that's the basics of that motion. I'll go to
Okay.
the next one.
We'll come back to that one in a moment. We're just going to go in the order for simplicity
Okay.
that I have them here.
Okay.
For me. Counselor Brockington, on behalf of Counselor Bradley, seniors discount and free day. Counselor Bradley, do you want to read that for us?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And going along with the theme of fairness for Ottawa, I've dubbed this motion Fairness for Seniors, who, in my opinion, and that of the public, have been most unfairly impacted by these budget recommendations. So whereas seniors represent a growing demographic in Ottawa who rely heavily on public transit for essential services, medical appointments, and social participation, and whereas the 2025 draft budget recommends a proposed increase to the senior monthly pass of 120%, or an additional $59 per month, bringing the senior monthly pass from $49 to $108, and whereas the proposed increase to senior transit fares in the 2025 draft budget represents a significant financial burden for seniors, many who live on a fixed income, and whereas the city has already established a transit fare discount for eligible people on low income, and whereas the EquiPass program and its established rates has demonstrated success in improving transit accessibility for eligible residents, and whereas aligning senior fares with the EquiPass rates would provide a more equitable and consistent approach to transit affordability, and whereas the EquiPass is currently funded through the Community and Social Services budget, and whereas allowing eligible seniors to apply for the EquiPass would transfer the financial pressure from the city's transit budget to the city's community and social services budget, and whereas seniors have also identified that the current EquiPass application process creates a potential accessibility barrier for seniors seeking fare relief, and they would like to maintain a simplified process to purchasing fare products. Therefore, be it resolved that Council recommend, 1, maintain the free transit for seniors program on conventional buses, trains on Wednesdays to enhance affordability and promote transit usage among seniors. 2, adjust the senior fare discount to align with the current rate for the monthly EquiPass of $58.25, effective January 1, 2025, to provide additional financial relief to seniors, and direct staff to fund this budget pressure through an offsetting reduction of $850,000 to the draft 2025 contribution to the Transit Capital Reserve budgeted at $63.5 million, and $440,000 through an increase to the transit levy of 0.11%, or an incremental 94 cents per urban household. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now back to Councillor Menard. This is on the UPass for students under 18 years of age.
Thank you very much, Chair. Whereas for more than a decade, the city has had an agreement with post-secondary institutions in the city to implement a UPass program for college and university students in Ottawa. And whereas until this year, children 12 and under could ride OC Transpo for free. And whereas this year, OC Transpo will be implementing a new fare class for children 11 or 12 years of age, eliminating free transit for this age group. And whereas establishing a UPass for under 18 students would assist them attending school, extracurricular activities, personal engagements, and work. And whereas it is to the benefit of the city to establish new generations comfortable with transit ridership and the potential for lifelong transit users. And whereas some economies of scale exist and duplication of transportation that could bring new affordable benefits to residents of Ottawa and the province. And whereas it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Education and local school boards to provide and pay for transportation for students who require busing to attend school. And whereas extending a UPass for under 18 students without receiving appropriate funding from the Ministry of Education and or local school boards would create a budget pressure for OC Transpo. Therefore, be it resolved that Transit Commission recommend that Council direct staff in collaboration with city elected officials to explore and work in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and local school boards in the development of the equivalent to a UPass for students under 18 years of age. And be it further resolved that staff in collaboration with city elected officials liaise with AMO, the Ontario Public Transit Association, and any interested Ontario municipalities to explore opportunities to expand this endeavor province-wide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Brockington on leases and advertising revenues.
Thanks, Chair. Whereas during the 2018-2022 Transit Commission, the Commission directed the GM to increase advertising revenues, particularly via ad space on public transit vehicles and in public transit stations. Whereas all types of advertising opportunities remain grossly underutilized in stations, in public transit vehicles, on the exterior of public transit vehicles, and in bus shelters. Whereas direction has previously been given to OC Transpo Management to increase the number of free transit days sponsored by corporate, community partner, or other interested parties. Whereas opportunities remain to increase rental and lease opportunities as well. Therefore, be it resolved that transit services staff be directed to bring a report to the commission by Q2 2025 illustrating a plan to increase revenues associated with rentals, retail leases, advertising, and sponsorships by 10% in 2025 and another 10% by 2026. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Lowe on the urban transit area boundary.
Thanks, Chair. Whereas the Transit Commission approved report ACS 2020 TSDTS-6 on 18th November 2020, later approved by Council on the 9th of December 2020. Whereas the approved report recommended adjusting the boundary between the urban transit area and the rural transit area to match that of the urban boundary as defined in Schedule B of the official plan. And whereas bylaws number 2021-57, 2021-58 define the RTA and UTA respectively. Whereas boundary change absorbed and reclassified large areas of the city from the RTA to the UTA. And whereas per the 2024 budget, the RTA levy is 0.55612%, while the UTA levy is 0.205539%, representing a difference of almost 370%. Whereas the only populated areas affected by the change were the communities of Heart's Desire, Rideau Glen, Winding Way, and 2 streets near Prince of Wales, Rideau Valley, and adjacent rural properties in Wards 324, map attached as document 1 on file with the city clerk. And therefore be resolved, all properties on the streets listed below that were added to the urban transit area in 2021 be reclassified from UTA to RTA-A, effective the 2025 property tax cycle. I'll skip the list there. And be it further resolved that the reclassification from UTA to RTA-A be effective until transit availability for those communities matches the standard of the UTA. It's defined by an 800-meter walking distance to a bus stop during off-peak hours and 400 meters during peak hours. Be it further resolved, the tax levy reduction be offset by a corresponding reduction from item 911725, Transit 5-Year Roadmap Comms and Marketing 2025. Be it further resolved that staff work towards service improvements to other neighborhoods built as part of the UTA, but still do not have transit availability at UTA standards. And it is my understanding that this could be, would be, I think, referred to a committee of the whole in 2 weeks. I'll speak to it in a bit.
Okay, and last but not least, Councillor Devine on Youth Pass. Do you have a mover for this?
I do, in Councillor Brockington. I was just waiting for.
Okay.
I think that's it.
So Councillor Brockington will move on Councillor Devine's behalf, and Councillor Devine, you can read it in when you're ready.
Thank you. Whereas the transit budget contains a $120 million pressure, and whereas the city has proposed to use a series of financial levers to generate additional revenues to fill that gap, thank you very much, including an increase to the transit levy as well as reductions to fare discounts. And whereas the draft transit budget proposes an 8% increase to the transit levy, which will result in an increased levy of $68 to the average assessed home of $415,000. And whereas the total in additional revenues generated by reductions to fare discounts to monthly passes for youth aged 13 to 18 is $5.6 million. And whereas these proposed increased fares would result in an increased cost of $432 per year to youth who purchase 12 monthly passes. And whereas these increases to monthly passes for youth age 13-18 may be a barrier to this group to using transit, and therefore is not a guaranteed additional revenue, and therefore poses increased risk not only to the 2025 financial outlook, but to Council's goal of maintaining and increasing ridership. And whereas the city's objective of seeking a more balanced approach between revenues from the transit levy and revenues from ridership should seek to increase revenues from ridership by increasing the number of riders, not by increasing the fare charge to each rider. And whereas the additional increase in the transit levy required to generate the same $5.6 million in revenues would be 1.41%, which would result in a further cost of $11.99 per transit levy payer. Therefore, be it resolved that the transit levy be increased from 8% to 9.41%, and therefore be it further resolved that the discount youth fares remain in place for 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other motions that we haven't introduced so far? Okay. I do want to point out, on the advice of the clerk, any of the motions that relate to the tax levy, a change, an increase or reduction of the tax levy, we can refer those to committee of the whole, because this committee does not have under the terms of reference, does not have the ability to make adjustments, but we can refer those motions to committee of the whole, and we can have a discussion around them with staff too, if people desire to do that. But we'll come back to all those at the end.
Chair, may I just ask a question on that?
Councillor Brockington?
I don't want to debate it, but given that any decision we take still has to be ratified by council, can I have a better understanding why the commission couldn't at least debate and make a recommendation to council on the levy portion?
I'll ask the city clerk for advice on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I heard the whole question. So during consideration of the term of council governance report, and then at the subsequent council meeting of December 14th, 2022, council confirmed the rules governing consideration of the budget at standing committees, which limits the ability of standing committees to consider motions that will result in an overall increase to taxation or similar levies. Those motions would be generally in order only at council for consideration with committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move now to our delegations. I do also want to note we have a lot of formal correspondence that the committee's received, and that is all available on the council shared drive from a number of speakers who are here today and also those who weren't able to join us. So for speakers, we have some speakers who are joining us in the room. We have some speakers who are joining us online. Each speaker will have a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, followed by any questions that committee members or councillors may have. And I'll just read the names of the first 3 speakers so people can prepare. The first speaker today is Ana Maria Cruz Valderrama, and then Alex Cullen, and then Neil Saravanamutu. So our first speaker is Ana Maria Cruz Valderrama, who is joining us online. Good morning, Ana. Oh, you can unmute. You're on mute right now, Ana. You may have to accept a prompt there. You're still muted, Ana. There you go.
Okay. Good morning to all. I will begin my remarks by acknowledging that I am speaking to you from the unceded land of the Algonquin and Ishabe people. I am mindful of my responsibility to keep learning about Canada's colonial past and present, and especially to understand how colonialism has suppressed the development of the Indigenous people. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to provide input with respect to the proposed transit fare increase for seniors in the 2025 budget. It is impossible to dismiss the severe socioeconomic consequences in seniors' well-being and quality of life. The majority of seniors live on fixed income. This increase will force them to make choices between getting the bus pass and or reducing their food budget. Clients in food banks will increase. Schools, hospitals, palliative care institutions, community centers, just to name a few, will be severely impacted by senior reduced or canceled volunteer time. The progress and outstanding work done by no-profit organizations and community leaders in reducing senior social isolation will be seriously compromised. The greatest concern on the unjust proposed fare increase for seniors will cause an unpredictable, expensive rise of seniors' social isolation with severe implications on their mental and physical health. Anxiety and depression will increase, leading them into consuming anxiolytics and antidepressants. There will be a boost in the alarming mental health crisis we are going through. In the summer 23, the World Health Organization said that senior social isolation and loneliness could soon become a global pandemic. On December 5th, 23, Global News in the report, The Reality of Loneliness and Why It is Getting Worse, pointed out as Canada grapples with a rapidly aging demographic, experts are sounding the alarm in the increasing mental and physical health impacts of loneliness and social isolation, particularly among older people who make up a growing proportion of the population. Dr. Jace Lee, an emergency physician, said that social isolation and loneliness are as bad for your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Dr. Samit Singh, Director of Geriatrics at the Sinai Health and University Health Northwark in Toronto, stated that we think about heart disease and we think about cancers are real significant health issues in our older population, but social isolation and loneliness can be as deadly for older people. In March 2024, at the national webinar hosted at the Canadian Coalition on Senior Mental Health, Dr. Singha reminded participants about the importance of dealing with the increasing rate of social isolation and loneliness among seniors. For this geriatrician, Canada is at the verge of social isolation tsunami. Just 10 days ago, on November 15, the International Federation of Aging Weekly Global Cafe hosted Dr. David Cohn, professor of the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Toronto, a staff psychiatrist at the Baycrest and co-chair of the Canadian Coalition for Senior Mental Health, led an international conversation on social isolation and loneliness among older people. The United Nations Promotion in the Decade of Healthy Aging considers improving infrastructure such as transportation a vital contribution to social isolation and loneliness. With the unwise fare increase, are you willing to put the well-being and quality of life of seniors at risk? Or are you willing to avert an increase of senior social isolation or loneliness? Are you willing to impose a burden on the public by decreasing the alarming mental health crisis we are living? Rest assured, with the proposed vast increase rather than the decrease, will still put a heavy burden on the seniors to bear. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. We do have a question for you, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and thank you for your continued advocacy. I just have a question for you because as a resident of mine, I know how much you've raised with me that seniors are very mindful of their property tax bill as well and want to keep that as low as possible. The current proposal is $108 a month for a senior's bus pass. The motion that I put forward would see the bus pass go down to about $58.25, saving seniors $708 per year. It would cost the average homeowner about 94 cents on their tax bill. Do you think seniors would be willing to pay 94 cents more per year to save low-income seniors $708 per year?
I think that given the health impact, because we don't think much about the health impact on this increase on transit fare for seniors, I think we'll agree. Because whatever we gain in transportation, later on we paid a heavy price on mental health. So what we wait, what is best for seniors and what is best for the entire population. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I think seniors' mental health is worth 94 cents per year for the average homeowner. Thanks.
I agree.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much for coming out today and making your delegation. I appreciate that. Were you aware of the Ontario Seniors Public Transit Credit? Have you seen that from the province when you file your taxes?
Yes, of course, but I don't. Yes.
And you filed yours last year as well?
Yes, but it's still, like Madame Melker focused on the subsidy, kind of subsidy. Let me see, I put the note here. The decrease, she said, oh God, discount. I don't want you to focus on the discount. Focus on the increase on seniors' limited budget.
Yeah,
and that increase is a
and thank
heavy
you for
burden.
that. Thank you. Thank you. That's terrific. And that's why I think, when we look at 7850 and you apply that credit, it goes down to 6675. It's getting closer. And you're certainly happy with the Wednesdays being reinstated, I assume.
Of course, because it helps.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anna Maria. I'm not seeing, pardon me. There is one more question. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to follow up, Anna Maria, because initially the proposal was for a 120% increase. And then now we're looking at more like a 60% increase with one motion and, a much lower increase with another motion. If we had originally come out, as staff had originally come out with a motion that said, we're going to eliminate Sundays free service for seniors and raise your transit service costs by 60%, I wonder what you feel the reaction would be. And secondly, do you think that if we are raising fares, there should be a phase in given the percentage with which we're talking about increasing them? Should there be a phase in if they are going up?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Menard, for your question. Of course, I hear about the 60% and I have my notes adjusted, but it is so confusing intervention of some of you. So I decided to take the safe route, but I know that it's 60%. 60% is still a heavy burden for seniors to burden. And but the second part, I'm sorry, the second part of your question is?
Just that if there is an increase going up and council decides to increase it, 60% or more, should there not be a phase in that occurs given the shock of the large percentage increase?
Okay, thank you. Now I remind me, 60% I think is too high and it's kind of discriminatory. You are penalizing us, seniors, for well, why not a 5% increase like everybody else? Why seniors? You know that our pension are not increased even by 5%. So 60% is outrageous, still outrageous, and it's penalizing seniors because of our age. We are not millionaires. We live on fixed income, so you have to be more conscious about our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna Maria, for leading us off this morning. Our next speaker is Alex Cullen, who is in the room and making his way to the front. Good morning, Alex. One of my committee members reminded me to remind you, Alex, you have 5 minutes.
I wonder where that came from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of Transit Commission. As you know, I'm a former chair of the City of Ottawa Transit Commission. I am very familiar with the budget challenges facing OC Transpo. And I'm here today to tell you to reject the proposed fare increases in the 2025 budget and take the money from the transit levy. As you know, the City of Ottawa's official plan and transportation master plan promotes increasing public transit usage, along with walking and cycling, to reduce the pressure to accommodate vehicle use as the city grows. This only makes sense. Roads are expensive to build, widen, and maintain. Public transit is both economical and better for the environment. However, raising transit fares is counterproductive in promoting public transit, as it hampers at best and reduces at worst transit ridership. Transit ridership in Ottawa peaked in 2011 at 103.5 million. In the years leading up to that, which I participated in, that included introducing the U-Pass, the community bus pass, putting in the commuter rail line from Bayview out to South Keys, and extending the transitway. 103.5 million rides. However, despite both population growth and employment growth in Ottawa since then, transit ridership declined to 97.4 million before the pandemic. Why? Because each year, Council increased transit fares at a rate faster than inflation, and it had an impact. Raising fares and losing riders reduces OC Transpo's revenues, contributing to an already serious revenue problem for OC Transpo. The September 23 report, Transit Long Range Financial Update, expected ridership to reach 112 million rides in 2023. The actual result was 64 million. Last year, a number of budget presentations warned that raising fares and cutting service would lead to revenue shortfalls for OC Transpo. This is what happened. It is counterproductive to raise fares again, lose riders as a result, and face another revenue shortfall again. I support the draft budget's proposed increase in the transit levy, as raising this levy to maintain transit service loses no riders. Making an adjustment to the transit levy to accommodate revenue otherwise generated by the proposed higher fares would, again, lose no riders. On the matter of senior fare bus passes. So I'm a senior, I'm 73. I'm not a big user of the system. As a matter of fact, of the 179,000 seniors that live in this town, 16% of the population, only about 4% use the system. Why? Well, that 4% need the system. That's why they take that's why they buy the bus pass. So the proposal to raise bus fares by 120%. Why are seniors being chosen to fix council's OC Transpo transit deficit? It is unfair. The proposal by Council Attorney to reduce that to 60%, 5 times what other people will be facing in terms of a fare increase, is not acceptable either. The part in Council Attorney's motion that will move people, seniors receiving GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement. You get that if you earn less than $22,000 a year. Imagine living in this town, less than $22,000 a year. Yet we have people on GIS, and he would give them an 18% fare increase by moving them from $49, because they're covered under the Seniors Pass, to $58, which is the Equipass. Thanks a lot. What I'm telling you is that your best way forward to deal with declining ridership, and again, you have a ridership forecast, which with these fare increases, you're not going to make. You're in a situation where you need to restore faith and trust in our transit system, and you don't do it by raising fares and deterring ridership. Your route is the transit levy, and that's the way to go.
Thank you, Alex. Just under 4.5 minutes. Done. Now, hold on. No applause in the gallery, even for Alex. Councillor Tierney introduced the motion on behalf of the working group. I think it's worth pointing out. It's Councillor Tierney on behalf of the mayor and Councillor Leeper and myself. But there's a few questions. Councillor Leeper is up first.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Alex. I'm not going to undermine the work that the working group has been doing, and this is certainly as much my proposal as anybody else's, but it will be no surprise that I would like to see more of the increase in fares or put onto the transit levy. But I do wonder, the decline in ridership that we've seen, I've seen your assertions and I've seen the assertions by others that is due to increasing fares. And the fares have been going up by a dime here, a nickel there.
Faster than inflation, Councillor.
Fair enough. But in absolute terms, you know, I don't think completely out of line to inflation. Is it fares that are booting users off the system, or is it the service?
Well, you've had the pandemic, and you've had the introduction of a major change to the system with LRT, when all the problems that that caused. So I would say from 2011, when you had your peak, and since 2011, this town has grown by about 150,000 people, and employment has gone up. And even OC Transpo's model would say you're supposed to be at 122 million rides. Well, you are down at 97 million. So, and what has changed from 2011 to 2019 clearly was the impact of fare increases. Since then, the world has changed. And it's fair to say that some of the decline that you have faced, and rather the slow growth back to normalcy at 64 million, is you're not near normalcy. Service is an issue. But you are again looking at raising fares. Do you not learn from what happened from 2011 to 2019? It has. This is not news. You go to CUTA, they'll give you the formula for what happens when you raise fares and lose riders. It's elasticity. Those of you who are economists will understand that phrase. Well, there is elasticity, price elasticity. So here you are in a delicate situation. I know you're facing a deficit, but the past 4 years, you've had 2 freezes and you raise fares twice. And each time you raise fares, you didn't make your revenue projection. You were short, which added to this pressure. Shall we not learn from this? If the primary responsibility of a civic government is to provide public transit for its residents, then you want to do things to foster that. Your own official plan says so. Your own official plan promotes transit and walking and cycling, because the alternative of building roads, widening roads, maintaining roads, your snow plows, is enormous. It's a huge public subsidy, bigger than OC Transpo. So if you are serious about building a walkable city, you have to make these investments, and you don't undermine these investments by raising the cost. That's your answer.
So obviously I didn't want to give you an additional 2 minutes there, but I appreciate the perspective, and you're continuing with the fare increase equals decline in ridership. I'm not sure I agree with that. Certainly price elasticity for the folks who are, you've heard from Chair Gower, and I think from Councillor Tierney as well, the decline in the average fare that is being paid. I have some disagreements with how Chair Gower framed that, such that the fare is now $2.15 on average. I think that is probably more a function of losing full fare paying riders rather than people who are moving into discounted fare
Absolutely.
classes.
I agree with you on that one.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to get into a debate. So I will stop myself but this is a fascinating area for discussion, one I've given significant.
The elasticity and the stats are there,
Alex, 'cause
Councillor.
we do have a number.
You can't argue that one.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Alex. We'll chat more, I'm sure.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Alex, for being here. I wanted to just key in on one policy point that you mentioned, and it's about the low income cutoff.
Yep.
And the Equipass.
Yep.
So right now, my understanding is it's $24,000.
That's the low income cutoff is
the low income
24,000.
cutoff where you can qualify.
Yep.
That obviously leaves a whole bunch of, let's say, seniors and others out in the lurch if they make above that very, very low amount to live your life. So what should it go up to? If there's a contemplation to raise the cutoff amount for the Equipass for single adults and couples, what should we increase it to, in your view?
Sure. So right now, the seniors bus pass, and when the community bus pass came in, because I was part of the effort to make that happen, we pegged it at the seniors bus pass because that was the lowest discounted. And that was for folks on ODSP. So the seniors bus pass right now, $49 a month. That covers everyone who is a senior, including those who receive GIS. So that's $49 right now. And if you want to shift them over to the Equipass, you're asking those seniors who now pay $49 to pay $58. That's an 18% increase. What troubles me about the Equipass is that the Equipass are for people on low income, but people on ODSP actually have a higher income and a lower pass. The Equipass should be reduced to the community pass. It really should be, because you're asking people on Ontario Works to pay more than what people on ODSP pay. Well, I think you should fix that. But the idea of moving someone on GIS who's paying $49 a month and whose GIS is not going up 18%, whose OAS is not going up 18%, whose CPP is not going up 18%, to ask them to pay 18% more to fix a problem, I think the taxpayers of Ottawa would rather see their transit levy go up to cover this problem than force people on GIS to pay 18% more for a bus pass they need because they don't have a car, they don't have alternatives. Staff say 40% of seniors on seniors passes are on GIS. So think about it. Why are you targeting the most vulnerable to help cover this problem that you're fearful of going to the taxpayers for to fix?
Yeah, the budget certainly has appeared to target seniors and young people in the elimination of fare discounts, those least able to pay with fixed incomes and those who sometimes don't make an income. So I'd agree with you on that. I'll just say there are political realities around this table. 120% is ridiculous. 60% increase is ridiculous.
That's correct.
An 18% increase sounds like a lot, but given the political realities around this table, I think that's perhaps the best you can get out of this thing, given where we've been. And ideally, that GIS number, that low income number is increased to allow more people to apply for that Equipass in totality, not just seniors, but a lot of others who are barely making ends meet.
And on the point that Councillor Tierney raised about the
Alex, I'll
tax
pause you.
credit,
We didn't have
the tax
didn't have a
credit.
question
Thanks, Chair.
specifically, so, but you do have one more question from Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair and Alex, for being here. Very quick question, quick answer. The three proposals in front of us right now are $108 per month, $78 per month, and $58.25 per month. If you had to pick one of three, what would you pick?
58.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neil Saravanamuthu, who's also here with us today. And after Neil, we will have Sophia Chaudhry Schlichting and Nick Grover. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning. Thanks very much. Great. Thank you very much. If I can, I'd like to look at some of the big picture budget items today. So I'm not going to be delving into some of the micro issues that we've just heard about and that I think we'll hear a lot more about today. But I want to stop and start with this, the understanding that transit is not where any of us want it to be. Okay, I think we can all agree on that, and it's something that this council has inherited. But the question that I have for you is, what are we going to do with it? How are we going to get out of this? And this is largely a budget question. That's why I'm here today. And it's important to understand what that budget actually looks like. So I've got it up on the screen, and it's important to remember that we are spending about $850 million a year on transit operations. Okay, so that to run that system, $850 million a year. Now, about 200 comes from fares. There's a few other sources, but if you go to the bottom line, the rest falls on taxpayers. So we are spending $555 million from taxpayers. That works out to about $1,000 for the average household to pay for transit before they even step on a bus. And so this is not to say that this is a comment on the fact that transit is by definition an expensive item, okay? And it's something that cities have a responsibility to provide. It's not optional to say that it costs too much and we're going to opt out. We have to provide a transit system. In fact, everyone in this room, I think, wants to obviously provide a transit system and the best one we can. This is about, what I want to ask is, would taxpayers feel like we're getting quality are we getting a quality product for the amount that we're paying? And it comes down to, what is council's approach to the transit budget now? So what we're going through right now, is this all about containing costs, sort of making everything as being as cautious as possible, or is it about how do we what is the budget that we need to provide a quality service? So if I can go to the next slide, please, because that question really comes down to what sort of transit system we are creating. Now, I would argue that the current approach of containing costs, of nickel and diming everything, is putting us on the path where we have created a $500 million a year white elephant. Okay, a white elephant, something that's very expensive that we get very little value out of. Okay, that's what we're in right now. I would like to know what would it take to turn OC Transpo into a good choice for getting around to Ottawa? And that's three questions. So what would it take? What would that actually look like? What would it cost? So we're spending $850 now. Like, would that mean $950? Would it mean $1050? This is a discussion we've just never had that we should have. And then the final question is, how do we pay for it? And so this is where, if you can turn to the final slide, please. We have, Chair, you mentioned the working group that's been looking at this issue over the last year. This is the list of items that the group was tasked with exploring. There's three that I've underlined in red that seem to have been addressed so far. There's a whole bunch of others that haven't, and you've been at this for years. So my question is, why aren't we looking at some of the options that other cities are using to raise revenue? So for instance, there's an example, Montreal are implementing a municipal vehicle registration fee that will raise $125 million per year. Toronto is looking at a private parking levy that is expected to raise $150 million a year. New York is about to implement a cordon charge, which will raise billions of dollars for public transit every year. Vancouver has implemented, just in the last couple of years, a property development wing to sell off property rights around transit stations. Why aren't we doing that? So these are all options that I wish had been considered for this budget. I'm pleased to hear that you will be continuing this work. But we've had lots of time to think about this and why we're not learning from the best experiences of others already. It's unfortunate that we have focused in on a couple of very narrow options around fares that where we're leaving some quite big opportunities on the table. So I just want to end with that question that I started with. Like, what is our priority for the transit budget? Is it about containing costs, or is it about what does it take to provide a quality service? And if it is about containing costs, then we are essentially stuck with a $500 million a year white elephant. And that's not going to change. This is not how we go about fixing transit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just quickly, thanks, Neil, for this. And the questions you posed, I think, are relevant. I guess I was surprised at some of the process because we've got some policy decisions being made in front of us, some pretty clear policy choices around fares in a budget, rather than going back to the long-range financial plan, which is where this group was initially started and where the debate and discussion of council should be occurring about exactly the ideas you're talking about. So I guess just my question to you is, should this have not been part of a discussion amongst councillors through the long-range financial plan, inclusive of the options that you've talked about, rather than coming to a head in this budget exercise when they're pretty massive changes to plug a hole?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, just let's look at two examples. Increasing seniors' fares, we're talking about, $820,000 we would generate through this 60% increase. Okay, less than $1 million, versus what Toronto's looking at of $150 million for a private parking levy. So it's we could be having the point's well taken that if we had put these options on the table much earlier, we can avoid a lot of these other concerns that are going to hit and hurt people in a very real way. But it comes back to consultation and process. And, I would have loved to have had this discussion much earlier in the year. I would have loved it to have been something that you and the public could have actually spoken about and hashed out some of these issues well in advance of the budget process.
Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And again, I'm going to try to resist the urge to debate and discuss because it is a Q&A. The working group has been looking at a lot of these, and I share your frustration that some of them aren't on the table today. Some of them, a vehicle registration fee, our best understanding is that that would require provincial changes. And I'm not sure that this premier is going to give this city the ability to start charging when people register their vehicles, given the opposite direction in which this government has gone. But some of them, like a parking levy, a special area levy, or a transit proximate, those are still very much on the table. And I wish they were on the table for this budget, but City Hall moves slow. I will say, as residents have these sort of ideas, don't hold off for a formal consultation, send them through. As these ideas come to the table, I know I'm frequently bringing them up at that table. So thank you very much for pointing to all of them, and none of them are dead in the water yet.
Great. More work to come, and yes, more discussion with all sorts of stakeholders and people in the public. So thank you, Neil, for raising these. Our next speaker is Sophia Chaudhry Schlichting. Sophia's here in the room. Welcome.
Good morning. As we gather here to discuss the transit budget, it is worth noting that just around the corner, members of the Ottawa chapter of the Palestinian Youth Movement are attending a bail hearing for one of their organizers. Yesterday, she was arrested on fabricated charges.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This isn't related to the budget.
It is absolutely related, and anything.
Thank you. I'll ask for the chair to rule on that.
Bring us back to the transit budget. Thank you.
Well, this arrest underscores yet again how resources are readily available for municipal services designed to maintain status quo and suppress dissent. The issue, however, is that the status quo has brought us to the brink of intersecting environmental, drug use, and cost of living crises. The city now has an opportunity to chart a new path, one grounded in care and sustainability. The time is now to redirect increases to the police levy to the transit levy. I encourage the members of this community to bring this forward at the next council meeting. We must divest from violent institutions and rather bolster community services. Years of austerity and cost-cutting measures have created a transit system that is both bloated and ineffective. It is unsurprising then that this year's budget continues to prioritize short-term solutions that shift costs onto transit users. The ongoing refrain from city officials is that funding public transit without fare increases is impossible. What we must take into consideration is that high user fees amount to a regressive income tax. Though OC Transpo offers discounted passes, many low-income residents do not have the capacity or resources to jump through the extra hurdles. Additionally, high fares discourage car owners from using transit when they come into the city or taking advantage of the multiple park and rides across the city. More cars on our roads leads to increased carbon emissions and congestion, which in turn leads to frustration and unsafe traffic conditions for all. Though freezing fares will not solve all of our transit solutions, I urge this commission to recognize how increases will only lead to further atrophy and decreasing ridership. As we teeter on the brink of climate catastrophe, the city must take bold measures to reduce citizens' reliance on private vehicles. Achieving this requires a reliable and affordable transit system. Rising transit costs and declining service levels will only deepen the precarity faced by Ottawa's working class, leading to higher rates of unemployment, houselessness, and drug use. If we care about the future of the city, its people, its environment, and its economy, we must do better. Let's make this budget a step toward a more equitable and sustainable Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? I'm seeing none. Thanks for your presentation today. Our next speaker is Nick Grover.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So one of the justifications I heard for raising these many fare increases was that we're better aligning ourselves with other cities. So let's talk about a few of those other cities. Last year, 3 cities in Canada made fares completely free for those 65 and up. In Montreal, ridership among seniors is up 20%. In Burlington, it's up 40%. And in Oakville, it's up 180%. Oakville also decided to make transit free for 13 to 18-year-olds. Their ridership among youth is up 228%. In Kingston, since they brought in free transit for high school students, they've seen a 73% overall increase in ridership. So evidently, when young people can ride for free, their parents and family members join them. Victoria just this week announced that it plans to make transit free for youth. So clearly, removing barriers builds transit ridership, and we're going in the wrong direction. It's funny to see the city claim that it will make $18 million with all of these fare increases. It assumes that people who are riding and receiving a discount or the fare as it is will continue to ride when they're being nickel and dimed, and they won't, because it's not like service is getting any better to make up for the fare increase. Indeed, I'm hearing us brag about all the savings we've made in the last few years. Reduced spending on maintenance, capital costs, service hours. This is, we should be investing in better service. We've seen other cities very successfully invest in more off-peak service, and they're seeing ridership dividends as a result. For once, I'd like to see a budget that talks about efficiencies in a way that actually means improving service. One example is traffic. We heard GM Amilcar speak a few times about the issue of traffic delays, and it's a big one. 40% of our major routes are late because they're stuck in traffic. Vancouver also had this problem. They put out a report and they found that 15% of their operating budget was actually being spent on traffic delays. Because when a bus is stuck in traffic, the drivers need to spend more hours delivering the same service. They need to deploy more buses and they're losing fare revenue. And in our context, 15% is about $120 million. So it seems to me that we should do what Vancouver did, which was approve bus lanes on major roads. Bank Street, Carling, Baseline, these are all very obvious candidates for a bus lane. It would not only speed up transit and improve it, but it would save us money. That is, to me, is a no-brainer. But instead, we seem to eternally treat transit like a cost burden. And frankly, right now it is. So that's accurate. That's a description, but it doesn't have to be. There is potential that we refuse to unlock. Right now, everyone pays for transit, whether it's through taxes or fares, and very few people can actually use it. If we fund it appropriately, if we actually invest in the service, we can unlock the potential and people can actually use it. And if we did that, we would see a lot of cost savings if we, stop using such a narrow definition of cost savings, which is, okay, what can we cut from this budget? And actually said, okay, what expenses can we eliminate across society? Because if we had better transit, we would have less cars on the road, less carbon emissions, less collisions and hospitalizations, less health issues from air pollution, less wear and tear on the road, less need to widen roads and approve more space for parking. So to me, it seems the cost savings are in the big picture, and we can use transit to achieve them if we actually make it work for us. And we're not seeing that. We're not seeing that again this year, and we're going to keep driving transit into the ground with a budget like this. It's very sad. I support the motions to look into the UPass for youth. I support the initiative to use the transit levy to more progressively fund public service that everyone can use rather than putting it on the backs of those who can least afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Couple of questions. Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just Nick, I guess two things. One is, I don't know if you've seen over the last several years, but the transit budget has gone up quite a lot in the last 5 years. Some of that's debt for LRT. A lot of it's the new operating costs for LRT that are coming on. But what's so interesting to me is when you talk about things like transit as a service or reduced cost transit or free service transit, it's seen as somehow a radical position. But then when you look at how much the transit budget has increased in the last 5 years, that has eclipsed the amount that we're talking about on that operational funding annually, especially given pandemic ridership. I wonder what you make of that. Why is free transit in some cities seen as achievable? And certainly on some days in Ottawa, it's achievable. But why is there such hesitancy or reluctance to treat transit more like a service, like the library, like our roads, like schools, where we all pay in, though we may not go to those services or use those services, but we all benefit from them? What do you think the reluctance is in a city like ours?
Yeah, and a good point about the increased spending. I mean, the mayor was calling this historic investments in transit. I mean, technically it's more money, but it's because we're moving from buses to LRT. LRT is expensive, but the bus service is being reduced in service hours. So we're not seeing a net improvement in transit. We're seeing a net worsening of transit because we have one very particular part that's expensive. Doesn't mean that the whole system is getting the money it deserves. But to your question, yeah, why do we see it differently? I mean, I think we have some structural issues in Ottawa. I think, every city in Canada has engaged in urban sprawl, but Ottawa very substantially. We've seen a 50% increase in the urban boundary in the last 20 years, and that's costly. This is all land that it's costing us more than we're getting back in tax revenue. And other cities, they haven't done it to this problematic of a scale. So we do have a funding issue, and it's coming from the way we develop and the way we plan. And I mean, there's also, there's a political issue too. I don't think these cities I identified are more flushed with cash than we are, but they simply understand that, okay, well, if we make this small investment, we will see dividends a few years from now. And they did. So it's long-term thinking in the big picture and the small picture, I think.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, I just want to thank you for your ongoing and your very effective advocacy. And I appreciate you raised the issue of creating the creation of dedicated bus lanes in Ottawa. And I appreciate that you reference the significant investment in bus lanes in Vancouver, where what they are finding is that these investments will pay off manyfold over, both in terms of economic development through increased productivity and any other number of ways. And I just want to reassure you that there have been conversations I know that my office has been having with OC Transpo on the issue of increasing bus lanes. And they have reassured me that whereas creating bus lanes, actual lanes, to ripping up pavement and putting up new lanes, while that's a very costly endeavor, we all know that OC Transpo is certainly interested and willing to pursue bus lanes simply by paint and signage. And through these kinds of improvements, whether it be on baseline or carling, we can have a very cost-effective way of building that increased ridership that will then lead towards a more significant investment in the future. So thank you for advocating for that. And I'm certainly going to continue pushing for it.
I'm happy to.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And thank you, Nick, for joining us today. Seeing no more questions. Our next speaker is Sarah Donnelly. I'll just give us our next three. Sarah Donnelly, Robert McBride, and Jacob Franklin. And I think Sarah Donnelly is online. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. I will start off by apologizing for my tone throughout the rest of my delegation, but I need you to understand how saddened, disappointed, and concerned I am at this proposed budget. I will start off by saying that I wish I wasn't here. I wish I didn't have to be here. It's a busy time of the year for me as a university student, and I would rather that I wasn't spending a good chunk of my day waiting to delegate for this transit budget for 2025. I'm sure that out of the 38 delegates, I'm not the only one here who has better things to be doing, but I am here. I'm here because I think this is important regardless of whether I believe me being here will have any effect on the outcome, because frankly, I don't. But I am here and I hope I'm wrong. I understand that we need to find the money from someplace to fund our public transit system. I understand that. I agree that the province should step up and provide more for our city to the same degree that it does others. And we need money to run the service, but making transit riders pay for the service they have no choice but to rely on, reducing service to save money instead of, say, increasing property taxes to fund this, exploring some other options that have been proposed here today, or taking money from road widening, which we know will only put more cars on the road, will push people away from this service. You're pushing people away from this service. And as often as you talk about trying to bring people back to public transit after the pandemic, reduction in service and the proposed 5% increase for fares will never bring people back to your service like you want it to. This budget seeks to raise the transit fare by 5%, which will make it one of the highest in the country for what decreasing reliability and service. The seniors' proposed increase, combined with the cancellation of the free fares program for 11 to 12-year-olds, and the discounted rate for teens, is directly targeting with those with lower incomes, some of whom have no choice but to be relying on their parents or their pensions, who may already be struggling. Overall, the increase in fares across the board is punishing those who are already struggling economically or have no other option. And with the proposed fare increase and the reduction of service that has already been affecting people, this is going to continue to push people away from public transit if they have no other option, whether it is your goal or not. Does it really matter if you're striving to increase reliability if you can't get people back on the bus? I will not talk about the matter of the proposed increases to the university U passes because I know there are representatives from my student union and the Carleton student union here. But I will mention at this point, I am not taking the bus as much as I was to get to class because it is unreliable for me to get to class on time. Even last year, I could leave my house half an hour before class and get there on time while taking public transit. But now I get to Parliament or Rideau and 15 minutes before my class during the middle of the day during the week, and I have to wait 10 minutes for the train, sometimes more, and I end up being late for class. So I don't rely on it anymore. I don't take it. You've pushed me away from the transit system, whether you wanted to or not. I sit in class and 10 minutes after class has started, there's a swarm of students who walk in at the same time because they all just got off the train because of reduced service. I'm disappointed in this council. I'm disappointed in the proposed budget. I am sad and angry and confused as to how this continued punishment of our citizens keeps going year after year. I'm losing faith in this public service that I so much appreciate. I love public transit, but I am losing faith in this public service that is supposed to serve the people. And yet we continue to be punished for having to rely on it. We are punished for not having any other option, and we are punished for being low income, and we are punished for having no other option. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions for the delegation? I don't think so. Okay, thanks for your presentation, Sarah, and we will move on to Robert McBride. I think Robert's here in the room, yes. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Transit Commission chairs, bonjour. Thank you very much for having me. This is an opportunity for me to speak concerning the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets. So, as already said, my name is Robert McBride, and my wife and I are newcomers to Ottawa. I'm a former CEGEP instructor and CBC radio writer broadcaster, and currently a creative writer and a translator. Over the years, my wife and I have been founding and active members of several environmental and human rights organizations, and we joined the Free Transit Ottawa group last week after learning about the proposed egregiously iniquitous fare hikes targeting seniors like ourselves in particular. So my wife and I are both seething seniors. We're seething and smoldering. As described in the Ottawa Citizen article headlined, Ottawa Seniors Seething About Massive Hike in OC Transpo Pass Price, penned by Ken Warren and published on November 14th. We're disabled, carless, seething seniors. Although tickled by the alliteration in the Ottawa Citizen headline, which may yet become the moniker for a movement, we're flummoxed by the proposed 120% increase to our monthly bus pass, more than doubling to $108, as you know, from the current $49. Seniors are indeed seething as we've been singled out to bear the brunt of a misguided attempt to write a mismanaged public transit system facing a $120 million shortfall, whose fare revenue falls about $1 million a month below budget. Commissioners, is it really the goal of this commission to encourage transit ridership and get cars off the road? If so, how can you expect to achieve this lofty objective when the proposed measures are sure to ground some of our most vulnerable citizens while inducing the more fortunate to abandon mass transit for their private cars? Anyone who works with disabled or impoverished seniors will tell you that these are the folks who will pay a heavy toll for the Commission's retrograde choice. And it's clear that if the proposed measures are implemented, users are going to abandon the system in droves. I mean, I'm repeating a lot of the stuff that people have said already. Empty buses and trains will not pay for our citizens or for our city's transit deficit. Many seniors have suggested that the rising cost of a monthly pass could result in changing their lifestyles. This is a quote from Ken Warren from the Citizen. Instead of purchasing a monthly pass, they could reduce their trips for shopping, volunteering, and other social activities while opting to pay for individual trips instead. This is going to happen to my wife and me, my wife who's smoldering in the peanut gallery. Since my wife and I rely on Octopus Transpo to navigate our fair city, we trust that the system will be improved by 120%. If we're going to pay 120% more or 60% more, we expect improvement. We've been fortunate enough to live, I'm 72 years old, almost 73. We've been fortunate enough to live in all sorts of cities all over the world. And we've never experienced a public transit system as expensive, as unreliable as the OC transit system. I'm sorry to have to say this. The system is simply appalling. It's appalling. According to our careful calculations, like we were watching these statistics, it was Orwellian. It's not our experience at all. Am I supposed to believe the statistics or my lying eyes? According to our careful calculations, and we have done these calculations, about 80% of Ottawa buses fail to respect their schedules. They're either late or simply do not show up. So in 2025, can we count on this sad record improving to say 50% reliability? We sit out in the cold. My wife has a disability. She has she suffers from trigeminal neuralgia. In the wind, we wait for hours. We wait for 45 minutes, an hour for the bus. Now, Madame was referring to the 11 bus. It's the 11 bus. It's appalling. We also expect Mayor Sutcliffe and General Manager Amilcar to do their part by accepting a massive cut to their salaries commensurate with what is being asked of Ottawa's seething seniors. The mayor earns an annual salary of nearly $200,000. General Manager Amilcar rakes in nearly $340,000 a year, including salary and benefits.
Robert,
we
could
ask
you
ourselves, am I done?
quickly wrap up? You're at
Yeah, sure. All right. So we seething seniors find their comments vexing and perplexing concerning how we should understand and realize that these were not taken lightly, these decisions. And we look forward to their concrete contributions to the public transit purse. 120,000 salary cuts, anyone? How about a concerted effort to vastly improve services or a rescinding of the proposed increases? Back to the drawing board, perhaps. Thank you for your patience. Sorry to have gone over time, and thank you for hearing me out.
Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Robert. I think Councillor Devine's motion contains the math on what it would cost to take all of these increases on youth and seniors. If I'm not mistaken, it's around $38 per year on the average homeowner's tax bill if we were to transfer it over to the property levy. If we were to do that, as Councillor Devine's motion suggests, and which I would probably support, I think we're going to hear that those seniors who don't use transit are going to be equally flummoxed by the egregious iniquity of it. How do I reconcile that?
Well, I leave this to the expertise of the commission, but I would say that citing Nick Grover and others, that we have examples from other cities where other routes have been taken, and nickel and diming users is not the way to go. The transit system is dying by 1,000 cuts. And I think if we focus only on these narrow issues and not on an overall picture, which was also expressed by Madam Donnelly, who spoke previously, then we're not going to get anywhere. A whole revising of the transit system, it would seem to me, needs to be taken. And I think it also would be very important to look at models from other cities. Again, it's already been said. And look, we lived in Montreal, we lived in Quebec City, we lived recently in Dijon, France. We also have traveled in Asia and seen extensively and seen public transit systems who operate much differently from OC Transpo and
forgive me, Robert, I'll just come back to the question that I posed. If we are going to hear objections, if we increase the levy to take into account some of these increases to particularly like youth and student and seniors fares. And you've heard the small number of seniors, I think Alex said 4% who actually, use transit. So those users who don't, or those residents who don't use transit, are not necessarily going to be thrilled if we impose an additional, $38 a year on their property tax. How would you answer them?
Well, $38 is not very much, sir. And I think also it would be incumbent upon the commission to use its powers of persuasion, of advertising, of explaining as well that everyone benefits when people take public transit, including non-users, because it reduces the congestion on routes and so on. And there are many more arguments besides. I refer you to FTO's information, their site, where people explicate many, many ways that savings can be made, and people could be persuaded $38 isn't very much compared to what seniors who are on fixed income are going to be asked to pay, even with a 60% increase, let alone 120%.
I think you're right that the answer that we give back has to be that everyone benefits when transit is.
Yes, and that's super important. And if you don't put out that information, people don't understand that.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your delegation today. I think you've done a great job of articulating your experience and concerns, which I've heard from many seniors in my community as well. And I'm happy to amend the name of my motion to Seething Seniors Seeking Fairness, if that works.
We're seething.
Just
or smoldering.
Reiterate the question I had asked one of our previous delegations. None of the options on the table are ideal. And I think that, if there is a motion, as Councillor Leeper had mentioned earlier, to transfer all of the fare increases to the levy, it's likely something I would support as well. Right now, the three options on the table are $108 a month, $78 a month, and $58.25 a month. If you had to pick one of those today, which would it be?
Well, it would be obviously the 58.25, but
you so much. Leave it there. Thank you.
That'll make us smolder less and seethe less.
Okay, and
but it's still, the fact that you're only giving me those options is not completely fair either.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and I appreciate hearing your experience with the number 11. It's
a nightmare. It's a horrible nightmare.
Yeah. Is this something that has declined recently with the construction, or is this been continuous?
So we've only been here 6-7 months, and we didn't expect any of this. We moved to a city thinking it was going to be green and, these things would work. And we live in Hindenburg, so the 11 bus is one of our options. We never take it anymore because you sit there and you freeze. And as I said, my wife has a disability that is exacerbated by the wind. So, it hasn't improved. What'll happen is you'll wait for 40 minutes. Then what'll happen is 2 buses will go by and one will say out of service, or 2 buses will go by, and it's sporadic, it's arbitrary, and it's extremely disappointing because we're public transit enthusiasts. Like the last speaker, we're carless. We're carless by choice. Now we're carless because we're carless by choice. Let's put it that way. We always have been, and we support public transit. And it's just a tragedy to see this city have such a declining public transit system.
I appreciate your delegation and letting us know your experience. And this is
it's mostly that. That's what I wanted to do. It's experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for being here today. Our next speaker is Jacob Franklin, and after Jacob, we'll have Greg Richardson, and then Renaud Marchand et Trevor Cousineau. Jacob is next. I think Jacob may not be online and is not in the room, so we'll move to our next speaker, Greg Richardson, who I think I saw in the room earlier. Yes. Morning, Greg.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Transit Commission. I represent the Canada Seniors Council. It's a not-for-profit organization representing seniors in the Canada area that has been helping seniors since 1996. Our purpose in being here today is to register our dismay and strong opposition to the proposed monumental and unreasonable increases in senior fares. For example, on a monthly pass, the possible increases talked about range from $30 a month additional up to $59 a month for a senior. Where exactly do the policymakers involved think that money can come from when seniors are on a tightly controlled pension? They already live hand to mouth. Other segments of the public affected by fare increases might have some possibility of additional income. Seniors do not. There is also some talk of doing away with the free travel on Wednesdays and Sundays. Part of the justification was Ottawa was already had the lowest fares in Canada for seniors. I guess the analyst missed out on the fact that the City of Montreal provides free travel on the island by any mode every single day. Not to mention Orangeville, Mississauga, Oakville, and Burlington, all who provide free plans for their seniors as well. If these proposed increases are confirmed and seniors are unable to pay, there will probably be missed medical appointments, fewer grocery trips, meaning less fresh food, fewer social interactions, and certainly less exercise. But that's all right. Problem solved. Because for those seniors who are pushed across a qualifying line by these proposed increases, they can apply for a subsidy from the same entity that created the problem. After swallowing their pride, they can apply for a subsidy online if they have a computer and if they can navigate the process. If not, take a bus to the nearby city office to apply in person. Another administrative burden for seniors to carry. These consequences will negatively impact the well-being and mental health of our senior population who depend on the transit system as an essential service. In addition, it will also add a greater burden to the social services the city will have to provide. Let's not open that door. Let's instead continue to strenuously lobby the provincial and federal governments to contribute reasonably to our transit infrastructure. In closing, short and simple, please use the transit levy to cover the required funding, not fares. But if, and only if, you must raise fares, limit the increase to 4.4%. Why do I say that? Because that's the increase in the Canada Pension Plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for being here. It's nice to hear from seniors group in Canada. And I wanted to key in on one point that you made, and that was that how many people will choose not to take those trips or buy that bus pass any longer because of the significant outrageous raise in seniors' fares. I have seen very little data on that. I don't know if any transit commissioner has. I don't think so. How many people, and I'm getting emails saying, I'm not going to take it anymore because you're raising it by 120% or even 60%. I'm not taking it. I'm not buying that pass. So I wonder, to your point, how many seniors will no longer choose to even buy a pass? Have those calculations been done by city staff? And sometimes what we get back, and I'll ask you the question, sometimes what we get back is, well, enough of them will still buy it at a higher rate that our revenue will be higher even though we're losing some ridership. We get that all the time. The revenue is still higher, but we'll sacrifice losing some ridership as a result of the changes. Is that a good way, in your view, to operate?
No.
And what's the effect for seniors on a fixed income that are above that very low income amount? For that Equipass, it's $24,000 right now for a single senior. Couples is, I think, 32, somewhere around there. So I think most seniors using this, and I'll hear you anecdotally, are probably above that very, very, very low amount. Would you say you'd agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your delegation. I want to thank you for pointing out the challenges with the Equipass application process, and that introduces a new barrier for seniors. You have to show proof of income, and it's an annual process. So that's another challenge, which is why I don't think it's fair to push our seniors to an Equipass. But the most important point that I wanted to say today is that transit is not a social service. It is an essential service, and we need to fund it as such, and we shouldn't be pushing people who can't afford it to go to a community pass or to an Equipass funded by social services. It should be funded by transit. It is an essential service. Thank you for raising those points.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Troster. Thank you.
Special guest star. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to ask you a question because when we get into this discussion of fares versus levy, and I'll be straight up, I'm often the one arguing for higher taxes or a higher levy. And there's a lot of pushback on council. We have some strong disagreements, but I'm often told that the folks who would suffer the most from if we raised the levy citywide to cover the entire deficit would be seniors who own their homes, who are on a fixed income, who couldn't afford a tax increase. So what I'm interested in hearing from you is what would be your preference? Because it's always been my contention that higher user fees are ultimately more harmful than slightly higher taxes. You are a Canada senior who's coming here to say, put it all on the levy. I'm wondering if you could contextualize that for us. Why do you think that is a more fair option than a combination of raising fares and raising the levy?
Again, it boils down to the impact. $38 in a year as opposed to $360 in a year for a senior.
So what would you say to seniors who are homeowners who say, I don't take transit and I don't want to see my property taxes go up significantly more with a higher levy?
That's always the refrain whenever the taxes go up and no matter what the service is. But the service has to be funded, and the best way to fund an essential service is by levy across all segments.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just state for the record, my strong preference. I would like to see this covered entirely by the levy. I don't think that there is consensus around the table to do that. And I also applaud Councillor Bradley for trying to bring forward what I think is a more reasonable proposal in between. But thank you, and thank you to all the seniors who have come here today.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Devine.
Just a quick question. So I understand we're having that debate between whether to foist this cost on transit riders or onto property taxpayers. But I'm going to assume that there are seniors who are transit riders who are also property taxpayers. And to a certain degree, those seniors are going to be paying already an increased transit fee, as well as an increased fee from their fares. And would you agree that if you were among that small cohort of seniors who are owners, but are still living on fixed incomes, that they would probably rather pay one increase, i.e. through a transit levy, than pay the levy as well as the increased fare?
Absolutely.
So do I. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me check if we have any other questions. We do not. Thank you, Greg, for joining us today. Our next speakers, two people speaking together, Reynald Marchand and Treva Cousineau from the Council on Aging. Not sure if they're in the room or online.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, there's Reynald. Bonjour.
Oui, bonjour. J'aimerais remercier les membres du comité permanent.
First of all, thank you for all the committee members. We would like to discuss this essential question.
for this opportunity to speak before you and on this critical issue. Again, my name is Renald Marchand. I'm the co-chair of the Ottawa Senior Transportation Committee at the Council of Aging, and presenting on behalf of Treva Cusino, which can't be here today, although she was originally going to be, which is the president of the Council on Aging, and Bonnie Schroeder, which is the director of Age Friendly Ottawa at the Council on Aging. The Ottawa Senior Transportation Committee is a volunteer-led committee whose key goal is improving transportation options, including active transportation for older adults and persons with disabilities in urban, suburban, and rural Ottawa. Our priorities include advocating for change, going direction for improvement, and addressing opportunities to address gaps in affordable and accessible OC and para-transport services that supports older adults and persons with disabilities. Supporting community groups in auditing neighborhood walkability and pedestrian safety. Critical to achieving our goals and priorities is fostering liaison and a mutual beneficial relationship with city staff and councillors so that we can function as advisor, share information, and advocate. We have successfully worked in a two-way street fashion with city staff. In fact, our committees and subcommittees, which meet regularly, include an advisor from OC Transpo and representative from several city branches. We have a solid connection with older adults in the community. Our committees include representatives from several community health and resource centers who work directly with older adults to help them with urban, suburban, and rural transportation options. We understand the budgetary challenges faced by the city, but we're shocked to hear about the proposed extreme increase in senior transit fares and elimination of the 2 free days for seniors through the media. We do not believe this aligns with the equity and inclusion lens integral to the city's older adult plan, transportation master plan, and OC Transpo's 5 years roadmap. Our reaction was to launch our own survey to collect data options and information on senior transit users and create our call to action for the city. Time was tight. Our survey ran from November 14 to the 21st. We have over 700 respondents, and the majority strongly disagree with the proposed changes. The top 4 impacts cited by the respondents were strain on my budget, reduced number of outing for social purposes, reduced number of outing for errands such as grocery, drugstore, shopping, reduced number of outing for physical activities. We are glad to hear that the mayor has reconsidered the proposed significant and disproportionate increase in seniors' transit fare, but we respectfully submit our call to action and objects to reduction of service for seniors and increased senior transit and transport fares. Our call to action. The city must recognize the value of older adults in our community and their unique needs for affordable and accessible transportation option. Recognize that many older adults in our community struggles with radically increased high living costs on low and modest income. Recognize the harsh impact of significant higher senior fare pass, removal of the 2 no-charge days per week for seniors, and increased para-transport fares. Freeze current fares for seniors. No increase to senior monthly passes and single ride passes. Maintain the 2 no-charge days per week for seniors and freeze current para-transport fares. In closing, working together, we can do better at creating an equal, inclusive, and diverse city that is age-friendly, recognizes and responds to the needs of those vulnerable, is accessible, and is safe focusing. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. On a quelques questions. Councillor
Thank you very much. We do have some questions. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Renaud, for delegating on behalf of Council on Aging. I recognize the great work they're doing on behalf of older adults across the city. That's quite the survey that you undertook to have 700 respondents. There are different proposals and none of them are perfect. But you'll probably hear from Jessica Radley. I'll let her ask that question. But one of the aspects that I noticed in the Equipass is that it's a lower rate for single fares. And I also noticed that the numbers of older adults who use single fares is much higher than the pass. And I just wanted to get your feedback on that because currently the older adult single fare is $2.90. And I'm not counting the free days, of course. And there is a proposal to keep Wednesday. But it versus $1.75 with the Equipass, which I recognize means that you have to apply and you have to be low-income senior in one version of the one motion. In another, it would be for all. So I just wanted your feedback on the single fares.
Well, thank you for the questions. Certainly, when it comes to seniors, I'm one of them. I do use the OC Transpo. I think that there's two prongs. We want a service that works and is reliable. There's no question about that. But I think that our group and the seniors were taken back by the percentage of increase versus others. So I think that they want OC Transport, they want the city to be fair to them and not increase them disproportionately to what they're doing with the adult fares in regular. But it is important to remember that there is two things. If the service is too expensive, they won't use it. If the service is bad, they won't use it, no matter how cheap it is. It could be free. If it's no good, I'm not taking it. So I think it's important to strike that balance, which is very, very difficult out there to do. But I think that for now, seniors in our communities were taken back by the sudden increase all of a sudden. I think we're going from 0 to 100 too quickly, and that we need a progression that is more feasible and equitable for all concerned.
Thank you. And the one option is an 18% increase if it's with the equivalent to the Equipass. But in your survey, and I apologize, I didn't see the questions in your survey, but did you ask seniors, would you prefer to have frozen or very small increase in the passes versus their property tax, i.e. the transit levy?
Thank you again. I understand that there's only one taxpayer. They're going to play one way or another. And it's not just those seniors that owns home, but I mean, if a landlord gets an increase, they're going to pass it on. So seniors that are renting will see the increase just the same way as if they own their home. We didn't ask that question quite directly. We asked how it was going to impact them. And we're particularly concerned that seniors and many retirees are the ones doing the volunteering around the city. And if they decide, well, it's just costing me too much to volunteer, which I'm not getting paid for, so maybe I won't do that anymore. And that's a big concern for any nonprofit groups such as ours and others. If seniors can decide, well, it's just going to be too much. So I think that's a big concern. Isolation is a big concern. An even bigger concern is the cost to the rural seniors to come into town or to just move from one village to another. They pay much more than the people in the city, and that's definitely a big concern to them.
I appreciate all the work and for taking that on and to give us those results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't ask the same question to every delegate, but what I heard in your presentation is that the original proposal of 120% was a disproportionate fare increase for seniors. And the motion that the working group put forward is intended to be seen as a compromise. Would you still consider a 60% increase disproportionate?
I believe that our group does, yes. It's still going up really fast. And I think that seniors, their fixed revenue isn't going up that fast. I'm sure they'd like to, but it's not going to. So I think that, we need to look at what are the increases elsewhere. And even the levy is 8%, 120%, even 60%. It's just too much, too fast.
Thank you. And I would agree. I would categorize 120% as preposterous, 60% as outrageous, and we still haven't got it quite right yet. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Ronald. I really enjoyed speaking with you on the radio on CBC all in the day. That was a good conversation. It was very well balanced, and I appreciate all the work the Council on Aging does. And we have to keep these conversations going. I think it's very critical. Also, during that show, I think we both acknowledged the Wednesdays, it wasn't even game on. We had to ensure that Wednesdays returned. And of course, we knew that it might be a challenge for the Sunday. But from at least a Wednesday point of view, you expressed on behalf of the COA that this is a mandatory. Are you satisfied with that component being added? Now, I'll follow up on the other stuff in a second, too, because I know you have concerns about the rest of the proposal.
Certainly, if we ask seniors, they'll say that the Wednesday where they can plan their doctor's office or treatments is more valuable because businesses are.
Yeah, and they already plan their appointments. And if we would have changed it, we all know how hard it is to get a doctor's appointment now. That would have really messed up schedules. It's hard to even get a doctor these days. So I'm very happy that's in there. Obviously, we'd love to say, hey, do you want it to be zero increase? But I think we're all grounded in reality. There's going to be a bit of a change. I do want to thank the Council on Aging too for promoting and getting that information out. It's something that I've even talked to a couple of councillors that didn't know about the provincial seniors tax credit. I think that's something that we really have to push out there as additional savings for seniors in the community. I'll certainly be putting that out in my newsletter because that actually helps reduce that $78.50 down to $66.75 if you look at it year over year. $66.75. What's your thoughts on that number? And I'm just asking because that's kind of where it is if you do all the puts and takes.
Certainly that helps. It's helpful.
Yeah.
It's helpful.
Yeah, I'd prefer it to be nothing to myself, let's face it. But I just wanted to make it clear that the seniors are my priority today. And the working group, when we first faced this, we were all kind of shocked by it. And we put a lot of work and a lot of hours into this, but I just want to thank the Council on Aging for their very proactive, wanting to work with us. And we'll certainly should be in more communication with you guys well in advance of these discussions. And you have my commitment on that. So thank you very much for that.
Well, thank you very much.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, and great to hear from the Council on Aging. Appreciate all you do. I just wanted to ask about the elimination of Sunday free transit service. This was a promise that was brought in after 2018 and has been in place now for 6 years. I'm wondering, did you ask seniors the question about how a lack of Sunday service now would affect them and how it would change their day-to-day lives? We haven't heard a ton about that compared to the past, but it certainly has been on the minds of a lot of people. So I'm just wondering, can you go into some more detail about the Sunday service being potentially eliminated?
What we hear from the Sunday service is more isolation, where they can either get to visit friends and relatives and participate in cities and in the community recreational activity or learning activity, and the reduction from being visited in some cases. So I think that's where their social life more lies in terms of isolation, in terms of getting out there. We know that isolation leads to more mental issues among seniors. So that's definitely important. Yet I think that it was clear that the Wednesday, so they can attend their doctor's appointments and those various things, was more important. It's not something they can skip over, even though they might not understand that the mental side of things is just as important as the physical side at their age.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Renal, for your presentation and for answering all the questions and for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Lorty, who is joining us online. Hi, Matt.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm finding a cold, so please bear with me. Okay, so here goes. So good afternoon. My name is Matthew Lorty, and I'm a resident of Manor Park, located east of downtown Ottawa. I'm here today because I want to provide some suggestions on what council could do going forward to improve transportation options and outcomes for people of Ottawa. Charles Maroon, the founder of a movement called Strong Towns, advises that we should stop viewing congestion as the enemy and instead consider increases in traffic congestion as increased demand for local alternatives. Instead of fighting congestion, we need to embrace it. We need to recognize it for what it is, pent-up demand, and use it to create wealth and prosperity within our cities. Here are some proposals to accomplish this in Ottawa. Number one, reverse the recent 5% general bus fare increase and the 60% increase in senior riders. The current costs are already hard to swallow for a lot of people, and these increases will only cause more potential riders to consider taking the bus and train as a last resort. Number two, freeze fare increases for a foreseeable future. Relying more and more on user fees to fund public transit just places more of a burden on low to middle income people that cannot drive or afford a vehicle. Number three, increase the vacant unit tax. Number four, implement congestion pricing like the city of New York is in the process of doing to fund its public transit system. Other examples of cities that have already been using congestion pricing for years are Singapore, Stockholm, Milan, and London, all to great success despite strong initial opposition. For those unaware, it's a small fee that drivers would need to pay to access certain areas of the city during certain times, like during rush hour, for example, in an effort to offset the social cost of driving. Number five, cancel road widening projects. While widening roads might improve congestion temporarily, studies have well established that when roads are widened, people take notice and will themselves drive on those roads, resulting in our roads just inevitably getting clogged again. This is also known as induced congestion. Roads should only be widened if they are to only accommodate alternative modes of transportation, like bike lanes or priority lanes for buses on major roads. Number six, ensure that property taxes increases always match inflation going forward, and go further by implementing a progressive property tax, which raises the tax rate on higher value homes, similar to how our income taxes already work. Number seven, scrap parking minimums, which are requirements that dictate the number of off-street parking spaces that new developments must provide. However, for the private parking lots that already exist all over our city, we can implement a commercial parking levy to get more use out of those spaces. I participated in an environmental study hosted by the city last week to look at making the St. Laurent/Coventry region more pleasant for walking and cycling. And I asked the question then, why St. Laurent Station is not offering a park and ride. The answer was that it was private property. I just find it a shame that this parking lot, like so many others, has its benefits privatized, but the opportunity costs for this taken space are socialized. Number eight, reduce the police budget and instead allocate more funding to community services, which address the root causes of social issues instead of merely reacting to them. And finally, number nine, cancel the renovation of Lansdowne Stadium, which will cost taxpayers $500 million, which could be spent on more urgent items like public transit, which can immediately improve the daily lives of Ottawa citizens. To close, whether or not an Ottawa citizen chooses to use transit, the average household is already paying 1,000 tax dollars a year just to have it around. Instead of collectively feeling burned by public transit, like a white elephant, like Neil mentioned, we can start to embrace it by exploring other ways to better fund it, so that we can then make it a public asset that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Any questions for the delegation? I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us, Matt, and for your comments today. Our next speaker is Lisa McLeod, joining us online. Hi, Lisa. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. Can you hear me? Great.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So my name is Lisa McLeod, and I'm a transit rider. And as one of the city's 340,000 or so transit users, it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to see these proposed fare hikes and the recent cuts to bus and train service as anything but an attack on poor and working people in our city. Raising adult bus fare to $4 might not sound like much if taking the bus is something that you just don't think would ever be a problem for you, which makes it all too clear that councillors who plan to support these transit cuts aren't transit users. Because it seems like maybe you don't understand that these fare hikes and service cuts will impact people's lives every single day. The bus and train service reductions, increased fares, the hike in the student pass and seniors bus pass cost, and forcing 11 and 12-year-old children to pay to take the bus. Let me tell you what that will feel like for transit users. It feels like giving up on precious time with your spouse and family every day because you have to leave the house half an hour or more earlier in case the bus you need to take to work doesn't show up. It feels like worrying about your loved ones who are waiting at the bus stop alone after dark because the bus only comes every 30 minutes or more instead of every 15 minutes. It feels like the cost of having to take the whole day off of work whenever you have a doctor appointment because the bus and train schedule isn't reliable enough to be sure you'll arrive back at work on time. It feels like you will never have time to get all of your errands done because the bus routes change and now you have to take 2 or 3 buses to reach your local services, or because you can no longer afford the cost of paying twice, once at the beginning and again when you go to return home. It feels like giving up on time spent visiting friends and people you love because you can't quite afford the bus fare to go meet them. It's the heavy feeling of knowing that elders will be forced into the hardship of giving up on social and cultural activities, forced to recede from the public space and becoming more isolated and lonely. It's the fear you feel for young people, wondering if they will be harassed or kicked off the bus for not having full fare, instead of always being assured of a safe way to get home, no matter what. I'm a working age adult and I'm lucky, one of the lucky ones. I can generally pay the cost of a monthly pass, but I can't afford to move just to live walking distance from work, and I don't drive. So giving up on public transit is not an option for me, which is why I'm so mad that this mayor and city council feel like they're giving up on public transit. People in Ottawa deserve better than what this budget is proposing for public transit. In the midst of this affordability crisis, I urge you to make the better decision. Reject these fare hikes and meet what the moment demands. Give working people and their families and loved ones the transit service, frequency, affordability, and mobility that they deserve, and that will enhance life in our city for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm not seeing any questions from the committee, so thank you for joining us today and for your comments. Our next speaker is Lauren Seward-Monday, followed by Cassie Smith and Sam Hirsch. And Lauren's here in the room today. Welcome.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
We can.
My name is Lauren. I'm a mother, member of Acorn and Horizon Ottawa. And I'm here specifically because my son is in the age group, he's 12, and he would be impacted by the fare increases. Like I obviously I'm trying to want the best for my child. I'm constantly trying to get him to his extracurriculars after school and on the weekends. You know, we often have to take the much talked about number 11 to get to Chinatown to where they are. He also goes to a school that gives out the bus passes in the agreement with the city. And like from my understanding is that the school boards would have to pay for the difference and the increases in these bus fare increases. And obviously we're not getting more money from the province on that front. And I'm very much aware of lived through the Harris years and having 2 brothers with IEPs of what happens in that instance. My son has ADHD and dysgraphia. Those services will not be funded if they have to go to transit funding. And I understand that these are balances that we have to make, but these are balances that are made on the backs of children. And I do not want my son to have to go through this. I saw what my brothers went through, and I don't want him to go through it. I have also seen, I am the breadwinner in my household, and I have seen the push up to RTO. We have been working this whole time from home. And I've been seeing my coworkers constantly frustrated with the cuts in service. And I've been giving up and saying, I can't take the bus anymore. I'm just going to have to buy a car. I'm going to have to bear the cost of that because they cannot afford to take the, to wait for a bus that doesn't show and then pay for Ubers every day in order to get to work on time. The reliability of OC Transport needs to be improved to increase ridership. People are doing the work. They're going to their jobs and they cannot afford this. There is people are being rent evicted. I was a victim of rent eviction. I was here talking about that a few years ago. People have been dealing with the cost of living increases, and this is just another increase and another thing on the pile that we cannot afford. I guess, we can add to the alliteration, call me a peeved off parent, but I would argue that we should be expanding these affordable programs. I was checking the table that comes from 2022, if I was correct. And obviously we've seen unprecedented increases in that time. And I would argue that we should be projecting to what current costs are by accounting for inflation in accepting people into the programs of the Equipass and so on and so forth. And not making huge cuts to these programs and honestly make in a roundabout way putting a transit levy, because my understanding is the education funds come, you vote, you're allocating to public or private school boards, and it's a roundabout way. It's going to be a transit levy again, but in the meantime, kids are going to pay the price. So anyway, that's what I have to say.
Okay, thanks very much. A couple questions for you. First from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you came out because a lot of the focus on the budget has been around seniors and I think the UPass. This is a critical element that hasn't been talked about as much. And if it was existing on its own as a change, it would be just a huge issue, but it's been buried by other larger issues. Because what's happening is, I think you correctly pointed out, 11 and 12 that are free would now move to a $2 fare, and the 13 to 18 was just eliminated from the budget. 13 to 19, but I think it's under 19 was eliminated from the budget, as I understand it, and I'll come to staff, but it was a $2 fare at that time, and now they would have to pay a full adult fare, if I'm correct. So kind of a hidden issue, but a really important one. And I'm raising it because I think your point about having a 12-year-old resonates with a lot of former school board trustees around the table. There's at least a couple, one that's not here right now, but was a former trustee as well. And Councillor Kavanaugh and myself are former trustees. This is so important to understand because your 12-year-old is within the catchment that would qualify for a bus pass through, I suppose, OSTA, or is it another school?
Yeah, it's OSTA. Yeah,
it's OSTA. So a question that I'll have for staff is, are those people that are currently qualifying, must the province fund them, or could OSTA make changes to boundary requirements or other changes that would then see them not automatically get a pass as they do now based on the increase we're putting in? I'm going to have that question for staff when you're done. But I guess further to the point is, people that are within that catchment area, Chair, they don't get a bus pass automatically by OSTA or other transportation authorities, and may require a bus pass for after school, extracurriculars, a job, whatever it might be. Are they just out in the lurch? There's no provincial funding for them. So I get, staff's approach on this for provincial funding, to me makes sense as long as the province is going to fund it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a guarantee there I want to hear, but the people that do not have a provincial guarantee, that are within those catchment areas, the walkability, the number of kilometers, depending on how old you are, they're just absorbing this huge increase without any hope of the province funding it.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked about it. So I guess, how does, I see the budget as being balanced transit-wise on the backs of seniors and youth, targeting seniors and youth. How does it make you feel when you see these types of fares come up that are targeting the 11 and 12-year-olds? Councillor Brockton brought those motions for us previously at council, and they were a small amount of money.
Yeah.
Actually, at that time, they were not huge amounts, very small to make it free for 11 and 12. It's the 13 to 18 that I think is really the big ticket item here. So I guess your views on that, all that.
Yeah, well, I guess eventually he will become 13 and 18 and so on and so forth. And one thing we are looking at in terms of furthering his education is which school is he going to go to that's going to be meeting his support needs, and how is he going to get there? And that is something we're going to be thinking about in terms of like transportation costs. Are we going to continue using the Osteo program? Is there going to be yellow bus services? Are we in catchments for those yellow bus services? So on and so forth. And we like, obviously they are having retention problems as well in terms of finding drivers. So it's very likely we may be relying on the OC Transpo.
Yeah, they're already really under the gun right now, under a microscope by the province as well, and have been underserving many communities, as we know, through that board already. So that's another piece of my concern too. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Trosser.
It's too popular a meeting. There's not room for all of us. Hi, thank you so much for being here. So I'm Councillor Trosser from Somerset Ward, and I also have a 12-year-old. So I just want to say I'm very sympathetic to the challenges you speak of. Does your child travel on his own?
Yes, he started traveling on his own this year when he got the bus pass. It was a little bit of a learning curve in September, but we got there. He's a little anxious, I'll give him that. Yeah. Yeah.
So should your child, who you mentioned has some exceptionalities, now have to carry something that's worth money or potentially cash, do you have any concerns about his ability to hold on to that pass or be able to hold on to money?
I'm a little bit worried about security wise. Would it be taken from him? Would he be held responsible for that? Would I have to make up the difference until the end? Because my understanding is if he loses it, I would have to make up the difference till the end of the month to get him to school. And get him a pass or something like that is how the rules are currently, so if the value of said pass goes up, then is the security risk to my child also go up?
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight that point because I think 12, 13, 14, those are the ages when children are starting to develop their independence as teens. And the more you make that difficult for them, whether it's having to carry money, potentially losing something that's worth money, you restrict their independence. And their interest in using transit in the future. So the city of Kingston made transit free for high school students, and it's had an enormous impact on ridership because it created a lifelong habit of transit use by allowing kids to navigate the city. So in addition, so should you have to, should the fare be raised to $2 instead of free, what would that be the impact?
It's like, I'm definitely not buying a car anytime soon.
Yeah.
Like one thing I did do is like I kind of bit the bullet, and because of the unreliability of on-street transport recently, I had to buy an e-bike in order to be able to get to some things on time. And it's it's just like I'm not making that much more money. Like, like my contract has been set, for the next couple years. We'll see what happens, and there's no more, you can't squeeze any more money out of me. It's probably going to come out of like, maybe I'll have one less week of summer programs and he's going to have more of a summer slide. And cause like I try to make sure he's engaged and has something to do, cause of, what he has to deal with. It's like, I'm not, like at the end of the day, I have to make sure this works and I want the best for him. But if these costs are constantly handed down to parents, like if the school is unable to do the therapies, like I've seen what some of my parents said, they had to pay for the occupational therapy. They had to pay for the speech therapy. They had to pay for this out of pocket, and it was thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we're taking from school budgets, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I really appreciate being here, and I really appreciate you elevating this issue because I think we've been talking a lot about seniors, which is super important, but I'm also very, very concerned about cuts to discounts or free transit days for children. So thank you so much.
Councillor Plount.
Yes, hi. I'm sorry, I'm up here. I just want to say, first of all, you sound like a really kick-ass mom. Like you're really on top of it. Your son is like thriving and you're here today to advocate on his behalf. And I think that's amazing. I just wanted to tell you about one simple thing. And it sounds a bit bureaucratic, but hear me out. So we're having something called a midterm review in January. Long story short, whenever staff write reports, one of the things I want inserted in there because they have all these impacts. They have like rural impacts, climate impacts. I want there to be an impact assessment for child and youth, because I actually think what you touched upon is something we don't spend enough time at the city talking about, which is the impacts of our decision on the next generation. And you nailed it. Like you just sort of nailed all the points that why this is important. So you just sort of reminded me I need to, now all these people around the table, I have to sort of remind them to encourage us to have that little bureaucratic line put in there, because it may seem bureaucratic, but at the end of the day, it's people like your son and my son who take transit who are affected. So thank you so much for all you do. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lauren, for joining us today and sharing your perspective. I think that's it for questions. Our next speaker is Cassie Smith from Enviro Center. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Cassie Smith, and I am here on behalf of Enviro Center. At Enviro Center, our vision is that a sustainable net zero future is achieved in Ottawa and beyond. We work to support practical climate action to dramatically reduce climate emissions in our community, including in the area of transportation. Ottawa's Climate Change Master Plan identifies that almost half of Ottawa's community greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. The city has lofty targets to reduce our overall GHG impact by 43% by next year. We can't come close to hitting that goal without a clear focus on transportation. Of particular relevance to the discussion here today is that it will require significant changes to the way people get around. Transportation mode shift to reduce personal vehicle use is vital. Based on energy evolution and the city's official plan, transit needs to make up at least 20 to 30% of trips in the city by 2046. The latest Origin Destination Survey data shows we are sitting at about 8.5%. That's an enormous shift to make in a very short amount of time. So we at Enviro Center have been looking at public transportation models throughout North America. What are the practical solutions? How can Ottawans imagine a different future? Who can we listen to and learn from? And what is the forward-thinking vision to support better public transportation in our community? One idea that kept coming up is supporting the next generation of transit riders. When young people have the opportunity, the skills, and the encouragement to take transit, it embeds this transportation choice into their lifestyles. As a result, they may become more likely to use transit for years to come. Offering reduced fares for youth presents a window of opportunity to build habits and skills that will cost our city less over the long run and make it a safer, less polluted, and less congested place to live. Communities throughout BC, Calgary, Toronto, Halifax, St. John's, and more have free transit for children 0 to 12. In our neighboring community of Gatineau, children under 12 travel free, and high school students have a special pass that allows them free use over the summer and all evenings, weekends, and school breaks. Of particular note, as we've heard a few times today, is the example of Kingston, where young people up to age 14 benefit from free transit, and all high school students ride free during the school year. As a result, youth ridership increased from less than 30,000 to 600,000 trips annually by the second year of the program. Today's budget proposal to eliminate free and discounted youth fares feels like a step backward for Ottawa. These costs will build a significant barrier for families with children and young people who are currently using transit, and may in fact discourage long-term transit ridership goals. There is no question that the city feels the pressure to cut costs, but cutting costs needs to be balanced with a long-term plan to grow ridership and support a thriving, effective, and inclusive transit system. Increasing fares for young people who want to rely on transit and want to lower GHG emissions is not the path forward. We need alternatives to build ridership back. Instead of relying on a small number of riders paying high fares, we should aim to see more riders taking more trips to generate more revenue. We can and must find other solutions. Transit revenue does not have to come solely from fares and property taxes. There are other methods that cities have turned to for funding youth passes. The City of Victoria, BC, funds free transit for youth by instituting paid parking on Sundays. In Gatineau, they are able to generate funds for transit through vehicle registration fees. In Kingston, the school board and the city shared costs to provide free transit to all high school students. We are happy to share links and more information with anyone who may be interested in learning more about these examples. EnviroCenter and local residents want to see a city where people have good quality, sustainable options to get around. This means recognizing and addressing the challenges transit is facing and changing what is not working. You can start by nurturing the next generation of transit riders. We encourage you to revisit today's proposal to eliminate youth discounts and instead explore other ways to increase ridership and revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Cassie, that was a powerful presentation. Thank you. The examples you provided, and I think the keying in on our own plans would tell us to do the opposite. Our TMP that's in development, our congestion, our discussion of the official plan and more transit ridership located near transit hubs. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and more people on transit, all of those things are in our plans right now. And it seems that we will, at the very same time we have those there, we'll be losing riders, choosing to take something else because the cost is going up and up and up, and in some cases exponentially here. So I guess I also want to thank you too for the partnership that EnviroCenter has continually offered the city through multiple programs. You do fantastic work. I guess the question for me is, I've got a motion now on the table that would look at collaboration with the school boards, with the province. And as a former trustee, I know intimately the system through OSTA and others that would look at an option for a UPass for under 18. It would task staff and elected officials to go out and take a look at this, given the changes that we're seeing in our draft budget right now. Understanding there can be collaboration to fund this at a very low cost for such benefit for the city. I guess to that point, it feels like we need some wins in this city, that we're constantly getting degraded with policies that are coming forward instead of uplifting people and feeling confidence about the future of our city, where we can take this city, and backed by policies that give our public service some more room to breathe, our city and people that take transit, uplifting potential future, and those in our city that, may not take transit, but want to see some proactive approaches to where we head as the city. And it feels like we're constantly just in detraction mode. And so what would it mean, I think, to in your view, to pass a motion that would say, let's look at something that can add to our city, like a UPass for under 18, and not put this on the backs of our youth to pay these increased fees. Great to hear from you about that.
I was happy to see that motion put forward. I think it's a really good strategy to look into. In doing the research for this delegation, I was looking at what some of the other school boards across Ontario are doing, inspired by the work that has been done in Kingston. So in London, one of the municipalities in the region of Waterloo, they're investigating what it would look like to fund public transit for all high school students. I think there's a real appetite for getting more youth on transit. And I think that if Ottawa could be a leader in doing that, that would really restore some people's faith in our transit system.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Has the EnviroCenter considered approaching the federal and provincial governments about sustained funding for the operational side of public transit? I am trying to encourage as many local groups as possible to consider this type of outreach and pressure. If we don't have new sustained funding for the operational side, we're going to be back here year after year. But I don't want to presume, or has Enviro Center done anything in this regard? And if not, would you consider this as a possible future initiative?
Yes, so I can't speak to what we have done officially, although I do know that we participated in the Transit for Tomorrow workshop or event that was held by Environmental Defense. So we're supportive of that, and we've included that messaging in our public communication about transit as well, saying that we do recognize that there is a great need for more support from other levels of government.
Okay, thanks very much. Oh, Councillor Leeper.
Sorry, no, raise hand on Zoom. Cassie, thanks for a great presentation. Always a pleasure to hear from you. We have I think a too low transit using populace in Ottawa. For those of us who use it as, one of our main ways of getting around, there's a lot of exciting things happening in transit. For those of us who are taking advantage of LRT, because it's within walking distance of our home, it's getting really exciting out there. You can sort of squint and see what transit in a city should look like, where it's a first choice instead of the last choice. But what are the hurdles to getting many more people across the city excited about transit? Is it going to come with expanded infrastructure, or is it more important that we fix some of the day-to-day issues with which we are plagued?
I think that's a big question. Thank you. I've read a lot about this idea of there being windows of opportunity. So when a new piece of infrastructure comes online, like line 2 or line 4, that's a time where people reconsider the way that they get around. It may make their commute a lot shorter. It may make other destinations available. They could go to a different store than they would have before. So taking advantage of those opportunities and saying something like, we're having a 1-day free transit, take your pick. Come try it out, get on the train, see what it's really like. I think those are really interesting opportunities. I think once people try it and see that it can be a lot easier for them to get around, you can read the paper, you can scroll your phone or do whatever you want to do. You're not stuck behind the driver's seat. And it does have to come at the same time that it's not creating these other barriers. So raising costs, if you think about a couple going out for dinner, it's now $16 to go out for dinner. I'm probably going to drive, because why would I spend all of that money for the inconvenience of taking transit? So I think that both of those things need to happen in parallel to really make the change in how people see it.
Thanks, Cassie.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you for coming out today. It was great. We just did an announcement recently about some geothermal stuff collectively together, and very happy about that in my neighborhood. When it comes to introduction of transit, quote unquote, free, what's your thoughts around, and I think we're not doing a good enough job on it, and the loaded tickets when it comes to things like Blues Fest. Let's face it, that's a pretty youthful event overall. Maybe not Nostalgia Fest, but Youth Fest for sure. What's your experience with youth and your thoughts around getting people not to drive down to those events and to use light rail? And do you have the same excitement I do about Stage 2 light rail in the East End when it opens up and people can get on and not be spewing GHGs to get downtown on whether it's a bus or a car, and using light rail?
Yeah, I think that line 2 opening in the east would be very similar to, line 1 opening in the east would be similar to line 2 and line 4, where it does provide that window of opportunity. Similar events could be seen in that same way. It's a way to try things out, but I wouldn't want that to be at the cost of service every day for the people that really need it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm just saying, when it comes to major events like that in the city, what's your thoughts about, obviously there is a bit of an increased cost that gets built in by the event organizer, obviously, because they have to load the ticket, but it also saves us that congestion. Are you in favor of those kind of initiatives that we've been taking?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Cassie. Our next speaker is Sam Hirsch. Then we have Ana Clara Miranda Guimarães and Arthur Estrella da Silva from CUSA and Sally Thomas after that. Sam is with us today. Hi, Sam.
Hi, can you hear me? So hello, I'm here today to speak to this budget document and speak to a number of different issues. But the overall theme I want to address here is that this reeks of a complete lack of any meaningful consultation. There are an abundance of examples here. One quite obvious example that others have gone into great detail over now and over the past 2 weeks is the monthly seniors pass. I think it would be obvious to most people that 120% increase in fares, now potentially 60% increase or less, would not be palatable to anyone. And I think this council or the working group would have known that had they reached out to people or had there been an actual preemptive budget process. Another obvious example, which has already been discussed and was a subject of a letter from several councillors and a motion here today, is the rise in UPass fares. And I'm glad to see some representatives of student unions here today who will speak to that in greater detail. It seems like this particular issue, when it comes to the agreement, was completely avoidable. How did the mayor and his staff and the working group not at least check, if this was possible? It seems like if the mayor's office or OC Transpo simply took students, if they took students seriously enough to reach out, they could have perhaps found some sort of compromise. As the budget stands currently, however, it is a complete affront to not only student leadership, but also university administrations, some who are now threatening to end the UPass system entirely. The UPass was a huge win that has existed for a decade and a half through 2 mayors, and a disruption to this important agreement would be a huge loss to people across the city and a stain to this council and this mayor's legacy. A third blaring issue is getting rid of free youth passes, which were for 11 and 12-year-olds, which were embarrassingly only available for 1 year. I've heard from several teachers and even trustees on this issue who say that it would have a disproportionate impact on low-income youth. They say it has been a game changer for students, especially when it comes to field trips. Teachers have been able to ensure that everyone is able to attend as a result of the free pass, but the working group would have known that had they taken the time to consult with school boards, students, and teachers. Past that, as others have already mentioned, it also creates a culture of transit users from a young age, something we are missing out on and something that other cities across North America are already moving towards. These measures were supposedly put into place because we're trying to fill the hole that exists. That was created, by the way, as a result of a decade of poor policy and financial management. But how much do these cuts really bring in? $6.9 million from the base fare increase, only $5.6 million from eliminating youth passes, $2 million from reducing senior discounts and axing free days, and $3.7 million from eliminating free transit for 11 and 12-year-olds. That's $18 million total, and just $11 million from scrapping the discounts, assuming people actually keep taking transit when these discounts are taken away. There's no way they will maintain the ridership they had as a result of discounts without them. Compare this to what's being spent to widen roads for cars, $16.3 million, and to increase the police budget, $16.4 million, which comes out to $32.7 million total. And especially bad, all the ticketing of fare evaders brings in only, as per the city's projection in the budget, $1 million for the year. Yes, fare evasion continues to be an over-exaggerated issue as our council continues to find someone else to blame for revenue issues, just like our council continues to blame the federal and provincial government. And yes, we should be getting different levels of government to fund transit, but it should not be this binary issue of making transit less affordable and cutting services or getting money from other levels of government. Our council needs to take responsibility at some point. All of these so-called solutions, i.e. raising the youth pass, UPass, and seniors pass, don't get to the real issue, finding solutions to getting people to actually take transit. OC Transpo has even stopped using, as far as I can tell, ridership estimates as a benchmark, has instead switched to bus service delivery because they know they have not met the targets people are looking for them to make. Members of this transit commission, it's clear that this tit-for-tat blame game with other levels of government is not working. If it did, we'd already have the money from the province and federal government. Realistically, we have to take action at this level, and that means not putting the majority of the burden on transit riders. We already have the highest fares in North America, despite the graph from Ms. Amilcar that was shown earlier from statistics that were concocted by OC's Transpo staff, and it cannot be those on fixed income or low income who foot the bill for a situation of the city's own making. So we need that. The answer is clear. We must not put the burden, as I said, on riders, but, raise the transit levy, as folks have said, and get people to ride transit. If we can spend $500 million on Lansdowne, we can spend a bit more to fill this hole without putting the burden on users of this already fledgling system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, for your presentation. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thanks for being here today. Our next delegates are Ana Clara Miranda Guimarães and Arthur Estrella da Silva from CUSA. And you're here with us in the room. Welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, I guess. My name is Anna. I'm the Associate Vice President Research and Advocacy for the Carleton University Students Association, CUSA. Arthur couldn't be here today, so I'll be also speaking on his behalf. In my remarks today, I'd like to share the following statement signed by our association, ATU Loco 279, Horizon Ottawa, Free Transit Ottawa, the University of Ottawa Students' Union, our local City Council member Sean Menard, and our local member of Provincial Parliament Joe Harden. We, the undersigned, the student representatives, community advocates, and politicians of Ottawa, are writing to express our genuine concern regarding the City of Ottawa's decision to include a 5% increase to students' U-Pass fees each semester in the city's draft budget of 2025. We firmly believe that such an increase, cited by the City of Ottawa, is necessary to uphold the long-term stability of Ottawa's transit system, is against the interests of students and the sustainability of transit for all in the city. OC Transpo receives over $38 million from student fare revenue each year, solely from U-Pass holders. An estimated $19 million in revenue comes from the University of Ottawa, with nearly $12 million received from Carleton University students. Over 74,500 students across the city use a U-Pass annually, accounting for over 70% of Ottawa's core population. Students, as a demographic in our city, are one of the most frequent and reliable sources of revenue for OC Transpo. We maintain that appropriate communication, consultation, and a relationship of mutual trust and understanding is essential to navigating the recent challenges with Ottawa's transit system. Addressing the projected $120 million hole in the upcoming transit budget requires the cooperation and collaboration of stakeholders like students who know our transit as well as anyone. We are grateful for those in the community who feel the same. The City of Ottawa's decision to raise the U-Pass rates to 5% undercuts a mutual relationship of trust by disregarding the existing contracts between our respective post-secondary institutions and OC Transpo, the likes of which limit fare increases to this extent across the board. Should the City of Ottawa and OC Transpo have wished to work towards a different vision for this contract, this process should have begun and ended long prior to the release of the draft budget. Students feel blindsided, and rightly so. We believe that such an approach is fundamentally working in bad faith with the students of Ottawa. Many of our students live on fixed incomes, are incapable of finding affordable places to live, and bear the stress of balancing economic survival and the rigor of an academic degree. This potential increase is another nail in the coffin for a city that is supposed to support its students and is placing the burden of said increase on the backs of an economically and mentally exhausted student body. The goal of growing and maintaining ridership in the city's transit system cannot be accomplished without students. To begin to address shortfalls, more actions need to be taken to increase student ridership and not deter them. We've seen this play out already with recent cuts to service. A significant increase to U-Pass fees threatens to deter new student arrivals who are off-put by one of the highest students' transit fare rates in Canada. Students aren't the only ones feeling this pressure. Our seniors are facing a potential fare increase of up to 120%, and discounted passes for youth are to be increased or in some cases cut entirely. Transit is not working and no longer affordable for those who need it most. We strongly encourage members of the City of Ottawa's Transit Commission to oppose this potential increase in U-Pass fares outside of the scope of the pre-existing contracts with post-secondary institutions. We further encourage the City of Ottawa to firmly commit to better consultation and collaboration with student unions and students at large when decisions of this magnitude are being made. We will be calling on students at large to help us in opposing this decision and to work towards a more equitable, sustaining, and especially affordable transit system for all students in Ottawa.
Anna, thank you very much. There are several questions for you. First, we'll go to Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here and speaking with us. I'm just wondering, just so the public is aware, what is your position at CUSA?
I'm the Associate Vice President, Research and Advocacy, so I work under the Vice President, Student Issues.
Fantastic. And when did you first hear about this proposal?
I heard first about this proposal probably around a week ago. It was brought to us by Aiden, who also works in the advocacy team, so I heard it through him.
And are you aware of if the administration knew about the proposal in advance of that time, or did they find out at around the same time?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Oftentimes people will say that the UPass is a certain percentage lower than the regular adult fare, and they say it's such a great deal as a result of that. I guess, what's your response to that assertion that it's a great deal and that it's a certain percentage lower than the regular adult fare?
I find that even though it is lower than the average fare, it's still quite expensive. It's around $230 per semester, which for a student is a lot when you're trying to deal with paying for rent, paying for groceries. Even $10 to $20 makes a huge difference in our budget as a student. We also have an issue with parking at Carleton, which is another issue in itself. But lots of students who do own cars don't actually drive to school. They rely solely on public transit since they can't afford parking. So it might be more affordable to the average citizen in Ottawa, but not to students.
Yeah, and I think the principle of the UPass is that every single student pays into it, whether they're using it or not, for the full-time students in any event. Is that how it works?
You can opt out of the UPass, I believe. Most students are not aware of it. That is not really made available to us, and I believe the process is a little bit confusing, but most students decide to stay with it even if they own a car, like I mentioned, because they're simply not able to afford parking on campus, which is around $400 to $500 a semester.
Yeah, there's very stringent opt-out potential for, depending on where you live in Ottawa, and a couple other minor pieces, but hard to opt out. I guess just the last question for you is I have a motion on the table that would ensure consultation of student associations, of administrations, to come back with a report back to council in Q2 of 2025, because often administrations or students may want some changes to the UPass. There can be that good negotiation, trade-offs, that sort of thing, and then come back to say, here's the result that we came up with. Is that something that as a student representative, you would support?
Absolutely. If we could be included in making decisions of this magnitude, we would very much appreciate so.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I thank you for your presentation. You did mention a few times that the city has made a decision, and I just want to reinforce, no decisions have been made. This is a draft, so we understand that, correct? Okay. So can you let me understand better, what is the student association's role if there is a formal request coming from OC Transpo at some time to the university to have a discussion about the contract, particularly the rate, the UPass rate? Is that contract with the association, or is the contract with OC Transpo with the university? And then how would the association then be involved?
So the student union and the university are two separate organizations. Obviously, we are part of Carleton, so we do abide by some rules, but we have a separate president and we have separate policies. For example, the contract would be with the university. However, the student union is here to speak for the students. So sometimes the university might make certain decisions that the students do not necessarily fully agree with. So they bring it to us, the student union, and we'll advocate on their behalf.
I would presume that if there was a proposal to go above the 2.5%, that a referendum might be required among students to authorize that.
Yeah.
Do you know in the past when Carleton students agreed to enter into this program, do you understand what percentage approved that question? Like, what was the level of support?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware.
Fair enough. I really appreciate the perspective you bring from Carleton students. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. I'm the mom of two university students. One is a Carleton student, one goes out of town. So I pay for both of their U passes. I think they're an excellent deal. They use them for anywhere from getting to their part-time jobs to university. Just a quick question. I mean, I'll admit my kids are fairly privileged because I pay for their bills. A lot of their friends are in the same situation. And then they have a lot of friends who are lower income and receive a lot of grants through OSAP and that covers their costs. But you spoke earlier about the financial burden that students will face if the past costs go out. Can you talk a little bit about any consultation or discussions you've had with students that are talking about the financial burden that this will bring to them if they're not covered by this either situation that I'm talking about, in which case parents cover the costs, or OSAP is providing grants that cover the cost?
Absolutely. That's a really great question. We just released our advocacy roadmap for the year for CUSA, and transit was picked as our first concern, but to do that, we consulted with students at large, and we received around 300 responses, and 50% of them were only concerns about transit. And most of them were reliability of buses, cost, and lack of transit system at Carleton. There's also the situation with the Trillium line, which was supposed to be ready in September 2022, which was when I first joined Carleton. I'm halfway through my third year and it's still not working. So it feels a little complicated to raise fares when we're not receiving the service that we were promised. Not only that, also a lot of students mentioned the lack of housing and not being able to afford housing. So some students they don't rely as much on the U-Pass because they live close to Carleton, maybe a 10-minute walk. However, they'd be paying around $1,000 in rent per month. So the students who are most of the students who are relying on the U-Pass might live pretty far away around the PN area just because they can't afford rent. So you kind of have to pick one struggle, which is quite complicated for the student population. So especially for international students, housing, transit, everything is more expensive. So it's something that impacts all students.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was just trying to balance like the financial burden of increasing the U-Pass cost, which of course, as my colleague Councillor Brockington said, has to be part of a negotiation. Against what I worry about is, and I don't believe it's Carleton, I believe it was Ottawa U that said, we might have to pull out of the program. And what I worry about is in those cases, the students that are living farther away because they can't afford it, that then all of a sudden are going to have to pay the full adult pass if the schools get out of the program. And that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about, kids like mine that are privileged where I just pay the bill and I don't even look at what the breakdown is on the bill, to be honest. I just, pay it. And, kids that are in the lower income that are covered a lot by grants, I worry about that middle piece in particular that are struggling to make it on their own. And I worry about the impacts if schools are going to pull out of the program. Anyhow, thanks very much for coming out and delegating today. I appreciate it.
I don't think we're talking about pulling out of the program or anything, but we would like to be consulted about it as well as make decisions in accordance to the contract that was made previously before.
Yeah, thank you very much for saying that. And thank you very much for your excellent and well-articulated presentation and making the time. It's really important that we hear from young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Anna, it's been clear in my mind that the 5% increase to the UPass is a placeholder. The contractual requirements are such that it would be the beginning of a conversation. I am just wondering, are there circumstances in which the student body might be amenable to changing that contract?
There might be. I'm not gonna say no completely, but I find it very, very difficult. From what I've heard of all students, they're extremely upset with the 5% increases. In CUSA, we have an advocacy submission form, concern form, where students can just put their concerns so we can try to help them and answer. And we received around 5 questions from students. Why is that happening? I thought it was only supposed to increase 2.5%. I don't believe that would be something very popular around students.
Okay.
For sure.
No, I appreciate that. And you and I share, I think, the same perspective on that. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much for your delegation today, which will bring us on to Ms. Sally Thomas, who will be followed by Joan Kayak. Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
I guess that doesn't bend. Okay. I have it written down so I don't ramble and go past my 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. As you deliberate the numbers of the 2025 budget, I would like to remind you that transit users come in all shapes, sizes, and abilities. As we have been telling you for years, paratransport users, paratransport is way behind on their ability to deliver a service on par with conventional transit. To manage the continued lack of resources, we are now being threatened with suspensions of our regular bookings for doing things the rest of you take for granted. How many of you stick around at work just because you finish at 5? When you're finished, you leave and move on to something else. How many of you go straight from work to the grocery store to pick up food for dinner? With this policy, none of this will go unpunished. I am finished my groceries and want to go across the street for tea. No, not allowed. Trip chaining is an efficient use of the service and should be allowed when needed. Going home between errands adds trip requirements that take away from others for whom things come up. Thank you for hearing what I have to say. I hope that you consider the consequences for users who have few options when you make your final decision.
Thank you very
Short and
much.
sweet, like me.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you. Do you want? Yep,
Just
Councilor Miller.
Sally, could you just expand on what the concern is? I'm sorry, I just wanted to better understand the change.
Talking.
I'm talking. Hey, it's Sean. How are you?
I'm good now
Good to
that
see
I
you,
know
Sally.
who's talking.
Yeah, can you just expand on the concerns you're raising as a result of the changes in this budget? I'm just trying to.
So, as you all know, we need buses desperately. We need drivers desperately. We need everything desperately. So limiting our ability to change our minds. For instance, today I had to change an appointment to come to this meeting, and I have a regular booking to go to this appointment because it's regular, it's weekly. But I risk that being noted in my file, and if I do it too many times, that is change my regular booking, there are consequences and your booking is suspended.
Okay.
I know 2 people, one for whom his booking to go home was suspended, home from work, I should say. And the other person I know, their booking to go to work was suspended because of too many changes. The other thing is trip chaining is very, very common in transit use, obviously, because it saves time and money. Instead of limiting us from doing that, perhaps you could do things like not send 3 buses for 3 of us going from the same apartment to the same party, which has happened a couple months ago. 3 of us from my same apartment ended up at the same party in 3 different buses. And that is not uncommon. Even when we carefully plan to go somewhere together, we often end up in different buses, there and back. I don't know how many times as you may or may not know, I was on a Canadian team for 10 years and traveling a lot. And many, many, many times, the drivers would come to my door when I was out of the country or just not here. There's a lot of waste that goes on that needs to be considered before you start restricting how we use the bus.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Carr.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just going to make a point of clarification further to Councillor Menard. Sally, are you specifically talking about sort of the policy change that was sort of came out last week that anyone rebooking or canceling more than 25% of regular trips on paratransport needs to schedule their rides individually? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I think that was a change that happened at the same time that the budget came out, but it's not actually related to the budget, which can be confusing when communication comes out. But I just wanted to clarify that so I understand it going forward, but I got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for coming out today, Sally.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Joan Kayak, who I understand is online, and I see the chair's coming back. Great.
So,
Good morning, Joan. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the commission.
well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to present. I'm representing Seniors for Climate Action Now in the Ottawa chapter. We are organizing with seniors to address the climate emergency in Ottawa and the rest of the region. Efficient, effective, safe, and affordable public transit is one of the most important steps in limiting the use of fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which are making life as we know it on the planet increasingly difficult, if not impossible in some places. The climate chaos created by fossil fuels is responsible for extreme heat in the summers, wind events like the derecho, serious flooding, forest fires, and more frequent and dramatic ice storms. All these are also health emergencies: more asthma, more cancers and respiratory ailments, heat-related deaths, increased food costs, and accidents. The remediation and adaptation costs to all levels of government are skyrocketing. The systematic costs of building and operating a good public transit system show up in the transit budget. Unfortunately, the benefits and the cost savings do not. The only figures in the transit revenue column are fares, advertising revenues, and transfers from other levels of government. But on what ledger is the accounting for transit benefits, like reduced road operating and construction costs, the reduced cost to those people forced to maintain a car, the reduced asthma and other ailments, the reduced stress levels when getting to work or appointments can be done by an effective system, the reduced costs in road accidents and personal insurance, the reduced costs in the reclamation from climate disasters. Although some of these costs end up on family and individual ledgers, many end up with the city. These comparison costs should be part of developing council budgets, and they rarely are. The siloed accounting system used by the city means that the public transit is forced into the kind of discussion you have to have today. Without this kind of full cost ecological accounting, we are determining the transit budget based entirely on limited and wrong assumptions. Currently, our budgets are encouraging a transit death spiral, whether you want to do it or not. As we all know, people will use public transit if it provides a viable alternative to taking a car. It has to cost individuals less, it has to get people to their destination at least as fast as a car, and it has to be easy to access. It also has to become a familiar habit, best learned when young. As you've already heard, in cities where youth get free transit, ridership skyrockets. Yet Ottawa proposes eliminating the free fare for children and the discounted fare for teenagers. Shame. For seniors, good public transit is essential. Many of us don't or can't drive. We often have limited incomes. For many of us, even the current transit fare of $49 a month is too much, and we depend on the fare-free days and the occasional ride during the week to get around. The city has no idea how many seniors take advantage of the free days, I don't think. I know I just get on the bus. Nobody's counting it. Free Transit Ottawa estimates the cost to urban property owners of the senior discount to be 30 cents a month and the used path to be 84 cents a month. But we're spending $16 million on road widening. we need to really rethink how we do this. We need a discussion before you get to this stage where we put all the costs from all the revenues from public transit and all the cost savings from public transit in the considerations of the city budget. And the only way that can be done now is through putting it on the transit levy, and I support that recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a question from Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Joan, for coming out today. Really appreciate it. And thank you for talking about the environment. We get stuck on talking about other things, but it all ties together. And I appreciate you raising that. And you're right, it is very siloed here. We dealt with the environment budget on last week, and here we are talking about transit, and we have to make sure we connect these things. And it's difficult when you're dealing with a budget this size, but I'm not making excuses. That's where it ends up, and I appreciate it. There are some counter proposals from the original one, but they have not addressed the youth issue. And I appreciate, even though you're representing Seniors for Climate Action now, you did raise the issue of youth. I think that's important. Like you said, we want to get youth into the habit of using transit. And I also appreciate the fact that you're willing to see a higher transit levy. And do you feel that seniors will find that acceptable as opposed to higher fares?
Well, I don't think that has to be the way it's posed. Just because there's a higher transit levy shouldn't necessarily mean that the taxes go up. There may be other places to save money on taxes. And you're not directly related to an increase in taxes. We could be taking money out of road widening, for example. We could be taking money out of Lansdowne. We could be taking money out of all sorts of things so that the taxes wouldn't go up.
Well, just to correct you, I apologize, but a tax levy, the transit levy is a tax levy. It's just separate from the general property tax, but it's part of what's on your bill.
I agree with you, but I think that that's part of the problem in how we could structure our public accounts. However, I think that for most people, most seniors, the increase and certainly for youth, the increase in the property tax would be worth it. It's the other thing what didn't get addressed enough was the use of the free days. I think for most seniors, that's really, really important. And the reduction in the free days is as big a blow as the increase in the fare.
There is a couple of proposals through motions that will bring back the Wednesday pass. It looks pretty good on that.
Yeah.
Which I think is, and from one of the statistics I saw, it would be about 7% of users use that Wednesday as opposed to Sunday. Now, I'm not saying that it's not great to have both days not available anymore, but the Wednesday was by far the bigger one.
My guess is that if you start charging people for Sundays and Wednesdays, it's not that you'll get the fares, but that the people won't go. I mean, it's not as though this is a direct line. I think raising the monthly pass will mean that people will go to individual fares and they just won't go except when they absolutely can't find a ride or can't cancel whatever they're doing.
Yeah, no, we want to encourage seniors to get out and about. I appreciate that.
I think the same is true for youth. That's what's going to happen.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Joan. Trust me, I'm very hyper aware of the Wednesdays specifically. That's why, obviously, I know it's not the full platter of things, but I certainly have heard from my constituents that they make use of that Wednesdays because there's no test except for you have to be over the age to ride for free. And people had scheduled doctor's appointments 3, 5, 6 months already out. And they were certainly letting us know, what do I do if we lose this? Now I have to pay for that. So just on the Wednesday service, obviously it'd be optimal to have the Sundays as well. But from the Wednesday perspective, is that something that in the proposal that's brought forward by the working group to change that? Certainly you're good with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, and that's about it. And thank you for your contribution today. I truly appreciate it. And
Thank you.
have a great day.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Joan, for your delegation. Just to clarify, the motion that I have put forward, which would see the seniors pass go to 58.25, also includes bringing back Wednesdays. Do you think that 58.25 is preferable to the $78 fare?
Well, of course it is, but I'm still not enough.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks, Joan, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Elaine Riddick. I think Elaine may be in the room. Oh, Elaine is online. Okay, so it'll be Elaine Riddick and then Sharon Katz and Evan Burry, but Elaine is up first. Elaine, you may need to accept a prompt to unmute. Okay, we're going to go ahead to Sharon Katz, and Elaine will try to come back to you in a moment. So Sharon Katz is our next delegation, and Sharon is here in the room. Good afternoon, Sharon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Katz. I'm a member of ACORN, which, as you know, is a community organization concerned with the situation of low and moderate income residents. Others may have said it, but I will say it as well. Public transit should be treated as a public service, not as a business. We don't expect the fire department to make a profit. We expect them to provide a quality service. We should be treating public transit the same way. On the news recently, there was a report that Orangeville has made its public transit totally free for all passengers. They reported that ridership had more than doubled. I think that's the model we should be learning from. In the case of OC Transpo, they not only have to be concerned about affordability, they also have to be concerned about quality, the quality of the service it provides to the public. That's the real problem that has to be solved. Anybody in Ottawa who depends on the buses has horror stories to tell regarding the reliability of the service. That is not the way to attract more people to use the service. When the LRT began, there were major changes to existing bus routes. I was hearing all kinds of stories of people who used to be able to take one bus to get to where they were going downtown, who now had to transfer twice, once to get on and once to get off the LRT. Personally, I have come to suspect that the whole route system should probably be overhauled by people with expertise in promoting customer satisfaction instead of whatever the current objective is. Coincidentally, last Saturday's edition of the Ottawa Bulldog had an article by Ron Ben entitled "Service is the Key to Best OC Transpo," which outlines some of the basic flaws in OC Transpo's current route structure, like that it doesn't take people where they want to go and when they want to get there. And he had recommendations about how to improve it. I recommend that article to this Transit Commission. Another consequence of lousy service has to be the negative effect on employee morale. After people have been waiting for a bus that didn't arrive, they sometimes take out their frustrations by getting mad at the next driver who does arrive. That can't be a good scene for a company trying to attract more drivers and to keep the ones they have. The mayor has said that the city is short of money. This, however, is not the place to cut corners. I can suggest a much better way to save taxpayers' money. Cancel Lansdowne 2.0. That's an estimated $500 million project that the city is estimating that taxpayers will be paying for the next 40 years. And we all know that the city's record on estimates mean that the final cost would probably be 2 or 3 times as much. Worse than the costs are some of the details of the proposal that were not made widely available when the project was approved. The proposal is to tear down existing sports facilities and replace them with newer facilities that have less seating capacity, less than what they're using now. For those of you who haven't read Councillor Menard's newsletter of October 18th, he summed up some of the major problems with Lansdowne 2.0 in part as follows. Quote, "The deal is not just a poor financial decision for the city, nor is it just awful for park goers who would see 58,000 square feet of green space removed, but it is also a bad deal for Ottawa sports fans. It would mean higher ticket
Sharon,
prices."
if you can steer us back to transit budget, that'd be appreciated.
Okay. The money that is spent on Lansdowne should be spent on improved transit and affordable housing. Another place to save money is to cancel Taywin, which is going to be another black hole of money, and getting transit there is going to cost a fortune. To sum up, people who need public transit need it to be affordable and reliable and to take them where they want to go. Public transit is not the place to cut service or to squeeze more revenue out of users. Public transit should be a public service, an affordable service, and a quality service that Ottawa residents can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't get out, I'll stay in order and not go on to some of those other topics, though appreciate you being here for sure. I want to stick on the transit piece. You mentioned something that was interesting, was that we were kind of making we separated out transit. We were making cuts on the transit side to balance that budget. And it's the first time I've seen that happen. And I've been a city hall watcher for a long time before I was a councillor, where we separated out the transit levy piece transit piece in totality, separate from the budget. So we said 2.9% for everything else, but then transit, we're going to wait and see. And I guess I'm wondering your reaction to separating out that one item, what it does for city focus on that one item. And obviously we're here today with 35 delegations. So just appreciate your opinion and views on that, how we did that procedurally.
Well, I don't think there's a reasonable reason to do that. I mean, you know, can we have a separate levy for, you know, the police department and the fire department and, you know, whatever else the city does? Like, you know, the city has to decide on its priorities, and, you know, things that are important should get done. And public transit, as, you know, the number of people speaking here today is making obvious, this is a service that people need, and it should be provided at a level of quality that it hasn't. And like the idea that, well, we'll you know, decrease the quality and increase the price, and that's going to get us more riders or more something, like, doesn't make sense.
Oh, that's appreciated. And yeah, we do have, you know, obviously separate police levy, separate OPH levy, but those were included in that total 2.9%. The only thing we excluded was transit. So to your point, we did kind of single it out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just double check. I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you for joining us here today. Our next speaker is Evan Burry, followed by Carrie Lyons-Elliott and Andrew Gelling. Oh, pardon me. We have Elaine back online. So let's try to go to Elaine. Elaine Riddick, I think, is joining us now. Elaine, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Glad you could join us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm a retired physician and a grandmother. I'm very aware of how exhaust fumes from vehicles are unhealthy. They cause asthma in children, dementia in adults, just to give 2 examples, not to forget about all the injuries and the cost of collisions. And I think that the City of Ottawa has a fiduciary duty to protect us from the harms of cars and other vehicles, their emissions and the collisions. And the solution is to provide affordable public transport, bike paths, walking paths that are separate from cars, and eventually an ultra-low admission zone like they have in London. So many cities have managed to achieve this. I think that Ottawa has a duty to provide that service for us and to have a plan in place to have that done as soon as possible.
Elaine, was that the end of your remarks, or did you have any additional comments?
No, I just wanted to keep them very brief.
Okay, well, we appreciate brevity for sure. Yes, definitely making the point. Any questions from committee members for the delegation?
No, I trust you to do your best for us.
Thank you, Elaine. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, our next speaker is Evan Burry, followed by Carrie Glantz-Elliott and Andrew Jelling. Is Evan online or in the room? Oh, he had to, okay, he's not able to join us? Okay, thank you. So Carrie Glantz-Elliott, I saw earlier, and there she is. Come on down. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I think as most of you know, I'm Carrie Glantz-Elliott and I'm with the Ottawa Transit Riders. I'm here to talk about fares because this is a budget consultation, but I'd also like to talk about improving the quality of public transit in the city. One of the earlier speakers talked a little bit about a transit death spiral. Basically, what happens there is fares go up, service goes down, lots of people quit public transit, and then the transit agency doesn't have the money to continue the service, so we get into this sort of spiral. I think we can say that Ottawa is fairly enough in this transit death spiral, and I'd really like to see us start talking about improving service and getting out of it. Our group has been doing a lot of talking, a lot of going out to suburbs, a lot of events, a lot of markets. We've run a couple of forums, and we've talked to a lot of people about transit. It's a little bit shocking these days to hear a lot of people saying they're walking away from transit. We talked to a lot of people at the Barhaven Market who said, I don't ride public transit anymore. I think everybody around here should be very, very worried about that kind of a trend. So I'm here talking about fares. A lot of people here have talked about increasing the fares on seniors and what a bad idea that is. So I'm not really going to push that a lot. I am going to say, of course, that I'm upset at the idea that you would increase fares by anything. 120% was a shock. 60% is a compromise, but it's still an awful lot. Seniors use public transit to get out to social events and to medical appointments, and they volunteer, right? Seniors are big volunteers in this city, and I don't think we should be discouraging them from getting out and about. And again, a lot of people here talked about student travel. I was here at the Transit Commission in September when a lot of students came, and they were really, really interesting. And they gave a lot of stories about how the cuts in transit really affected their ability to get around. A lot of them talked, for example, about digging into their pockets, even though they had a U-Pass, of having to pay extra for Uber or taxis in order to make sure that they made their classes on time. I really, really don't think that the city should be trying to make life more expensive for students. And again, this has already been discussed. I'm one of the later speakers, so I find that my notes are a bit repetitive, but I'm worried about the fact that University of Ottawa is considering stepping away from the U-Pass if you go ahead with this very high increase. Every transit agency in the world wants a ready, steady, reliable stream of income, of revenue. If you do lose this U-Pass, you're going to lose that. And I don't think students are going to switch to adult fares. So you're going to end up with less revenue and not more. So a lot of my comments are less about the people around this room. I think a lot of the councillors in this room are fairly familiar with transit and all the issues. But I would like you to talk to your colleagues, particularly city councillors in suburban areas, because transit isn't just an urban area. It isn't just an urban issue. We really do need to be talking about improving public service. because our members anyways talk far less about the fares and about the increases and far more about the decrease in the quality of the service. And there's nothing in this budget that talks about improving service. I know earlier Riley Rockington brought that up. He said, we're counting problems on various routes, then we're not making any plans about how to fix it. And I'd really like that to happen, particularly at Transit Commission. Can we talk about things that maybe don't cost a lot of money, like dedicated bus lanes or better communication? We can also talk about things that do cost money, but I'd really like us to get out of this transit death spiral. I sort of think eventually we have to, and I'm hoping this city council does it. You're not kicking the can down the road for the next city council, right, to fix it. In the last election in 2022, transit wasn't the big issue. It wasn't really the number one issue that people were talking about. A lot of people were still working from home and traffic wasn't too terrible. So 2 years later, transit's a lot worse. A lot of people are being forced to commute. A lot of people are finding that transit's not really good enough. It's not getting them to where they need to be. And a lot of people are driving. I was darkly amused that earlier in this presentation, Madam Amilcar said that one of the problems with transit is increased traffic. Well, why do we have increased traffic? Because a lot of people are giving up on transit. I'm watching the clock. On Saturday, I got a ride to the CTC to watch the hockey game, and I got to say the traffic on the Queensway was awful. It's always awful these days. Traffic is really, really terrible. We're making life a little harder in this city, and I really would like the Transit Commission to start talking about how do we get out of the death spiral and start improving transit service.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our delegation? I'm seeing none. Thank you for being here today. It's a long day. Thanks for waiting around. Andrew Gelling is next. Where are we on the list? We are on speaker 26 of 38, but we have had several people who've dropped off over the weekend and today. So we're probably 3/4 of the way through. Hi, Andrew. Pardon me if I mispronounce your last name.
Okay, Gilling. I represent Acorn. And there's some issues about OC Transpo. If I am correct here, for getting on the bus, we were third most expensive bus after Vancouver and Edmonton, according to the computer that I see. Second most expensive for a monthly pass after Toronto. And with increasing bus fares, I'm nervous that a lot of people are going to give up riding the bus, and they're going to go out with their bicycle in winter, causing more accidents, and there's going to be more people in the hospitals. And that's a concern to me. And also, when I'm at the Bayview, the Herman and the Blair Station, I see a lot of OOSs coming up this way. You know what OOS stands for? Oh, out of service buses. And I'm thinking, geez, why can't more of these be picking up passengers? Any answers out there? And a friend of mine comes on Thursdays. His complaint is when he takes a bus, even at the later hours, it's so crowded, there's standing room only. And that's about as much as I can think to say. So anybody else wants to comment on what I say?
Not sure if you're looking for a response or if you finish your remarks, but do you have any other remarks, Andrew?
Andy.
Okay.
No.
Are there any questions for a delegate? I'm seeing none. Thank you for joining us and for sharing your comments with us today.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Elaine McGregor. I believe Elaine is online.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me start my, there we go. Great. Thank you very much, members of the committee. I do appreciate you being able to speak to you about this. I'm concerned in particular about the quality of transit service that I received. For example, on last Thursday, I was trying to get to Ottawa South, and I discovered that there were no buses coming down Bank Street for 55 minutes in the middle of the day, in the middle of pouring rain, of course, too. On Saturday, so I had to walk from Somerset West to Sunnyside. On Saturday, I discovered that there were no Route 80 buses coming from Melville Road northbound for another 50 minutes. We're getting bad service. And at the same, and then when I look at the new ways to bus, which is heading down next April, it will actually mean a serious decrease in service for me. I can quote, as the Vice President of Planning at the Houston Transit Agency said, "You provide good service, you'll have customers. You don't, you won't." And I see OC Transpo providing pretty rotten service that hasn't improved since well before the pandemic. Oh God, I have to take the Route 11 and oh my God, the bunching is just horrible. And then I see you wanting to increase fares. I'm really furiously angry at the increase to a senior's pass. 120% is bizarre, 60% is absurd. You know, if seniors who are rich are off on cruises and driving cars, it's the poorer seniors, mostly women, who need this pass. You know, this increase is way out of line after years of increases in rent, food, utilities, and other fixed costs. And it also will make sure that seniors can't do the basic work that they do all the way of volunteering in the community. If you go to food banks, you go to libraries, you go to other, social services, a lot of the people who volunteer are seniors. They're not going to be able to do this. The free Sundays also allowed many people to socialize with families in churches on a day when usage was generally lower. And now you're going to cut that out too. You know, Wednesdays are very useful for many things. And I would be very glad to keep the free service on that, but it's not very good for buying groceries because it's too late to get many deals at grocery stores. I personally am a house poor senior. I make so little money, I would be eligible for an Equipass, but it takes a minimum of 6 weeks to become eligible. So any senior who wants to apply now to get an Equipass would still have to pay higher rates for January and probably February as well. And no one's talked about the extra staff that will be needed to process applications and continue to process applications over the years if you get all these seniors applying. And lastly, Equipass eligibility is based on 2022 values. That's 3 years ago, just about. You know how much prices have increased by that. 2022, that's ridiculous. So I think that you should be putting these increases on the transit levy rather than on fares. I'm also very sympathetic to the youth and their concerns as well. And I think it's absurd to try and say that school boards have the extra money to suddenly pay you this. This is just not going to happen. If in terms of the seniors pass, Councillor Bradley's proposal is better, but I would also say that you really should be keeping the 2 free days, and it's still a 19.4% increase. I'm really disappointed with the Transit Commission's considering this, putting the essentially putting the all the extra costs for this on people who can least afford it, and I really think this is very wrong.
Thank you, Elaine. There's a question from Councillor Trostler.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about this again. Elaine, thank you so much for being here. I just wanted folks, in case you didn't know, Elaine is the editor of the Centertown Buzz and is a really important local reporter in our community. And I know you don't do it for a high wage, so thank you for your service.
No.
And it's the only one of the only print publications we see in the neighborhood, and what you provide is so valuable. I just wanted to pick on the comment where you said that you are a senior who's house poor. So is that in the sense that your housing costs you more than it should, and therefore you don't have budget for other things?
No, I mean, I own my own house, but
Okay.
I still have to pay for all the utilities. I still have to pay for maintenance, and I have maintenance costs. And so that obviously is a major issue for me, but I'm saying, I could not even afford to live on my current income if I didn't own my own house.
Okay, so you're actually a perfect example of the kind of resident that I hear from a lot of counselors, because they're concerned about residents like you, that you couldn't handle the cost of a much higher transit levy instead of raising fares. So, you know, and I've stated publicly, my preference is that we cover all of this through the levy and have no increased fares. I'm just interested in your perspective on this, because you're the exact profile that a lot of folks say, no, we shouldn't raise the levy too much because of seniors that are house poor. But you're saying it would actually cost you a lot more if the cost of a seniors transit pass went up.
Oh, it clearly cost me a lot more to do that, for both my husband and I to have to pay for this substantial, huge increase, a disproportionate increase for this, rather than putting, was it $38?
Okay.
It's still $38, but it's a heck of a lot cheaper than it would essentially be like 1 month's transit fare increase at the 60% level, and even more at the 120% level.
So would it be fair to say that, given that you prefer Jessica Bradley's proposal, Councillor Bradley's proposal, but your ultimate objective would be no increase in fares and a higher levy?
Yes.
For everyone? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. And just to reiterate, I think you actually said, of course, the closer you get to zero, you'll like it more, but you still weren't satisfied with Councillor Bradley's. What are you suggesting, that it all go on the tax levy?
I'm saying that would certainly be the best for me. I suspect that Councillor Bradley's is the best proposal, is the best we get out of this committee. So, I'd still be much happier with Councillor Bradley's proposal than the 60% proposal or the 120% proposal.
Yeah, and that's why I think we're wrestling with things, because we all have the luxury, or a lot of us around this table have the luxury of owning our homes, and we see seniors live in those homes as well, and they already recognize that there's almost 1,000. If you're paying 5,000 in taxes, 1,000 goes to the provincial government for whatever, and then we're left with 4,000. Then you start trickling down to transit's one big number, almost, it's like $800, and then policing and fire. There's all these different categories. So I'm getting it from both sides as well, saying, find the balance, because if you put it on there, seniors are going to have to pay more in property taxes that don't go away either. Even if you've paid off your mortgage, they still exist. So it's a bit of a challenge. So, but my question was,
if I could respond, the sticker shock of this increase is the kind of thing that will discourage many people from using the bus. And let's be honest, public safety is better if people are on the bus than driving their cars when they're over 80. I mean, I'm not at that stage yet, but let's be honest that it is dangerous for people to be driving their cars as they get older and older. And so our public safety is improved if people get on the bus.
Yeah, and that's why, I think we can all agree the Wednesdays are great. I know you may have a different opinion of that, and we did weigh that out as collectively as a group, because actually there's a few more months where you get the bonus Wednesdays in there. You get 5 months of 5 days, and people had scheduled appointments. So, and it doesn't require anything. Those are the free days. We have 5 months of 5 days, and the rest are all 4 days. And people schedule their doctor's appointments based on that. So we are wrestling with that. I think that's important, but I think you can agree the free day is certainly good.
The free days do allow more people to try out the bus as well. But that's, of course, you need to give them good service when you do that. And I'm disappointed that OC Transpo hasn't made that a priority.
Yeah. And were you aware of and I'm just asking this straw poll because I did a bit of a poll in my area and nobody really knew. And I think we have to do a better job of promoting the provincial seniors tax credit. Did you apply for that when you filed your taxes last year?
No, I didn't apply for that. But that's quite honestly, sir, it's so complicated, the tax system, that it could easily get missed.
And I think this is where we have to get the province involved to say, I'm going to be promoting heavily because people are giving money away. It's your money. It's free money. You actually have to do it. You essentially given away $130 last year, and based on the new proposal, it'd be $141. Which would reduce it.
But sir, I would also say that, this doesn't really affect the sticker shock. It's so much later than when you pay for it that people will. It does not encourage people to use transit.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much for your delegation today. Most appreciated.
Hey, Councillor Bradley.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Elaine, for your presentation. I really appreciate your frank remarks about my motion. I know that it's not perfect. It's still an 18% increase, which is a lot, and still has some measure of sticker shock, but I think a whole lot less than 60% or 120%. I worked really hard to try to find a balance, recognizing that seniors like yourself who, may own their own home but are mindful of their overall property tax. My proposal is only a 94-cent increase to the average homeowner in Ottawa. So, I mean, it's fairly reasonable with respect to what you might see on your tax bill. So I think it really does strike that right balance of providing a slightly higher fare than what seniors are used to, but not overburdening the taxpayer to subsidize that fare. So I hope that you would agree that 94 cents a year is reasonable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Elaine, for joining us this afternoon and throughout the day. Our next three speakers, we have Alex Stratus and Delphine Robitaille from University of Ottawa Students Union, and then Stuart McKay, and then John Reddens. And I think Alex or Delphine may be joining us online. Oh, no, you're here. Okay, super. Glad you could join us in person.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address the Transit Commission today. My name is Delphine Robitaille, and I'm the president of the University of Ottawa Students Union, UOSU for short.
My name is Alex Stratus, and I'm the Advocacy Commissioner at the UOSU. We are addressing you today on behalf of the 40,000 students we are representing to share our concerns with the unlawful increase to the UPass cost proposed in the 2025 draft City of Ottawa budget. We are incredibly disappointed to learn that the City of Ottawa has unilaterally chosen to recommend increasing the UPass annual fees paid by our students by 5%, which is twice the limit of 2.5%, plainly set out in the UPass agreement, which has been in place since 2010. We are deeply concerned about the flagrant, unequivocal breach of our contract.
Furthermore, the City of Ottawa neglected to even inform our organization, which not only represents the 40,000 students who would be affected by this increase, but contrary to our fellow student associations at other institutions in Ottawa, we are signatories to the UPass agreement. This lack of notice serves to undermine the trust and respect that is integral to the continuation of our working relationship, and we're gravely concerned about this level of disregard for student representation. It's also important to note that this proposed increase, should it be adopted, the city would be asking us to violate our corporate bylaws as a federally incorporated not-for-profit, which state that any creation or increases to fees paid by students must be put to a legal student referendum.
When the agreement was created in 2010, Ottawa Transit had one of the best services in the country, and the success of this agreement stemmed from the city's commitment to provide students a thriving service at an affordable rate. In the past few years, Ottawa residents have witnessed a grave decline in the quality of public transportation, including bus routes being merged, bus stops being cut, and most recently, the LRT wait times increasing during off-peak hours, all without the consultations of students who suffer the most from these changes. 27% of fare revenue OC Transpo received during the last academic year came from the UPass agreement, with almost half of these funds provided by UOttawa students. With the shortfalls of the public transportation system, along with the proposed 5% annual increase, it has come to a point where the city benefits more from the UPass than our own students do. We are not the only ones who feel this way. On Saturday morning, we sent to our members a newsletter informing them of this proposed increase and inviting them to join their voices with ours. In 48 hours, our petition called on the city to rescind the proposed increase to the UPass, and that has received over 3,000 signatures. Let this serve as a reminder that students are paying attention.
Over the coming weeks, the UOSU will be auditing student satisfaction with the UPass program as we reconsider whether our students should be forced into a program that benefits the city more than it does them. Let us be very clear. Should students opt to part ways with the UPass, it would not solely be in response to a potential 5% increase. This proposed breach of contract is only the latest example of the deprioritization of transit riders in the city, particularly students. It was misguided to cut the off-peak service that the stakeholders of one of your largest contracts depend on to get to class and work, and it would be misguided to increase their fare in violation of our agreement. You cannot afford to disenfranchise one of your largest ridership demographics, and to be blunt, judging by the city's transit deficit, you cannot afford to lose a $20 million contract either.
As for students, they cannot afford to lose access to affordable public transportation, but they also cannot afford to spend nearly $500 a year on dwindling service that doesn't meet their needs. Students deserve better than to bear the financial burden of the declining service. If the City of Ottawa does not take decisive action to preserve the integrity of the UPass agreement and ensure that the public transit remains accessible to students, it will be resigning itself to being a city without community, without accessibility, and without young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you very mumuch for the delegation. So clearly the city has not breached any agreements at this point. The placeholder in the budget would require that we come to you, or the city come to you and say, we'd like to renegotiate this. If the city does that, if council passes this budget with that placeholder in it and says, we'd like to increase the fare that is being paid by students as part of the UPass, what are you likely to say?
Well, the truth is that we are not able to negotiate that. We in the University of Ottawa are not able to negotiate that. As I mentioned, any increase to fees that are paid by students must be put to a vote of the student body. That's in our corporate bylaws. That's in the university ancillary fee protocol. That's not something that we can violate. So what happens then if the City of Ottawa says, you know, this is non-negotiable, this cost needs to be increased?
I'll cut you. It's not non-negotiable. Obviously, it has to be a negotiation. You have all the power.
But should the City of Ottawa say, you know, this has to happen, we would put that to a vote of the student body. Well, I just mean, like, if you were to say we cannot provide this service if it does not increase by 5%.
You've got a contract that the city.
Yeah, well, so that regardless, that would have to be put to a vote of the student body. And what happens if that doesn't pass, right? I guess we cross that bridge when we get there, but.
So, and that is it. If it goes to a referendum, I think I'm hearing a clear warning that students are fed up. And unlikely to vote in favor of even maintaining the current arrangement.
Yeah, I mean, we can't predict what the outcome of a referendum would be, but student unions across the country say, you know, that they struggle with student engagements and with getting students engaged with this issue. This is not the case on one of these. We've seen it with the petition that we've sent out, which has gotten 3,000 signatures in 48 hours. Like, students are paying attention, they're unhappy, and I don't think that the results of a student referendum would be favorable to the city.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just a quick follow. You got 3,000 responses within 24 hours?
48. Yeah.
48 hours?
Yeah.
How many newsletters do you, or no, how many people receive that?
Well, all of our membership, so technically 40,000 students. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, it's been a long day.
That's okay.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your excellent presentation and for being here and for really making sure that your advocacy is heard in the media and the public. I wanted to ask you about a couple of things. During the pandemic, this was one of the main sources of revenue for the city. Do you know how much it actually brought in for the city, the percentage of revenues that came in?
I'm sure it's high.
It was 27% was only the UPass.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when we first put the UPass in place in 2010, this was a big part of it, is that this is a reliable source of revenue for the city year in and year out. And that students can benefit by all paying in and all benefiting from taking transit if they so choose. And yeah, it's disheartening for me personally as somebody who worked really hard to try to get the UPass in Ottawa and negotiated with the GM at the time to be in a position now where, you know, the cost has gone up. I think we're the highest in the country. No one can correct me yet. I think we're either top like 3 or we're actually the highest in the country. I don't know if you know, but I've been looking, and because some of them are yearly, some of them are semester, but I'm pretty sure we're the highest in the country. So I guess when back then in 2010, the discussion we had was with Alan Mercier and others, Pat Scrimshire was involved, was what's revenue neutrality, right? So like how many students would be purchasing this pass otherwise if there was no UPass, and how does that equal the revenue the city would be receiving otherwise for this pass, which makes sense because then everyone gets a pass, but then the revenue stays solid for the city of Ottawa over time. And it could only, we put in those contracts, it could only increase by 2.5%. Your assertion is that at U Ottawa, you'd have to go to a referendum.
Yes.
Because I know in some of the contracts, when we first put them in place, this was like over 2008, 2009, we held referendums on campus. It was that some student, they changed from having referendum on campus to some of them, it's the administration that decides. So I think at Carleton, the administration is the one that makes the decision with student input, I guess. But then with yours, I think it's still referendum if I'm reading it right. So the motion I've got on the floor is that we go and we talk with each institution, because some of them are referendum, some of them are actually people that are going to make the decision through the administration, and they all have different processes. They're not all the same. So I guess it's important, I'll ask you, is it important that we first have this discussion, this negotiation about where this ends up, that it may not be 5%, it might be 3% with some changes to the opt-out clauses, or 2.5% with some changes to the way the on-campus boarding works, whatever that may be, or staffing on campus for safety, whatever it is, right? There's some things that universities and colleges may want, and that the City of Ottawa may want as part of that. Are you open to that through consultation and negotiation through the student body and the administration with staff? Is that something you'd be open to sit down and have those clear-eyed conversations with?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's definitely something that I wish had happened before this was on the proposed budget. We are more than happy to have those discussions, but like I stated, any increase, even if it's 0.5%, has to go to a vote of the student body, right? But aside from that, there's a bunch of things that we're willing to talk about, whether part-time students could opt into the UPass, summer UPass that's not dependent on being enrolled for classes, for example. And if I can take the opportunity to add something really quickly, because you mentioned something interesting, which is the revenue neutrality of the program and what would happen if it didn't exist anymore. And I mean, a couple other counselors have mentioned they're worried that, students would now have to pay full adult price, which I understand. Alex and I are not in the business of trying to make transit even less affordable for students. But something that I think a lot of people have failed to consider, and that I'm, I guess, almost afraid to bring up for fear that it'll be cut next, but is the fact that most of our students, and I mean, don't quote me on numbers, but would be eligible for the EquiPass, which as of now, the eligibility for is having made under, I believe, a little bit over $25,000 in 2022. Half of our students were in high school in 2022. No one was making over $25,000. I was not making $25,000 in 2022, and I worked at the House of Commons as a student, So most of our students qualify as low-income people who work part-time, et cetera, who would be eligible for the UPass should, the EquiPass, sorry. So I think that that's something that's also important to name and recognize, as some people have kind of attempted, and I'm not saying anyone around this table, but it has also been framed as like, well, this would be disastrous for, low-income students if the UPass didn't exist. Like, not necessarily. So anyways.
No, and that's a fair point. Appreciate that very much. And I think, the line we always got was the UPass was such a great deal compared to the regular ADAPT-FAIL. We're the highest probably in the country. And it is revenue neutral, has been set up to be revenue neutral over time. So, and there's other grad students that dispute that as well and say, no, actually we're paying more than revenue neutrality now that they have those numbers. So look, I appreciate your delegation. Thanks so much for your advocacy, and hopefully we get to a better place as a result of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. Just briefly, Ottawa U graduate, so good to see you here. You're right when you say lack of notice and concerned about that and disregard. I think surprises to anyone are not the right way to go, particularly for this. And for reinforcing that message for us today, I'll just leave you with a point. You're under no obligation to entertain even a discussion on this matter. There's a contract that both parties have agreed to. And whether the OC Transpo wants to go from 2.5 to 5 or some other number, I think the main question you have to consider, if that comes to you at some point, is what do we get out of it? Right? Like what would be in the interests of the students that you represent to even entertain this question? Because you've just told us tonight the issues that you're concerned with the current service. So if we're going to ask your students to pay more, and there should be a referendum, if I'm a student, I'd say, well, what the heck am I going to get out of this? So I think those are questions that we'll just leave you with, but thank you for your delegation today. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for coming out and delegating. I thought that was a really impressive and professional advocation this morning. And we've got a lot of things we need to think about around this table, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation. I'm just wondering, the petition that you sent out, was it specifically asking about whether or not students supported greater than 2.5%, or was it did it ask any questions about comparatively whether or not would you prefer to be in this program, or would you use a pass or pay a $135 a month fee? Like, did it ask any of those questions, or was it really just specific to whether or not the 2.5% greater than that would be supported?
It was specific to the 2.5% increase in fares, but it also provided information on the increased LRT times as well. And considering all these things before they signed this petition, that there is increase in fares, there's there's bus stops being merged, being cut, etc. So yeah, that information was pretty specific to the student hikes. But we're still going to be asking those questions very shortly. I promise. It's in the works.
Okay, yeah, perfect, thanks. And I mentioned before that population that I'm worried about is that population that's not supported through grants, that doesn't have parents paying. And I know you mentioned the Equipass, but my understanding is Equipass is based on household income. So often cases where students are living with a parent, you have the case where the household income is over 24,000, even if the student isn't. And so, I've got areas of lower income socioeconomic areas in my ward, and those are the students that I'm worried about were anyone to leave that program. So I'm hoping that when you do your consultations that's considered. But thank you very much for coming out today. And I appreciate the fact that it probably was a little bit blindsiding to see and not understand to see what was being proposed and not understand that, of course, we're cognizant of the fact that it has to be done through negotiation, that it would be for fall 2025, but really appreciate you sharing today.
Thank you. And
Councillor Tierney?
Sorry, is it possible if I could make a comment to what Councillor Marty Carr said?
Yep.
Yeah, I also have a great concern for students who don't have the privilege of having their parents pay for all of their bills and things like this. And it's not even the fact that this fare hike would make students pay $20 more a semester. It's the fact that it's the economy of time. When you have the privilege of having your parents pay for these things for you, you can afford getting a $25 Uber ride if the bus doesn't show up or the LRT is shut down again. For people who can't afford these things, it's like, okay, I'm draining 200 some odd dollars into this per semester, and I still have to pay an extra. Say per week you have 5 classes and you're going twice a day. I still have to pay like $200 a week almost in Ubers or in other accommodations, and these things rack up. I have a job to go to. I'm late to my job now, and now I have to pay for that salary I'm getting, for the income I'm getting towards the Uber rides that I paid for instead of grocery bills, instead of other rent. So it's really the associated costs that are more detrimental than the increase of the fare hikes themselves. So.
Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's great. Thanks for correcting. We want to make sure that that everyone's aware that this would be up to your body. You're going to go out and ask the question. I feel for you guys because we're paid. Well, you might be paid too, but we're paid directly to deal with this all the time. And Reddit's not really friendly right now, and it's not friendly for politicians. It's not friendly for you guys. So it's going to be a very tough situation. When you go out and contracts aside, are you framing it that, it's actually $12 on the semester, just to be clear, at $2.86 a month? Are you framing in that way, or will you when you get to the point of referendum? Just so people are fully aware of what we're talking about here, because where I'm wrestling is we're tying 2 ships together that are completely different. The seniors, which is like a completely separate kettle of fish. They're getting hit hard, versus this. So I'm trying to separate the two. That's why you're noticing I'm putting a lot of attention to the seniors at this point. But there is the segment with your student body. So I just want to make sure, how would you frame that in the future for that referendum?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We'll be giving students the information, like we'll be sharing the facts, and then it's up to them to, agree or disagree that $20 a year is a significant increase for them or not. I think for me, and as we kind of tried to express through our delegation, it's just kind of the cherry on top of the sundae, right? And it's just yet another example that maybe we're not being prioritized here. And if I can just add really quickly as well, like it is nice to hear from members of this commission right now that they understand that the agreement is, pursuant to the approval of students. We still received a letter signed by OC Transpo informing us that this change would be effective January 1st, whether we liked it or not. So whether you think that, that is a placeholder and that it will be changed down the line, that is still the letter that the University of Ottawa received on November 13th, and that I was only informed 2 days later when I and my organization are equal signatories to that agreement. And so I guess I'll leave you with that. And I hope that you understand our concern and disappointment and shock when we're informed of that indirectly. Thank you.
And I still have the mic, Mr. Chair. So again, it's $12, just to be clear. But I know staff are a long time away, and if this is the narrative, can we ask just for quick clarification if that letter was sent saying specifically?
I want to leave it to questions for staff because
Okay, fair enough. But thank you for coming out, and we're certainly listening.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Plount.
Yeah, hi, bonjour, merci Delphine, merci d'être là.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you so much for all of the work you're doing with U of Ottawa students. You are better positioned than Carleton University, but it's a joke, by the way. Can you actually repeat, how did you learn about the increase of the rate for students? I didn't pick it up. Thank you for your comments. The November 13, we received a letter. There's a proposed raise of tariff in the budget. Then we have some contacts within the university. And we were also informed. It was confirmed 2 days after the reception of the 13th of November letter. Question: is it the normal procedures? Why don't you normally receive that type of information? It doesn't matter. Anything, how do you normally receive information? Answer: direct communication with OC Transpo improved a lot. So there's an with the communication improve, so we're informed directly of what's going on. So we're talking about the opening of line 2. This comes into my inbox, my email inbox directly. This is wonderful. I think this was a positive trend to receive all this information. But students are not participating in the discussion concerning UPass. So these are the responsible of the university or talking directly to city staff. It's different than Carleton University or other institutions. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I know, so I just have a couple very, very quick technical questions about this letter you made reference to. And I understand that colleagues will likely ask questions to staff, but just only because I've just heard about this. So I understand that your contract is with the City of Ottawa. I don't believe your contract is with OC Transpo, but the letter that you received, is it from the City of Ottawa or is it from OC Transpo?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the letter we received is from OC Transpo, and we are in contract with OC Transpo directly. I just want to,
Yeah, there are 4 signatories to the agreement. Just for greater clarity, it's us, OC Transpo, the University of Ottawa, and the Graduate Student Association at U Ottawa.
Thank you. And then my other question, you make reference to the fact that the letter refers to, new prices as of, I believe you said January 1st, 2025. But does the letter say these will take an effect should the budget pass?
Yes.
Or does it say these will take an effect?
Yes, should the budget pass, they would take effect at the same time the budget does, which is January 1st.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We have our next speaker is Stuart McKay. Stuart in the room? Hi, Stuart. Stuart McKay, and then John Reddens, and then Kyle Humphrey. Good afternoon, Stuart.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Stuart Mackay, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Ottawa Transit Riders, an advocacy group that is working to make Ottawa's public transit system more affordable, accessible, reliable, and safe for all citizens. On behalf of Ottawa Transit Riders, I'm here to oppose the fare increases listed in the 2025 draft budget for the City of Ottawa. In particular, I'd like to highlight our organization's opposition to the 60% increase in the seniors pass from $49 a month to $78.50. While we appreciate the work done by this commission to reduce the increase, we still feel that it is far too high. We will see an increase in the number of seniors living in Ottawa over the next few years. The United Way has estimated that by 2031, the number of seniors living in Ottawa will reach 250,000 people. As seniors continue to age, they are more likely to experience a decline in health, including having one or more disabilities. They are also more likely to become socially isolated. This is especially true for low-income seniors who face additional challenges with affording the basics for daily living, including meals, personal care, and transportation. We also know that low-income seniors tend to be overrepresented in certain areas of the city, including in my neighborhood of Centertown, which is a dense urban area that is easily served by transit. We know that certain vulnerable groups of seniors are more likely to live in poverty. This includes widowed or unattached seniors, senior women, newcomer seniors, and Indigenous seniors. The additional challenges faced by these groups means that they are more likely to experience poor health and social isolation. Many of these low-income seniors that I've been talking to face a lack of options when it comes to getting around our city. Some may not have family or relatives that can take them to doctor's appointments. Some may want to continue to volunteer at their local church or community center, and they want to get there and back safely in all 4 seasons. All want to retain their dignity and independence by going where they want, when they want. By raising fares for seniors, we are limiting opportunities to live a full and vibrant life. During the pandemic, we saw firsthand how damaging social isolation was and how important being involved in the community was for so many seniors. While this additional money per month on a bus pass recommended by this budget may seem insignificant to some, for many seniors that I've spoken to in my neighborhood, it may mean a meal skipped, an event missed, or a coffee with a friend canceled. These are the things that keep seniors healthy and socially connected. In addition, I question the forecasting assumptions made in this budget with the increase of the seniors fare. Even with the reduction to only a 60% increase, this budget estimates that the revenue generated by this fare increase could be in the range of $1.2 million. However, this also assumes the same level of senior ridership with this increased monthly fare. Our organization knows that when fares go up significantly, transit riders make financial choices. Seniors may not be buying passes on a regular basis. They may simply use transit less or simply not at all. And this will lead to 2 things. 1, decreased fare revenues from seniors adding to the transit deficit. And 2, more social isolation for seniors. We at Ottawa Transit Riders want to see more investments in public transit and a more frequent, reliable, and affordable system that will attract and keep riders for the long run. We don't believe that the City of Ottawa should be increasing fares for seniors, and we urge the Transit Commission to reject this fare increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Troster has a question.
Hi, Stuart. Nice to see you. Thank you for all of your advocacy with Ottawa Transit Riders and also with the Centertown Community Association over the years. When the mayor introduced the draft budget, in his comments at the beginning, he talked about how an increase in property taxes can lead to higher inflation and can lead to higher rents. And this was a talking point repeatedly used about the needs to keep property taxes low and also to keep the transit levy low. But what I've heard today from you and from a lot of other delegates today is that they would rather see the increase to the levy than to fares. I'm just wondering, and I know you've also spoken publicly about being a renter as well. I'm just interested in your perspective on which of the 3 options that are on the table today, which one you think would ultimately benefit seniors and benefit renters more.
While we would rather see no increase in fares and no increase in the seniors' fares. We understand the budget limitations that the city is undergoing right now. I think that the conversation that we're having, and I'm speaking mainly from the perspective of somebody who lives in a very urban dense area, and we know that Somerset Ward has the highest percentage of people living in apartments, and many of those are seniors who are living in apartments. Many of those are seniors living in community housing apartments. And so there is a cost that may be passed on, but the reality is that seniors are going to make choices, and with what I would say is an unacceptable fare increase, even at the 60% mark, it means that seniors just are not going to get around. And especially when we think about Centertown, which is a very walkable neighborhood, and Centertown West, which incidentally actually has the highest level of seniors who are living in poverty. We think about transit as kind of a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, let's get people in and out of the downtown core. But so many seniors use this, and you only need to stand on the corner of Bank and Somerset, look at the stop, and I know we've talked about the 11 route all day today, stand outside of Massines and see how many seniors are using that route to get their groceries. And what we don't want to do is foreclose any opportunities for seniors who may say, look, I just can't afford it this week, so it may mean not going to the grocery store, because they are also facing a budget crunch when it comes to getting healthy meals and food. I would rather see that transit works if everybody buys into it. And right now we're downloading so many of the expenses onto seniors, and especially in this budget. And it's especially egregious in this day and age with so many seniors suffering on a fixed income and facing inflationary costs as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was going to quote the very same statistic about Somerset Ward having the highest percentage of seniors living in poverty. So this really is a crucial issue. And something else I'll point out is, as a result of redevelopment in Centertown, we're losing most of our medical clinics and most of our diagnostic clinics. And seniors have to go for a lot of x-rays and blood tests, which means they're, if they don't drive, they're going to have to take the bus there. And as it is, when I door knock during the election, I heard from many seniors who only take the bus on Wednesdays and Sundays when it's free. So anyway, I really do appreciate you being here today and all your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Just really briefly, Stuart, thank you for the presentation, but you mentioned something, the phrasing was, we know that when prices rise, people stop taking the bus, that there was an impact. Do you have any kind of numbers behind that? We've been talking a lot today about elasticity of demand, et cetera. Have you got anything that might be kind of helpful for us?
In terms of hard statistics, no. But one of the things that we keep hearing from our members is people make choices. And one of the things that concerns me, and this is about outside of the purview of the seniors increase, the comments that I'm hearing right now, and I'd be interested to also hear from some of our students who've done delegations today, is that, and I used to teach at Carleton. I used to be a professor at Carleton, and I remember my students telling me this too, is that when you have a system that becomes so expensive that it is almost easier to take on the debt of buying a cheap used car and paying for that car's maintenance, paying for that car's gas, people will make financial choices based on how expensive things are. And my concern is with this continuous fare increase, and this is not the first delegation that I have done or Ottawa Transit Riders has done about fare increases, but I am so concerned that we are losing a generation of transit riders who will not be coming back because we have just made the system so unaffordable for them.
Thank you.
Councillor Plant.
Yes. Hi, Stuart. Nice to see you. I remember meeting you back in 2022. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Looking quite dapper, I might say. Just a quick question, though, for your statistics. Where did you get the stat that you guys have the highest rate of poverty for seniors? Where'd you get that?
That comes from a United Way report on vulnerable seniors that was released in 2018. Okay,
could you send that to me? I'd be curious to know where that comes from, because I have 4 senior OCH buildings, and it's pretty dire there. So I'm just wondering how that's all accounted for. Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks very much, Stuart, for being here today.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is John Reddins, who's here, then Kyle Humphrey and Quanah Travis. John is joining us in the room, second time today. Thank you for your patience, John. It's a long day.
Well, I canceled my bus twice to be here, so and reschedule it, and it should be here at 3 o'clock. First of all, I want to share 2 stories. When I first moved here, we had the labor dispute. To show how important that transit is to this city. My wife worked with a colleague that worked at a call center here at Gate Mall. He lived out in Maryville. He couldn't afford a cab. He walked every morning and every night home to get to work. I worked for Saturn 417 at the time as the automotive parts manager. The owner was a former OC Transport bus driver. The cleaning boy got fired because he couldn't get there during the strike. He couldn't afford a cab. These are some of the stories that how transit affects. And we have to remember that. You talk about the paratransit new buses. We only see 8 by the end of this year, and we probably won't see them next year, the new buses. I've been attending these meetings since Diane Dean's. I hear enhancements. I hear every time we've been here, raise after raise after raise. Where are the improvements? We're spending many dollars on the LRT, on the Trillium line. They've blown the dates regardless. We needed to, you talk about, nobody's talked about, when I'm in the room, about the $38 million. That's the shortfall there. I know this will be controversial. I was just talking to a counselor about it might be a nuclear bomb, but you need for the Ford government to listen to us. We need to ask him if as a negotiation tactic to get this money, to have a structural review of the municipality from top to bottom. But that's very controversial. Also, Dick, last term you increased the recommendation of city councilors to 1 more councillor. Do we still need that extra councillor? These are some of the things that we have to look at. Thinking behind the box. I see a light bulb on Councillor Lowe, but that's the type of thinking we have to around this table. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Curry here. I know I sound like I'm coming from above, but I'm really on screen. So thank you so much for your delegation. Any questions for the delegation, councillors? I don't see any hands up, John, but thank you so much for hanging around today. Hope you get your bus all set for
Yeah,
when.
I hope so too.
Alrighty, have a good rest of your day. Our next speaker is Kyle Humphrey. Kyle, I see you there.
Hi, everybody.
Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I come today after listening to quite a few delegations, quite a few presentations, and quite a few of the councillors speak, referring to paratransport users and referring to several members of the community as people who might be excuse me. Gosh, my notes aren't enough for me today. We started with Wilson Lowe. He said the less able-bodied, and I thought those were eloquent words. I have never referred to myself as disabled, so it's nice to hear something like that. Accessibility isn't promoted as well as it could be in the city, and I understand that paratranspo is one facet of the accessible transit that we have in the city. I myself tend to use OC more than I use para, and but I will still continue to fight for paratranspo users that rely on this service, in great numbers. If I'm not mistaken, there's only a few thousand registered users of paratranspo, yet they make up a million trips almost, which isn't that far from pre-COVID numbers, and isn't that far from. It's because those users don't have the opportunity to get into a car, to get into an Uber. I had my birthday party last weekend, and I tried to get a taxi. I pre-ordered the taxi, and this is a city-funded taxi, and it was going to be a city-funded taxi, but it turned out that I funded it myself. I paid for the taxi only after being able to have them send a taxi that was not accessible, and I had to pull my chair apart and teach the person how to stow it in the car. So the city isn't quite ready to have people use nightlife that need mobility devices, and when it comes to transit in the city, unfortunately, we continue to fall behind. Watching the numbers go up in terms of how much things will cost means that not only will seniors, and if I'm mistaken, and seniors are now finally getting free on Sundays and Wednesdays with paratranspo, please correct me, but watching seniors not be able to reap the rewards of being senior because they use paratranspo is yet another issue. I've watched several times as my peers have waited for their rides, been left behind, and this is a paid service. This is a service that people pay for. So to watch the number of people who have come to me and said that it costs more to take someone on a paratranspo bus than it does than they pay for it. Well, it clearly costs more for the whole system to run than it does for people to pay for it, and we see that with the number of people who we saw it with the numbers today. At the end of the day, paratranspo users continue to rely on a service that forces them to wait 90 minutes between trips still. And that means they're paying a minimum of $7.60 for the occasional user to grab the milk. And we need to see things like this change. We need to see better service for everyone. I realize I have 30 seconds left. And we need to see a more equitable transit service, and not just the service itself, but the way that we fund it needs to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kyle, and happy belated birthday. There's a couple questions for you there. Councillor Lowe first.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Kyle. Thanks for your delegation. I don't know what was going on in my mind at the time when I made that comment. Was for some reason I couldn't say the word disabled. I don't know why, and so I had to grasp for another term, and that is exactly what happened. So whether that offended you or not, I am sorry for using that.
No, I was perfect.
Okay, I am grateful though for that experience that we had back in the summer. Unfortunately, I know that was trying to highlight the issues with paratranspo, but that ended up being the probably one of your best trips ever, I think. But appreciate your delegation. Apologize for that term again, but thanks for coming out.
No, thank you. And that's a term I wish more people would use.
Oh, you want? Oh, okay. You want that term used? Okay.
Yeah, he hadn't heard that one
Absolutely.
before and he quite liked it.
When you think of a broken bus, Wilson, you think of disabled bus, right?
It's a jargon for it, but yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, but that's the jargon that's used. And so let's not apply that to a human condition. That's the way I see it.
Exactly. Great. Well, your next question is from Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Kyle, for your delegation today. I don't know that it's formatted such as a question as such, but I wanted to thank you, and I didn't get the chance to thank Sally and John as well for coming out and representing the needs of those who rely on paratranspo. And I know you tend to take conventional a bit more, but I appreciate always the fact that you keep us around the table apprised of the fact that your service isn't being decreased from 5 to 10 minutes. You're still waiting sometimes hours for your ride, that you're not able to just, your bus isn't 45 minutes late when you decide that you have to go to the grocery store. You have to book a day ahead in order to make that trip to the grocery store. That when we're hearing about taking away free trips on Wednesdays and Sundays, you never had that. The accessibility community who are dependent on paratransport never had that in the first place. So I do think that that's important to keep that in mind. And thank you always for making sure that we understand that. And I appreciate that Sally and John came down in person today. I know that you can't because you broke your ankle, but look forward to seeing you at another meeting. And thanks for everything.
Thank you. It was the whole femur, but thank you.
Oh, sorry, the femur. No more crowd surfing.
No, I was actually on the ground.
Oh, dear.
Yep.
Well, thanks so much, Kyle, for your delegation today. Our next speaker is Quanah Travis. I don't see that name on the screen. Eric, I'm not sure if you have a comment. I don't see Quanah Travis's name on the screen. Is it a in-person delegation?
We don't think so, Vice Chair. We'll double check, but they might not be in attendance.
Okay, well, we can try to see if maybe we have Hamza El Mendri available. That's the next speaker.
Kathy,
Chair Gower, maybe you can figure out who's
yeah,
next.
I am back. We're just going to try to determine who is online. Okay, we're not seeing either Quanah or Hamza, so the next speaker registered is Thomas Andre. Is Thomas here? Hi, Thomas. You may be our last speaker today, so thank you for
fun.
Thank you for waiting through the whole day.
No worries. So yeah, hello council members. My name is Thomas Andre. I'm a student at Carleton University. I've come here today to voice my concerns about the worrying direction transit is taking in Ottawa. I don't own a car and I'm not quite ready to bike or walk to school in January. I personally rely on safe, reliable, and affordable transportation every day. As anyone who must regularly commute using OC Transpo will know, the service very seldom lives up to those expectations, and I don't think I'm exactly setting the bar high. I'm by no means an expert on transportation policy. I commute to school, I commute to work, I commute to see friends and family across Ottawa. So I'll limit my comments to speaking about my experience and how the city's proposed change will negatively impact myself and fellow students, and how it fails to adequately address concerns surrounding the transit system by placing the financial burden on a group who can least afford it, students. Not to belabor the point further, but issues with OC Transpo's reliability persist. I've personally had to deal with buses that either never show up or arrive significantly late. This is also at a time when the city is reducing service during off-peak hours, which would disproportionately impact students. Of particular note to Carleton students are line 2, 7, 10, and 111, which have on-campus connections. We have classes at irregular hours and don't fit neatly into the typical 9 to 5. This also extends to nighttime service, which is essentially non-existent, and people have to turn to alternative means of transportation to get around. These delays and lack of service lead to overcrowding on buses and trains, and this overcrowding has safety concerns for both transit users and OC Transpo staff. I've seen riders as well as staff be harassed or outright assaulted on OC Transpo. This is all to say I appreciate the city's need for more investment in this essential service, and I'd like to applaud the work of the committee to make Ottawa a better city. I support a balanced budget, I support financial responsibility, but I oppose doing so on the backs of students who are already particularly vulnerable to the already increasing cost of living, which I can attest to personally with the cost of groceries and the price of rent. As other speakers before me have noted, the UPass agreements between OC Transpo and Ottawa's post-secondary institutions provide a significant and stable portion of OC Transpo's revenue year after year. Carleton students alone provide OC Transpo with just shy of $12 million a year. This city's planned increase of UPass fare beyond the agreed amount of 2.5% would seriously damage the city of Ottawa's credibility as a business partner and endanger important revenue streams by alienating Ottawa's post-secondary institutions. I haven't come to today's meeting just to complain either. As I said before, I understand the city's need for financial responsibility. I have some proposals for how council can address the financial gap that exists, and I encourage councillors to look for alternative means beyond fare increases. I believe that a targeted property tax increase would be a more equitable approach. Lines 2 and 4 will increase the value of nearby property as well as any future developments. Homeowners are typically more financially resilient, and the relative increase in taxation would represent a much smaller percentage of these households' wealth than increased fares would on students and other groups heavily dependent on OC Transpo, including seniors and the disabled community. Additionally, what I believe a key proponent of the mayor's Fairness for Ottawa approach should be is getting accurate property value information. The city of Ottawa, like all Ontario municipalities, relies on property tax to fund their operations. The Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, a provincial crown corporation, hasn't done any assessments though since 2016. So your tax base is reflected, 8 years ago. To be clear, by law, this system is revenue neutral and won't generate a revenue windfall for the city of Ottawa, but does needlessly create winners and losers in the property tax market. So to conclude, I would implore the members of this committee to seriously reconsider the impacts this will have on transit users in the city. This will be bad for students, bad for seniors, bad for the disabled, and bad for Ottawa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. First, at some point, if you want to have a discussion about how sort of municipal taxes work, the MPAC reassessment won't result in an influx of new money, but everybody's current taxes will kind of be rebalanced one against the other. But I'm really interested, one of the proposals that the working group has been contemplating and continues to contemplate is whether or not there might be special tax treatment of those areas that are close to the lines. I'm worried, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but I am worried that if we start to tax properties that are close to LRT at a higher rate, that will start to dissuade development near those. Those are the areas where we need people to live, is next to LRT stations. Do you have any, have you taken a look at some of the research around that or made a determination as to, how did you come to that determination that it would be a good thing to do as opposed to a disincentive?
So thank you for your question. I haven't looked specifically at research concerning the city of Ottawa and what the impacts would be for, line 2, line 4, and already on the Confederation line. I know that development is still going up around those, and I think demand would be relatively inelastic in the sense that people still need to get to work, people still need to commute. As I said, if you work downtown and if you live out in the suburbs, you still need to get out and about. And so I don't know how much of a development charge would be reasonable for how much, and what the impact would be on development there. But I do think that should be a revenue stream that the city should look at, because definitely, especially with line 2 and, greater expansions of line 1 out east and out west, I think there's a considerable, incentive there to look at that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It's not something that was going to get put in place this year. When you take a look at the research that would need to be done into that, understand the economic impacts, it's not a quick decision to make. But I tend to think you're right, that it would be fairly inelastic with respect to the demand. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. No more questions. So thank you for being our last speaker. Thank you to all of the speakers who joined us today and everyone who's written an email or to counselors or to the committee. I think there's a lot of really good feedback, some of it which will inform our debate here this afternoon. Some other ideas that maybe we can work on between now and council, and then still others that I think are important to consider as we work on the long-range financial plan into next year. So the first thing I want to do is ask if there are any additional motions that were not raised at the start of the meeting that people have now. I'm not aware of any, but checking on that. Okay. I think it might be helpful just to go through the existing motions just to refresh everybody's memory, but I also want to give staff a chance to give some preliminary comments. And of course, members and councilors are fully able to ask additional questions. So the motions we have so far are the budget roadmap motion, which is from Councillor or Vice Chair Curry. That's the procedural motion. There's the technical amendment to the budget book. There is the motion from Councillor Tierney on a motion to reinstate and enhance transit discounts for seniors. Does staff have any comments on that one? Anything specific?
No, Chair, we support that for sure.
Okay. Councillor Menard on the negotiated increases to post-secondary UPass agreements. Any comments on that one?
No concerns with that one? No.
Okay. Councillor Brockington on behalf of Councillor Bradley, seniors discount and free day. Staff have comments on that one?
So Chair, I think this is one of the ones where you talked about earlier in terms of impact to the levy that would rise to the committee as a whole. I will caution members of the commission that as per the fiscal framework, it does state that 55% of the operating costs should come from the fare and then the other 45% from the levy. The draft budget, this is for information as it's presented today, is about 66% transit levy and the residual 36% on the fare. 66% on the levy, 34% on the fare.
Councillor Cart, we couldn't hear you. So just make sure you're using your mic for everybody in the room, but that's okay. On the Menard motion, UPass for students under 18 years of age. Any staff comments on that one?
Yeah, we'll study it for sure, Chair.
Study the motion or? Okay.
Yeah, Chair, I think as the motion stands, it's basically asking us to do the work to kind of export. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington on increasing leases and advertising revenues. Pat.
We have one small amendment that I suggested to the councillor just to clarify that it's not asking us to renegotiate our current leases. Just if he's okay with adding one word.
Okay, we'll follow up. Councillor Brockington, if you can check on that, and we'll discuss that later. Councillor Lowe's altering the urban transit area boundary.
Through the chair. So this motion as it stands is basically there's a base operating impact. The offset funding that's identified by the councillor is a one-time. So the funding offset is not appropriate to fund. We can't use one-time funding offsets to fund a permanent base. Councillor is aware of that and suggested that you would amend that for council.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Devine's motion through Councillor Brockington on the youth pass changes.
Chair, I think this is very similar to the other one. This is one where it's pushing more to the levy from the fare. So my same comment would reside.
Okay. And that's it for the motions. Okay. There may be others that come up as we go, and there may be additional questions on these. So we will go to any questions about the budget, the motions. People have 5 minutes at a time, and we have already a long lineup. Councillor Menard, you're up first.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for running the meeting with all those delegations. Good job. And to the delegations that came out, just excellent delegations. Thank you all for being here and waiting through the long day. I wanted to start outside of the motions and just in the actual budget book. The debt servicing cost, I noticed in the presentation to our wards, that was increasing quite a bit on the debt servicing portion of our operations costs over time. So our LRT is increasing, and then we've got our debt increasing. Bus is staying about the same. The other operations are staying fairly static. On that debt portion, can you just break that down for me? What's in that debt portion and why are we seeing it rise fairly significantly over time?
So through the chair, as stage 2 comes online, that's when we're going to start issuing the debt. So that debt servicing cost is increasing in terms of our planned issuance of the debt, mainly from stage 2.
Okay. And is any of that stage 1 or is that all stage 2 increases?
So there's still debt to be issued for stage 1. And 2/3 of the debt is development charges.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thank you for that. The change for seniors, original was a larger percentage, but I'm wondering, has there been data collected on how many fewer seniors would choose to ride if they went up X%? I guess the initial one is what came out of the budget, that 120% increase. Did we do some calculations to say we're going to lose this many riders as a result of the large increase?
Mr. Chair, no, we haven't done that calculation.
Okay. And are the figures, the savings that are being booked, they wouldn't then take into account potential lost riders that would no longer be paying any fare for a seniors pass, let's say?
Mr. Chair, we have not done those calculations.
Okay. Okay. There's been a discussion around an additional 94 cents on the levy to get to a Equipass rate. Has any work been done on the bureaucracy added by adding new seniors onto the Equipass? Because before they wouldn't, there's no point to apply for that because the seniors pass was lower. So now we'd have a lot of seniors potentially applying for the Equipass. I imagine there's a cost to the processing of that and the weeks that it takes to get approved. Do we know roughly how much that might cost? Like, might it be 94 cents on the property tax bill around there? Like, what are we looking at in terms of actual costs?
Chair, so we haven't or you want to go, Pat? Or okay,
Mr. Chair, we have some experience with that this year as the province removed their transportation funding for our people on Ontario Works. We had to process more Equipass applications, and we brought on a temporary staff member to help us with that surge. We imagined we would do the same should this change occur.
Okay. Okay. So there's some more hidden costs in the Tierney motion potentially that might equalize the 94 cent piece, or maybe not quite, but could get us closer anyway. And it's such small numbers really, but that we're here for. The seniors day on Sunday, and thank you, Pat, for getting the information. My understanding is we'd be looking at an offset for that day alone if we were to keep it free for seniors of less than 125,000 thereabouts. Could be lower.
Mr. Chair, yes, it would depend on what the amount would depend on what the seniors fare is.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So max would be 125,000 if the seniors fare was lowered. We'd be looking at less.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's correct. We would run the math.
Okay. All right. So pretty low amount for Sunday and solves that problem we were talking about, Chair, of why is Wednesdays potentially cheaper? Well, Sundays is cheaper overall because there's fewer people riding that day. So pretty low number to keep seniors on Wednesdays riding for free. I wanted to go into the UPass a bit more. We talked about the budget books changes as January 1st, but it's an in-year revenue stream. And so come January 1st, student unions and administrations that haven't agreed to a UPass increase, and I've already, I guess, booked some tuition in, we're not necessarily seeing that 5% in that first, it'll be maintained for what was in December being transferred to the municipality, as I understand it. And then my motion talks about in-year negotiations and discussions, consultations with student unions. So is it your understanding that just that the unilateral 5% increase would not occur January 1st, just to correct the letter, I guess, that was sent initially, which I understand why students raised it. It would be 2.5, and then we would have the in-year negotiations for a fall period, 2025.
Mr. Chair, the universities and colleges that I've heard back from said that they don't have a process to change their fees that they charge to students midway through the calendar year, and the earliest they could accommodate any change would be September.
Perfect. Okay. So just to say, I think it makes a lot of sense, Chair, just to take our time with this, have those discussions, negotiations, and consultations that are necessary that I think student unions also want, and then come back with staff results in the Q2 2025 period. So appreciate that answer. I've got more. I'm going to go do childcare responsibilities though, Chair, and I may get back on later. I'm hoping not to miss any votes. So I'll pass it back over to other councillors for now. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the principal themes that I heard from the last 30 several delegations was one of concern about getting back transit riders. And there was a lot of implication that I heard about the relationship between the fares and the transit riders, and concerns specifically that if we're costing transit riders out of the market, essentially. That's what I heard from a number of people. So I guess my question is going to revolve around that, because I'm coming to this from the perspective that if we want to build up trust with our transit riders, we need kind of three principal things. We need to make sure that they believe that our system is safe. They need to believe that our system is reliable, and they need to believe that our system is affordable. And I've heard through these budget discussions that your intent is to make significant investments in reliability. This comes with the upcoming landing of Trillium Line and how the buses are going to connect to that. Then the new Ways to Bus coming online in April with the purposes of focusing on the hub and spoke and getting local bus systems around, on consolidating those bus routes so that you have higher on-time reliability. And what I really want to hear is that the investments that this budget are going to make for 25 are in fact going to improve reliability to the point where we are building trust with our transit riders, and that they actually feel and experience an improved customer experience on OC Transpo.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. First and foremost, I would like to say that if I don't talk about the seniors' fares, normally an increased fare will not reduce the ridership. The only thing that will bring people, it's the reliability for sure. So this budget, effectively, we put a lot of money on the reliability. That will not be done overnight. I want to be clear here. This is not just something that we can say tomorrow everything will be perfect. We saw the traffic. The traffic is massive. I talk about the aging of the buses. We have in this budget a significant amount to buy diesel buses because we cannot unfortunately have those e-buses on time. So those are very concrete initiatives to improve the service. It will not be again overnight, because only to receive the diesel buses, that will take 2 years. So what are we going to do? We are going to continue to work on our action plan that we put in place last fall. We saw a lot of good improvements, but we know that we are fragile, and we will need to continue to work with the people, with our processes, with everything to continue to improve the service.
Okay, thank you very much. So to confirm what I heard, the investments in reliability are core to building back that transit ridership and the trust with our transit riders.
Can you repeat again, probably, please?
I just want to confirm that the focus here is on reliability, bus reliability, train reliability, building trust with our transit riders so that when they show up at the bus stop at 6:55 in the morning, there's a bus that shows up at 6:55 in the morning to take them from point A to point B.
This is not new today. It was the goal, and that's why we have put in place an action plan. And I want to reiterate again, we have done a lot of things to improve this reliability. The lack of bus drivers was a huge concern, and we know that it's done. The network has to be reviewed, and this is exactly what we have done, and we'll implement the new Waste to Bus in April next year. And the maintenance action plan will need to continue to take care because it's important. Unfortunately, for the traffic, we will not be able to do anything, but we have already on a new Waste to Bus, we have already had some time for the trips, but we don't know how things will go with the traffic. We will continue to monitor. We'll take actions if it's needed. But at least we know that this is our focus. We absolutely need to be able to deliver 99.5%, and then we will work on the quality of the service with the on-time performance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to do a first round with committee members. So Councillor Lowe, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair. So I think the one of the most glaring item for me in the budget is just the fact that there is that $36 million that we are hoping that the provincial and federal governments will come through with, right? And while I do have confidence that it wouldn't be in there for no reason, it still doesn't. It raises like a red flag for me. Like it still raises a flag for me that money is placeholder. It's not there for sure. No one's committed to anything. So, I am worried that now we're talking about the UPass negotiations. It's possible negotiations as well. So what's going to happen? Do we have a contingency or something if neither of those two streams materialize or not in full, let's say?
Through the chair, so there's different elements across the budget where we do these assumptions. And before I speak to that, I'll give another example. Assessment growth every year outside of an election year, it's always an assumption when we go into the final budget. It's not locked in, so we always manage those risks outside. In 2023, we did have a budget placeholder for 39 million in the transit budget. So we're going to follow the same practice. So as we get into, if the budget is adopted as is, or with that 36 million there, as we get into the in-year actuals, if you will, we'll continue to manage that risk. So we report back on a quarterly basis to commission and council in terms of all the elements of the budget. So we'll mitigate those risks through discretionary spending freeze. We'll do a hiring freeze if needed. We'll do a little bit of a slowdown on our capital investments if needed. So these are all strategies that we used in the past, and those are strategies that we would bring forward again in the new year, depending on how things finalize as we proceed with the negotiations.
Thanks for that. So the gaps of 39 and I think $41 million, last year, it was 39 in 2023 and 41 in this budget, the current, right? Or something. There was a gap. Oh no, okay. So in previous years when a gap was sort of left there like that, like did anyone come through with either partial or full funding to cover it?
So through the chair, in 2023, we did have that $39 million placeholder. That didn't come to fruition. As we went through the 2023 budget year, actual year, we reported multiple times back through commission. And one of the strategies that we employed late in the year was we did a capital closure cleanup. So typically every year we come forward in June with a closure, I'll call it a cleanup, our WIP closure report, where we kind of close old accounts. In 2023, we came back with a second one late in the fall. And that's how we were able to address that deficit, that $39 million gap that didn't come through. That among other things in terms of reducing that gap a little bit smaller than that because of discretionary spending freeze, hiring delays, some other savings there and there, but we used the closure process to address that in 2023.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm still a little uneasy about like thinking about what's left to cut, right? Like we or what's left to address? Sorry, what are the tools left what are the tools that we have left to try to address another major, fairly significant gap if we get there? So, but I guess, I'll see how the discussion around the table goes and we'll see. The second question, how much time do I have? Okay. Okay. My second question is, somewhere in the budget, there's an item for the paratransport minibuses due to arrive, right? But there's also an item that is a refurbishment of the existing paratransport minibus fleet. I'm just curious, how is it the entire current fleet that's being refurbished? Is it a part of the current fleet that's being refurbished, or did I completely read that wrong?
Chair, if I'm not mistaken, we don't refurbish the para. We will refurbish the 40-foot buses or the 60-foot buses. But for the para buses, we'll purchase only new buses. And yeah.
If I can just add to that, we have a small amount in capital request 911754 just to keep the current paratransport buses working until the new ones arrive.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's the item I was getting at. Okay, thank you. And then I guess my last question for this round is, when I know it's good practice sometimes to sort of budget for growth, but year after year we've fallen short of expected ridership, for one factor or another. And so it seems like we have, we're budgeting for extra and we don't get that fare revenue and everything. So I shared this suggestion several times too, but perhaps is there any value in maybe just budgeting on last year's ridership instead of assuming there to be growth?
Chair, I think it's important to say today that we'll improve the reliability by bringing people from buses to the trains. So we expect for sure that more people will take the trains. The Trillium line will be open, and we will extend the east as well to Trim. So we hope that bring more people. So that's why we forecast 80% for next year. And with the federal workers as well, we saw that very significantly in September, and we will continue to follow if the train will continue to go positively.
Okay, I mean, no doubt the Trillium line is going to increase some ridership, especially in our communities in the south there. But I guess because it's year after year, we've been forecasting 75% or 60 or whatever percentages it was over the last few years, and we never met it. That is my concern when it comes to trying to anticipate what costs we'll have. But I'll take your optimism there, and I'll come back on the list. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this is probably the most important, if not potentially most impactful budgets in OC Transpo's history. I haven't been around for all the budgets, but I think our serious financial challenge has resulted in so many of the budget lines being impacted or proposed to be impacted. And we know this is largely attributed to the decline in ridership from COVID and the hybrid working expectations in the office. On the matter of the seniors bus pass proposal at 120% increase, who is ultimately responsible for putting this in the draft budget?
Chair, I can start off. I'm not sure if you need to top me up or not, but these are a variety of discussions that occurred throughout the year from January. As I mentioned earlier, and as you heard many of us say many times, there was significant reviews with the LRP working group, right down to the point where this is, I can tell you, my 10-year tenure with the city and being involved in the budget various processes and timelines. We were down to the wire in terms of making final decisions. That's how hard and challenging this budget was. So ultimately, we were at a point where we had to make decisions, and it really came down to that. As you can see, there's the magnitude of levers that we were put forward for us to explore. That's what we did. So we had to make final decisions in terms of getting that information to the drafted table, and then let the commission, let the council decide on whether they accept that or they put forward changes or motions. Earlier to Councillor Lowell's point as well, the other mitigation is that we will be already looking into is the updated long-range financial plan. So any decisions that are made to change this budget, even if there's nothing changes in this budget, just lots of work to be done in the LRFP in terms of making sure that plan is affordable. So this is one step of many steps to come. And I mean, that's the reality. That's the work that was done throughout the year. And it came down to, okay, we had to make decisions, and those are the decisions that were before you.
Fair enough. Thank you. To borrow or continue on Councillor Lowe's question about the ridership expectations in the budget, 80% pre-COVID levels. What can you remind me, what is our current ridership right now today, pre-COVID levels? Compare.
Chair, I think it's around 70, 75. If I may just to the previous question, we have done a lot of benchmark as well, and similar for the ridership, similar for the fares. So when we compare the seniors fares with other cities, we saw in the presentation that we were very low compared to everywhere else, a lot of other cities. For the ridership, we saw a lot of increasing since this September in Quebec City, and we think that probably we could have this kind of ridership because we were similar at the beginning. And Gatineau is very, very close to Ottawa, and I spoke with my colleague, it was the GM over there, and they are almost at 100% so far. So we expect that Ottawa could be at 80%.
Mr. Rogers, given that the budget says 80% is our target, which would bring in an extra $20 million, you're able to determine that number based on like a very precise ridership number today. Is it 70%? Is it 75%? Where are we right now?
Through the chair, I think right now, I think in September, we were 70 or 70 or 70, whatever, 70, 75-ish or so. So based on the fact that we have a new line coming on and another new line coming on in halfway through next year, that's where some of the additional assumptions we're taking to get to 80%.
I mean, 70 to 80 is a bit of a jump. So what type of intelligence have we received from our main cohorts of riders that indicate we're now going to be able to hit 80%? Federal government's not making any additional changes that I'm aware of in 2025 to have their workers come back at a greater frequency that they are now. University students are maxed out. So how are we estimating that we're going to hit our target of 80%, and I assume that's an average, not by December 31st, 2025, that we're going to get there? How are we going to get there?
Chair, it will be tough, but as we said, the fact that we'll open the Trilum line, the fact that the east will go to Trim, we believe that the reliability will be improved, so people may take us.
Okay, $20 million revenue assumption without a clear plan or understanding of how we're going to get our ridership up to 80%. Love the target, would love it if it was realistic, and we've struggled with realistic targets here for the past 3 or 4 years. So I'm not convinced we have a plan or even we know how we're going to get to 80%. I have other questions I'll skip over for now, Chair. And again, going back to the reliability questions, that a number of us have expressed concern. You heard from many delegates here today. And that is, from my questions earlier on when you presided us with the monthly update on the bus, para, and train system, and that is we don't have a mechanism to measure success on the reliability side. So if I hear from you that there are investments in the budget, if you're talking about focus on, you know, bus replacement, the operator hiring, the mechanic hiring, there needs to be a goal, a target. You're able to target ridership. You just said you're going to try and hit 80%. We need to be able every year to say our reliability numbers are going to this number. And in turn, we need to be able to measure success every single month. We need to be able to see performance improving on this particular metric. And so a year from now, we'll have a discussion about the 2026 budget. How will I know whether or not we have been successful as a commission in providing reliable service to our users over the course of the next year.
Chair, I think we have introduced to the Transit Commission a variety of KPIs. And I think it's the only way that we will know that. And we measure as well the customer satisfaction. We are more happy to share that with you. So this is the way that we will know if we are doing well.
Okay, Chair, I have a lot more to say here. I'm some of the big, most important things that our riders are expecting us to deliver on, I don't think are being met in this budget, but I'll yield the floor to my colleagues and come back and share some final thoughts in a little bit.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. My first question, Chair, is a little bit outside of the budget, but it came up in the budget. It concerns concerns that have been raised with respect to the ability to deliver paratransport coupons to make them more accessible to residents, given the Canada Post strike. Will you allow me to ask a question or put in a direction with respect to that?
Yep, if you have a direction, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. So the direction is that transit services staff review alternate ways to deliver paratransport coupons to make them more accessible to residents in all areas of the city. Is that accepted?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you. Keeping in the line of question, actually, I'll go back to my paratransport questions. I just want to follow up on something that Pat, you said with respect to not having those projected sales figures for passes at various price points. I would have thought that as a function of management accounting, that we would have been able to run some of those numbers. Like, for example, when we moved towards the 120% increase, you would have known that certain amount of seniors would have switched to that Presto purse method. And looking at that revenue, you must have had numbers. Like, how did the 800,000 revenue shortfall we have to make up? Like, are there any figures that spoke to how that was all being projected? Like, when you do you understand what I'm saying? No? Okay. So wouldn't it be like a function of basic management accounting that when we when there was a proposal to move to $120 a month on the transit pass, we would have looked at how many users would drop off, how many would switch to like a Presto. Was any of that work done?
So, Mr. Chair, since COVID, and we've been in uncharted territory. We're seeing customer behavior that doesn't appear to be driven by the influences that were driving it before the pandemic. In fact, a few years before that, we started to see that ridership was going up, down at times that didn't coincide with the normal influences that were pushing ridership up and down in the previous years. Combine that with the fact you saw the graph earlier that it's almost 2/3 of our customers are currently traveling on a discounted fare. The averages of the elasticities that one of the delegations spoke about have changed because the mix of who the complete transit base is has evolved over the years. So we're eagerly looking forward to being there enough stability in the global economy that we can start to see what those new relationships are. They just aren't clear yet.
Okay, so for example, so the graph that you showed that where it's $2.15 average price that we're making on all fares across, because more than 50% are using a discount. Were there different scenarios that were run? Like, was there a decision ever made, okay, we need to have the average price be like $265 or $285, and then different scenarios run at all on adjusting the passes, or no, because you don't know the factors?
That number of 216 is an outcome. It's not a decision. It's not a council decision. Council sets the fares, sets the service level, and clearly it's the people who decide how to use the service that we offer. So that figure of 216 is not a deliberate, that's an outcome of who's using the service now and how are they paying their fare.
Correct, yeah, correct. But was there ever any discussion about what the ideal average fare point would be across all business lines in order to operate the system with a balance between fares and tax levy, like, for example, would have been established in the 2007 fiscal framework? Like, was that level of analysis ever done?
The closest we have is the direction that the treasurer referred to earlier, that the fiscal policy says that transit should be funded this proportion from taxes and this proportion from fares. That's the closest we've come to that.
Okay, I was asking if the scenarios were run. That's okay. I'll leave that one. I'm just going to go. Councillor Brockington had a motion on sponsorships about increasing the revenue from sponsorships. I know the other day in one of the meetings, one of my colleagues talked about Calgary. Well, Calgary having free transit downtown, that's sponsored by TD. Do we ever have we looked for large sponsorships to help take some of the cost other than what we do with like Blues Fest events, advertising? Have we had a conscientious effort? I know this coming up maybe 18 months ago, but
Chair Bart will share with you the answer.
Chair, yes, we have tried to do that. We have sought, so we work with Pattison to identify sponsorship opportunities for things like fare-free days. To date, we've had some success. So as Madame Emilcar mentioned, we've continued the sponsorship for New Year's Eve, and we're looking to expand that to include other sponsors. So we are also, as Madame Emilcar mentioned earlier this morning, working with some expertise outside of the city to try to maximize our non-fare revenue systems, which would include exploring sponsorships, trying to come up with a way to use what's being done in other jurisdictions successfully in Ottawa.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just with respect to, there's been a lot of discussion about the Equipass, the Seniors Pass, and, setting the level of price for a Seniors Pass. And I think many of us around the table have heard the same message. Some people that are worried that their household doesn't qualify for Equipass, but they're still a fairly low income. And others that say, I'm a retired federal public servant. I take the bus, but I don't need this. How difficult would it be? I realize this can't be done in time for this budget, but to implement some sort of means testing for a Seniors Pass, like, would that be extremely arduous? I know it can't be done before January, absolutely, but like, can we foresee that we could have like a 2-tier Seniors Pass at some point?
Mr. Chair, we've seen that transit systems in other cities have chosen to have a multi-tier, primarily the two major cities in Alberta. I don't know enough about where that's come from, whether that was provincial direction or whether the two cities coordinated with each other. But if there were a direction to do that, and if we had clear direction on what the tiers were, it would just be one more step in the process to apply. It might take a little more time. I think it would also require a little more time to explain to applicants. But I don't think it would dramatically change the amount of work we have to do.
Okay, thanks. I do think one of the councillors is from Alberta, and I do think that that is actually provincial. That is provincial funding that helps supplement those passes. I'm not sure if we get provincial funding to subsequent.
I believe none of the municipalities, almost all the municipalities in Ontario offer a low-income transit pass, and I believe none of them are subsidized by the provincial government.
I think in Alberta it actually is, and I think the premier there recently tried to pull it back, but there was an outcry. But anyway, how many seconds do I have, Chair? Because I do have a bunch more questions.
90 seconds.
90 seconds. Okay, just with respect to paratranspo, the motion that Councillor Tierney put forward would contemplate bringing back free Wednesdays for seniors. I know we had this discussion last month at Transit about why we don't have free paratranspo for seniors, but is there any way to contemplate having free paratranspo on Wednesdays and just serving whoever can be served, or is it just way too complicated and it would just jeopardize?
Chair, it's not necessarily because it's complicated. It's related to the minibuses availability, and we know that again, those minibuses are very old, and the demand will increase, and we will not be able to satisfy our customers. So we are working on something on a 5-year roadmap. So if you can be a little bit patient, we will come back. And it's similar with the underground transit, but we will be able to come back. But we absolutely need to renew our fleet before to be able to do anything without, for sure, compromising the current service.
Okay, thanks. And I know I'm a bit of a broken record on that, but I certainly appreciate hearing from the community that requires paratransport. I know that you have made strides in terms of outreach, and that's been appreciated, but I do think we need to address that. Just with respect to, I mentioned briefly about sponsorships. I know we've had this discussion before, and Councillor Hill had brought forward sort of that hybrid path with the feds, and we had this discussion. But since the LRFP group had started working and federal government workers have come back a little bit more to the office place, has there been any effort to engage the federal public service to talk about, back in the old days, we had echo passes. We all hung them around our neck, and I've never gotten past wearing a pass around my neck as a result of that. But have there been any of those discussions?
Yes. Yes, there have.
There have, but nothing we can update on.
I don't, well, we haven't sold them on our proposal.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I'll skip to the next person. I do have some more, but I'm going to bet you they get captured somewhere else.
Councillor Curry is the next committee member.
Thank you. So, just so I'm clear, there are 3 motions here that will be directed to committee of the whole, right? 2 that are really Councillor Brockington, but on behalf of other people, and 1 Councillor Lowe. They'll be sent off to committee of the whole at some point during this meeting. Is that right?
It appears that way.
Okay. All right, that's a good idea. The transit working group, I mean, I guess my comment on that is that this group of councillors worked very hard on this and then recognized that it was not popular, one of their recommendations at a minimum, and came back with a different recommendation. I tend to believe that the group of councillors that worked on that worked very hard to try to figure out what the best solution was. So I hear that people are not thrilled with it. I also see we have a pretty significant funding challenge. So I'll be supporting that transit working group motion that Councillor Turney is putting forward. The motion by Councillor Brockington on the revenues. So this is something we've talked a lot about at the service review working group, because that was a report when OC Transpo came in and talked about how much in revenue they think they could gain, especially with the new lines opening up. So, I mean, in the motion, it says 10%. I don't know if that's kind of too low, but it's something that I believe staff has already been directed to do. But I just wonder if staff has a comment on that, if 10% is reasonable. We've just sort of said, as much as you possibly can, increase the revenues. But maybe there's a staff comment.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I worked with Councillor Brockington yesterday on that one, and for sure today it's purely speculation. But we said this morning that we have hired a consultant, and we are working with this consultant firm, and we will come back with an action plan. And definitely our goal is to maximize the revenue from this portfolio.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's just fine, that motion then, whatever. And then the last one, I just want to, there's a wording clarification that I think is a challenge. The one by Councillor Menard on the pass for students under 18 years of age. There's 2 parts of that motion, and we've been back and forth here in between time. The first part of the motion says that staff will be exploring with, the Ministry of Education and local school boards. And then the second part of it says to expand this endeavor. So, you don't really expand an endeavor to explore. You usually expand something if it's actually happening. So I would just say that potentially the first part of it could be just quickly amended. And Councillor Menard, I don't know if he's on here, he's just off for a few minutes, but said he was in favor of this. But the section of the first part of the motion where it says the development of could just be changed to the feasibility of developing the equivalent of a UPass. So I would just suggest that as a slight amendment. And then, because then it makes sense then to put in the bottom, the second part, be it further resolved that if such a pass ends up being developed, that staff in collaboration with everyone, expand this endeavor.
I'm
Because
I'm here, Chair, and I'm good with Councillor Curry's suggestion.
now I do want to ask though, if staff are clear what that means then. Explore the feasibility. If it works out to be a great idea, which it may, then we expand that.
Chair, as I said, we are willing to make the study for sure, to see the feasibility and come back for sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Menard. If that all sounds great, then I'm happy to support that.
Thank you.
And I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Gray. The clerk's team here is transcribing that and will circulate to you and Councillor Menard, just so everybody's on the same page. And thanks for raising that. I think we've heard from all of our committee members, so Councillor Bradley is up next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for staff to the presentation today and for all the delegations that came out. I have a couple general questions and then questions specific to the Seniors Pass. Harkening back to the presentation earlier by Ms. Amilcar, there was a slide that had suggested there was a $10 million savings projected as a result of the implementation of the new ways to bus. And then a further slide said that that would be implemented in April. So could you just explain, is that $10 million savings annual or prorated to April? And what could we expect the savings to be in 2026?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Yeah, it's a recurrent 10 million per year for sure, because the new ways to bus will be implemented only in April. So let's say we'll lose a quarter, and we have provided that on our draft budget. And after that, it will be a recurrent saving.
Okay, so it's not 10 million savings this year. It will be in 2026, and it's a prorated.
2025 minus January, February, March, April, and 2026 will be for the full year.
Fantastic. Another question I actually came from a resident today was about transfers, and I'm not sure if this is a line item in the budget or not, but because it came up in my email today, I thought I would ask. There was a question from my resident if transfers could be extended from a 90-minute window to a 120-minute window just because of timing. Is that a budget item? I just want to understand if that's in the budget and if extending that window would be a budget pressure.
Mr. Chair, yes, it would be because it would have a cost, not for the long trips, because everyone can complete a long trip on one fare. We make sure that that's always true. But for short trips where someone goes and comes back within whatever the window is, because the window would be larger, more people would be able to make a round trip. We've provided cost estimates before, and we can refresh those if council is interested in considering the question again. I will say that as more and more of the new O-train stations come online, there are more and more locations where people can change between train and bus, bus and train without needing to show a transfer. And many of the long trips that are approaching the length of the window will not have that need to reprove the time. The example that someone wrote in about before was traveling from Canada North to the airport. Canada North to the airport, fare paid zone at Tiny's Pasture, fare paid zone at Bayview Station, fare paid zone at South Keys Station, and the same in the reverse. The other point I wanted just to mention is that if there's ever someone who is charged two fares because of a service failure as they make one trip, we're always ready to credit them back the cost of the second charge that was applied because of the service failure.
Great, I'll take that one offline then. I want to turn attention to obviously the Seniors Pass. And I don't know if the Transit Working Group is able to answer questions today, Chair. Is that in order if I ask specific questions to the Transit Working Group?
Yeah, you can. And if we have the answers, happy to answer.
So I want to thank you for the work that you guys have done. I know that it was a really difficult task and that, you've been working on these recommendations for the better part of the year. I would be remiss though if I didn't ask. Obviously, what we see before us is what you've come up with or some iteration of what you come up with. But was there anything else that was seriously considered but you decided not to bring forward today as a recommendation?
I'll answer it if any of my colleagues want to. Yes, there are, I would say, several dozen elements that are not in this year's budget or are partially in this year's budget just because they, in the most complicated cases, would need legislative or regulatory changes, and in other cases, just not at the point where they're feasible or fully baked yet to implement. But there are many, many more items that our group has discussed.
I appreciate that because my concern is obviously we had to shore up this year's budget, and I'm concerned that some of the recommendations that we made were as a result of the fact that we can't do policy at budget, or we needed to have a broader conversation as part of the long range financial plan update. And so this is sort of the best of what we could propose with the tools that we had available to us, which, some of the changes we're making are going to have lasting effect for a long time. So I just want to put that out there that I'm concerned that we should have maybe done our long range financial plan in advance of this budget. I mean, it was in September of 2023 that the mayor did the state of transit technical briefing, and we all knew this was coming. And I think that we maybe missed an opportunity, and as a result, we're punishing some fare classes in particular because we couldn't get the long range financial plan done expeditiously. So I'll just have that comment on the record. We had some delegations today talk about whether or not the transit working group did any consulting with external partners and even internal partners, and I share those questions. Did the transit working group consult with any external stakeholders, so seniors groups, universities, elementary school boards, public health for the social isolation piece? Was there any external consultation done?
Again, my colleagues are welcome to jump in. I would say the working group itself did not have any external consultations. That wasn't part of the mandate of the group. However, subject matter experts from staff who were there and certainly as counselors have ongoing conversations and dialogues with different groups that inform the conversations of the working group.
So I guess I'll pose that to staff then. As part of discussions, was there any consultation with external partners on the recommendations that were brought forward, specifically the changes to fares?
The budget was presented to council on Wednesday, November 13th, and staff have been since then assisting anyone asking a question to understand what's in the budget and at what level of consideration we're at right now.
I appreciate that. I guess I would have thought, particularly on things like we saw with the UPass, that there might have been more consultation with external agencies or groups that would be impacted when we're making these types of recommendations, but I can appreciate that it was time sensitive. However, I will say there was one internal partner that I don't feel was fully consulted, and that is our community and social services team. I'm not going to speak for them because they're not here, but I had sat in meetings where there was a bit of surprise that the plan was to have our low-income seniors start applying en masse to the EquiPass, and that we didn't necessarily talk to each other to ensure that there was corresponding funding in the 2025 budget for the EquiPass line item. Is that accurate? Was there conversations prior to the release of the budget with community and social services in order to bolster the EquiPass?
Through the chair, yes, there was regular dialogue with Claire and myself and other members. If you recall, the EquiPass program back in, might not get it right here, but at one point it was around $10 million. And we've been recalibrating that every year, year over year. So it's a combination of as ridership comes back in volume. So we continue to calibrate that. And I think for this budget, we're bringing that back to, community social services tomorrow, but I think it's just over 7 million, between 7 and 8 million. So we're bringing that back up. It's one of those things where, again, we're dealing with a variable volume. So we're calibrating it back up, and we'll monitor that throughout the year to make sure that, number one, we will meet the needs of the requests that come to it, and we'll adjust accordingly if there's a little bit of an overage on that budget.
I guess we'll see if we end up going that EquiPass route, if there is a marked volume in people who qualify for that pass and apply. Speaking though of the application process, we heard from a delegate that it can take up to 6 weeks to get your EquiPass. And I think on the website, it takes up to 30 days to have to have your EquiPass delivered. If we were to move forward with either the original proposal or the proposal that the working group had put forward, those fares come into play January 1st, 2025. That leaves us 3 weeks from when the budget's proposed to when those changes would come into effect. Do we have capacity to ensure that everybody who wants and qualifies for an EquiPass can have their pass delivered and in hand for January 1st, 2025?
Chair, I think it's a simple answer is that's very unpredictable. Like I have no indication in terms of what that volume will be. What I can tell you that I'm fully here to support, Renee's team and Claire's team in terms of addressing staffing up for the volume as needed.
What are our current processing times for EquiPass?
Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer the first question first and the second question after. We do expect that if this passes, we would need to bring on, as I said earlier, possibly an extra staff person to help with processing them. We'll make arrangements to do so. I can't be sure that we'll get everyone qualified in time for the fare change. But we are, we'll try very hard, and we are currently delivering them in faster than our assigned service standard.
Do you use Canada Post?
We do not use Canada Post. We can use Canada Post if people need to, but we don't generally.
Okay, so I just want to flag that as a concern to everyone around this table that we're potentially, if we go with the working group motion and we're forcing seniors who are low income to apply for EquiPass in order to receive their discount, there is a good probability that we will not be able to process those applications by the time we do the education component and they realize that they have to apply. It's over Christmas holidays. By the time we staff up with an FTE to process the applications, we could have a large window where seniors who, if they are under that $24,000 threshold, cannot get around on transit except for maybe Wednesdays, which I think is really unfair to limit them to that day. So whatever motion ends up being successful, I do think there should be consideration for the implementation to ensure that anyone who could qualify for an EquiPass has a correct amount of time to apply and receive their pass before being penalized with the full fare, because it's quite an adjustment. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Pat, you had a
if there were to be a motion to give us authority to give credits to people who do qualify but haven't been able to get one in time, we'd be able to apply that if we had that authority.
I'll just respond that many of those seniors probably don't have the money up front to purchase that in order to have the credit. It's the same kind of argument that Councillor Tierney has been saying to apply for credit. It's fantastic that it exists, but some people can't wait to have that credit to reimburse them. So, and then I also just want to draw everyone's attention to the administrative cost of an FTE and to a credit program, which may very well outweigh some of the savings that we're receiving one time or not. Thank you.
And Councillor Bradley, I'll offer, if you want to work on something for council around that, and there's a number of questions today about that low income cutoff. I don't think we can solve it at council necessarily, but at least try to find some alternate, maybe there's alternate measurements that can be used. And if the goal is to reduce paperwork and red tape for customers and for staff and find something more equitable than we do now, I think it's worth exploring. So if we can work on that, I'd be happy to explore with you.
I appreciate that. I still hope my motion is successful, but if not, I will absolutely work on that with you.
Well, whether it is or it isn't, it's worth exploring. Councillor Kavanagh.
So just to clarify, because my motion has two offsets, one is a reduction in the contributions to reserve and one is a 440 increase to the levy. Because we can't increase the levy or recommend that council increase the levy here, it has to be considered at committee of the whole. So it's just tabled for discussion today, but can be voted on at council.
Okay, Councillor Kavanagh is up next.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley answered put forward a lot of the questions I had, and that's great. That's fine. And one of my first was Council on Aging, and also the older adult staff here at the city, and ask how much we consulted them in terms of the senior pass and the senior rates. And I've already got the answer, but I'm looking at Council on Aging, and clearly they're sticking with status quo. That's all they want. No increases, nothing. Keep 2 days. So it's unfortunate. I think it was an opportunity. Obviously, we're not going to make everyone happy, and I wish I could support them. That's what I wanted to do, to keep the understanding the importance that this is. I do have concerns about the volume of seniors that will be taking on the Equipass. There's 22 buildings of seniors in Ottawa community housing, and a lot of them do not have computers. A lot. How do we handle that? This is massive. This is these are people that really do rely on the transit system. When I think of 31 McEwen or Golden Manor on Richmond, where they're both on the routes for number 11, how can we get them sorted out? It's something that is definitely a priority. So what are we doing to make the process simpler? Is there perhaps a telephone option for them to be helped over the line and over the phone line?
Mr. Chair, we've got a number of methods in place, and we would adapt them for the circumstance. We've done things such as go to places where a lot of, I'm talking about the past, not the future. We've gone to buildings where low-income people live and help them, across a table and give them a quick certification right away. We have bundled in, working with people from OCH who are more connected with their tenants, making sure that the word gets to people directly and helping them to get through the process. The work is to apply the direction, the qualifications that council has given, we'd continue to do so, and turning things around as quickly as we possibly can.
You're on mute, Councillor Kavanagh.
Oh, sorry. I've tried in the past to get more uptake on the Equipass just before all this happened, because I don't think it's taken advantage of nearly as much. And it seems that it's the paperwork that's in the way. And it's a shame, particularly a lot of community housing. I'm very concerned about it. So I hope we make a massive effort overall to push for this, because I'm afraid it's going to, I think it's going to be very chaotic in January, to be honest. One of the concerns I think that was pointed out in what we've heard from the delegates is how siloed we are. The fact that overall we want ridership to go up, not just to break even, but the real goal is climate change. We really have to do something about it. We've got to get more people out of their cars. And if you only have to look outside and see the traffic and know that that's not going very well. So I'm still worried about that, and the tie that we're making. Is there any way that we can make a better connection to show that that's a reason why we have to do this? Even if we have to have a deficit in this respect, that it's for the climate change, that we're working towards a better environment. Yes, there's no answer to that. But that I think that's a real concern. In terms of the overall process, I would like to know how councillors are going to be involved, because I have a feeling we're going to get swamped. we are going to get swamped with requests for help. And I think we better be ready. My office is already concerned about that, and that we better be prepared. There'll be information for counselors to help people, seniors apply for Equipasses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Kitts.
I didn't get an answer.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't realize it was a question.
I said, are we going to get assistance for counselors?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, our customer service team has a special task branch who are always ready to assist counselors with anything.
Overall, I'm not happy with any of the choices that are been put forward, but I believe that Councillor Bradley's is the best choice. And it takes it away from the social services budget, which I think is a good thing. So I really like not to support any of it and to keep the status quo for seniors, but I think that's the best option. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just here to ask one question, but want to thank the members of the Commission for doing the heavy lift on this very important budget item. I did not see anything in the budget pertaining to on-demand transit, so I was just wondering what our investment in that program is for 2025.
Mr. Chair, the buses were the order of the 10 buses for on-demand service was approved in last year's budget. We expect them to arrive in the months to come. The concept has already been approved. The RFP will be going out for the software, the service provision. So we're rolling on that. There were no decisions that needed to be taken in this year's budget. We're already fully approved.
Okay, so the operating for on-demand would just be rolled into overall.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and is there still an opportunity to expand on-demand service, or has that also already been approved? That's something you'll be looking at in 2025.
Mr. Chair, we are ordering 10 buses. So that should probably allow for, 4 to 6 zones across the city. It will depend on how big the zones are, how we design the service, and how big the uptake is, whether each one will take 1 or 2 buses. And we'll bring further recommendations for future years to buy more buses if this is an appropriate way to proceed.
Okay, wonderful. And when should we expect more information on those new zones to this commission?
Late in 2025, I would say, but maybe sooner.
Okay, that's it for me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we are on round 2. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have an update on how negotiations have been going with respect to the $36 million hole in this budget from the mayor? I do want to know that if this overall budget is approved with this deficit present, what is the strategy if monies are not forthcoming? Do we have to reconvene the Transit Commission, particularly about how to address the $36 million deficiency? But first, is there an update on those discussions, negotiations? And secondly, what happens if there's no additional money forthcoming from the upper levels of government?
Cyril?
Chair, from an update perspective, I'll leave that with the mayor. And I think Chair Gower made a comment at the beginning in terms of he's still having those discussions and those are proceeding. There's nothing concrete at this point. From a risk mitigation perspective, there's probably a list, right? So we'll talk about discretionary spending freeze, recalibrating the capital if needed or if we can. The reserves, right now, the reserve balances for both the operating and the capitals just over 18 million. We have the long-range financial plan that will be coming forward. So if we do have a need to dip into the tax stabilization reserve as an example, we'll have to recalibrate that through the long-range financial plan to make sure we pay that back. So those are the merits of, steps that we'll go to get to that point if needed throughout the year.
And do we have any update on how negotiations are going between the mayor and particularly the federal government?
Other than what I shared at the beginning of the meeting and what the mayor has said to different media over the past couple of weeks, that's the extent of the update.
Okay.
The conversation, the mayor continues to have what he says are good conversations with the federal and provincial governments on the issue of transit funding.
Thank you. The budget calls for a $30 million cut to the capital expenditure line. And our general manager at the beginning of the meeting talked about from 2020 to 2024, $164 million that had been cut from the capital side. Are these cuts deferrals and we're going to come back to them because they're critical as part of our long range capital needs? Or have some been eliminated because we reassessed them? We decided some of these were not mandatory, but maybe not top priority, and we're able to shed them.
Chair, I would probably characterize it as probably both. So you hear me talk about the word calibrating. So from a capital perspective, in 2024, as an example, our contribution from operating the capital was $43 million. In this budget, we're $63.5 million. So when Renee was talking about those 2021, 22 deferrals and reductions, we basically at one point we're at about $70 million contribution from our operating to our capital. We dialed that back. We did some recalibration. Now we're coming back and slowly bringing that back online. So that's where you see that increase too. And also, if you refer to document 3 of the transmittal report, there's a list of the items from the capital that, quite frankly, didn't make it in. So, but that's where I have a process outlined in the transmittal report where for those items that didn't quite get in with the draft budget in 2025, if there's any of those items that are a priority for service reliability or improving services, I'm going to work closely with my colleagues in transit to come up with a funding strategy to come back to commissioner committee in terms of, what will be the funding strategy to address those core items to mitigate that risk. So it's kind of a long-winded answer. The other component is obviously the long-range financial plan will be the next avenue of, the stretching of that calibration.
Okay, thank you. My concern is for the ones that are musts, it's going to be that much more expensive in future years to finance those. Just a clarification on the UPass. If it's to go to 2.5% to 5% or some other number, that our budget estimates an implementation of an increase to that rate of September 2025. Is that what your budget estimates have factored in?
Through the chair, right now, the draft budget assumes a January 1, 5% increase. The draft budget, yes.
So if you have discussions with the universities, some might need a referendum. I thought we heard from at least one university, they can't make a decision mid-year. Are you going to ask for a retroactive contribution, or is it more realistic to expect that if there was any agreement between both parties that this really should be reflected in the budget for September 2025 and not January?
Yeah, Chair. Chair, I don't want to presuppose what a negotiation might be. I think the next step would be, let's go through the negotiations component and see what that comes out. Any impact, we'll report that back and we'll have to manage that in year if there's an impact.
I think this is a significant risk in our budget, just because approaching a party to talk about them paying us more without us offering anything back is, it's a challenging discussion to have to begin with. The call center, the last term of council, what we heard about during the 2014 to 2018 term of council was how long it was taking members of the public to reach the reception at OC Transpo. That we had documentation, even through presentation, that some people through delegations were waiting up to 2 hours to speak to someone, to actually contact a human. And what this commission directed the previous general manager to do was to make some significant inroads in the call center to make sure, and not just paratranspo booking, but people calling in to get assistance wouldn't have to wait significant amount of time to reach someone. So the budget calls for a cut of $1.6 million to the call center. How many people will this impact? And what is the total percentage of the call center that's going to be impacted as a result of this cut?
Mr. Chair, yes, everything the councillor says is correct. The call volume has been going up as more people return to travel, has also been going down as more and more people move over to the self-serve options on My Paratranspo. Right now, we're overachieving on the service standard target that council set when that additional investment was made, and so the proposal this year reduces the staffing by, I believe it's around 20 people. There's no individual people. That's all being done by attrition. So no, it's not the end of employment for any individuals, and that will bring us back closer to the original 15-minute average service standard the council set, but will still be better than that. The other I was going to say is that the proposal would open the call center a little later in the morning, close it a little later at night at times when the call volumes are really quite low. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, we have a KPI that we used to share here. We'll continue to do so. And I want to point out as well that, and I think it was a council direction to have the online booking. We need to help people to use that because it's a lot of money and it's very, very, very good tool. So I think that will be helpful and we'll report to the Transit Commission for sure.
Thank you for that information. My final question is about the fuel increase in the budget, another $3.4 million hit, net increase, budgeting to go from $1.36 a liter to $1.44. Can staff just talk about how we get the best price for fuel? Do we have multiple options to lock in this price? And is it locked in for the whole year, or are there any opportunities throughout the year to look at potential savings should the price come down?
Chair, yes. So we actually hedge our fuel, our diesel fuel. And if you recall in the 2024 budget, we had some good savings because the pricing was down. Obviously, the market's up, and I always refer to, if you look at the pump price right now, diesel tends to be around $1.60, $1.70, depending on where you are in the city. Right now, our pricing is in that $1.44, so we do hedge our contracts. I think we try and hedge about 75%, but we do have an opportunity to go a little higher if needed, but we kind of manage that through the treasury team and manage the risk and profile based on the volume and the pricing.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. So when we're doing scheduling, I mean, actually, I'll just backtrack a bit. I'm looking in the budget book there in the 2024 budgeted overtime of $17 million, and the forecast ended up being 22.4. So we're on track towards $22.4 million in overtime. And is it fair? It's fair to assume that most of that is bus operations, right? Most of that comes out of most of that goes to bus operators. Yeah.
Chair, we can definitely come back with the breakdown, but I would say mechanics as well, because it's very important. As we know, we have this shortage. We cannot attract mechanics, so we rely a lot on overtime, unfortunately.
Okay, and that's fair. So whatever portion of overtime goes towards bus operators, like have staff ever sort of played with the scheduling numbers to maybe, pad the recovery times a little bit? And then of course, corresponding, you probably have to spend a bit more on operators, but would it be less expensive in the long run if we spent less on overtime, more and more on like regular time through those methods?
Okay, that's a great question. So for the bus operators, it's a little bit tricky because we can have a lot of bus operators and we will need to rely on overtime, unfortunately. First, we have to respect the collective agreement, and sometimes it's on the spot, I would say. One thing is 100% sure, because now we don't have this shortage anymore, so we don't have to deal with unplanned, I would say, with planned overtime. We will need just to deal with unplanned, as I said, on the spot. So that should reduce a lot the overtime with respect the collective agreement, as I said, for sure. And we'll continue to monitor that for sure. And definitely, as I said, mechanics will be on our radar because we know, and we will implement the e-buses in the same time that we will need to deal with the diesel buses. We will need to train our people, so less people will be available for the current maintenance. So we will rely plus more on overtime, etc. So we'll monitor that, and we'll keep you posted via the Transit Commission.
Okay, thanks very much. No, I understand that overtime will always be a requirement of a transit system. It's just sometimes you see that number, and I think there are means and ways to sort of get that under control. And I do understand that right now we're dealing with an interesting situation where the fleet, where half of it is X number of years old, right? But I do see that. I do look at that, and I do look at that with some optimism, because I know we're getting new buses and are coming in more responsible tranches in terms of the ordering. So anyway, so on page 15 of the budget book, and the full budget book, there's a second line in the 2024 forecast versus budget variance table that notes 774,000 surplus due to vacant positions that were not filled. Are these vacant positions going to be filled, or are you sort of waiting for that later administrative process review that is noted elsewhere in the budget book?
Chair, we know that because of this challenge with the budget, we are doing very, very slowly on hiring, because we don't want to be in a position that the 120 million that we had this year become 140, right? So that doesn't mean we don't need people, but we are doing our due diligence. Sometimes we have to take, unfortunately, not necessarily great decision, but we're doing the maximum to preserve the service and to just wait a little bit, see what will happen, see how we can be more efficient. And if it's needed, for sure, we will hire people. But mechanics, bus drivers, those are people that we never touch with the hiring freeze.
Yeah, no, that part I understand. And I know that it does mention somewhere in there that there is an administrative process review. So I was just wondering if that was sort of going to be part of that. Last question, then I'll just make a quick comment about my motion that's going to be referred. In the item number 911733 is the phase two of the zero emissions buses. Am I correct in assuming that the 2026, 27, and 28 forecasts are in the hundreds of millions because we're planning on purchasing more, like that's sort of the next phase of purchasing for the fleet for e-buses?
Mr. Chair, the large numbers are to complete the direction that we received from Council in 2021, the first 350 buses. The line that's in here for phase 2 is to begin our planning for what technology choices, what bus type choices, what maintenance choices we need to make for the second part beyond the first 350 as we replace the second half beyond 2027.
Okay, and given the long lead times at both the major bus manufacturers right now, at what point will we sort of maybe decide to claw that back, or kind of like how we went to our kind of like how we were deciding to buy 50 articulated diesel articulated buses? Like, at what point will that lead time need to become like for us to maybe say, hey, that budget item might not materialize anymore in 26, 27, and 28?
I'll Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think 2026 into 2027 will be the time that it becomes clear whether the federal funding that has allowed us to go with the first 350, whether that will continue, whether that will be there for another few years, and that would be the the impetus for any recommendation that came to committee to the commission and council.
Okay, thanks. I'll speak very quickly to my motion. It's going to be referred to committee of the whole because it does have a tax impact. I'm going to refine the second operative clause a little bit in terms of where the money comes from. But basically in 2021, the urban transit area was expanded to include in every area that was not already in the urban transit area within the urban boundary. And so this roped in a large part of the city of Ottawa. In terms of populated areas, the reason why this motion is targeted so specifically in my ward is because the populated areas are in my ward that are affected. So these are the communities of Heart's Desire, Rideau Glen, Winding Way, and then you have 2 streets in Councillor Hill's ward as well. So, you know, when companies, when residents, communities, that's the word I was looking for, when communities get roped into these things, you're sort of expecting an addition in service. You're sort of expecting like services that are to that urban standard, but these communities did not receive it with that 370% increase in their transit levy. So this is what I'm hoping to rectify as a temporary measure until they get that service. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna refine that second operative clause a little. I think it's the third actually, the third operative clause a little bit, and hopefully I can come back with something that I can that you'll be able to support me on. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. And forgive me if any of the questions I want to raise were addressed. I had to step away for a while. So as I understand it, and as Councillor Lowe just referred, there will be some motions that are likely going to go back to Council Committee of the Whole. I'll be bringing one. And so I guess the questions I want to ask of you now are to help me and I suppose my colleagues prepare for that in a few weeks from now. And I guess the questions I want to ask speak to my desire that we make the most practical and prudent and pragmatic decisions possible to address the very precarious nature of the budget we have before us right now. And I suppose the first questions I want to ask, I'm not sure if this is for Renee or Pat or for you, Cyril, they speak to the long-range financial plan. So as I understand it, we are not currently, when it comes to the revenues that we project, we try to project a balance between revenues from fares and revenue from taxes, and we are out of balance currently in what we are trying to seek to do. We are trying to seek for something in the range of 45-55, and we are out of balance, and I understand that. When it comes to seeking a greater balance of revenues from fares, so I'm not sure who to ask the question to, but is it reasonable to say that when we seek to increase our revenues from fares, is the intent, the spirit, the principle, the sustainability behind that goal, is that best achieved through increasing the number of riders or by increasing the fare per rider?
Yeah, so Chair, I'll go quickly. I mean, I think the reality is both would contribute, right? So
both would contribute, but if we had a
higher
choice
fares,
between
higher ridership, lower fare, I mean, that's the equation side of it.
is the intent behind it, is the most sustainable way of arriving at it, because for example, we could charge $20 per ticket and that would see an increase in fare revenue, but is the most sustainable way of increasing the amount that we retain from fares by increasing our ridership?
So maybe I can, and I said that I think in the middle of this day. Typically around the world, when we augment the fare, we don't see necessarily a reduction of the ridership if we can for sure improve the service. What will attract people? Definitely it's more frequencies, more reliability, more services, right? So my colleague in Germany, they tried during the COVID a €9 ticket. They haven't seen any significant increase on the ridership. And now they backtracked, but it's a proof that €9, it was cheap, right? And they haven't seen that. So we know for fact that increasing fares reasonably will not impact the ridership at all. So that's why we need to continue to focus on service reliability, better service, how we can increase the customer's experience, etc.
I've heard that argument before, that increasing the fares may not decrease the ridership. It is my argument that nor will it increase the ridership. It is my argument that if we want to have greater revenues from fares, that our best way to go about it is to do everything we can to increase ridership as opposed to increasing fares. It is my feeling, my position, that what is in this budget right now is aiming to attain that greater balance of fares through increasing the cost per rider. That is my position. The other question I want to ask, when it comes to this budget, so this budget right now, my position is that this budget is seeking to address a certain state of precarity. And the best way to get around precarity is to mitigate against risk. So I'd like to ask some questions on the nature of risk. Is it fair to say that revenues from transit levies are a more stable and predictable form of revenue than what might come from increasing, reducing fares? Is it more stable and predictable for us to have revenues through transit levies?
Chair, yes, because it's less of a variable.
Right. Is it fair to say that although we can imagine that increased fares may not decrease ridership, but that there's a certain level of risk? By increasing fares, there is a certain level of risk that we may lose ridership. Would that be a fair statement?
Chair, I would say it's an opinion for now. I would say that because it depends, if you need to take transit, you will take it.
I have seen traffic increase dramatically over the last several months. I think that it's fair to say that the increased traffic that I've experienced is likely due to the fact that many people are saying, I'm going to drive a car. And that may be attributable to decreased service. It may be attributable to less improved service. It may be attributable to increased fares. I think it is reasonable for anyone to assume that an increased fare, particularly of the nature that we are looking here, I believe it is fair to say that will lead to a decreased ridership. And so I suppose the question, I want to turn back to the Chief Financial Officer. If your goal is to have as much stability and predictability in our long-range financial plan, because we are on precarious ground, would you opine that the greatest way of guaranteeing that predictability and stability is through a transit levy, revenue from transit levy, as opposed to revenues from increased fares?
Chair, the goal for finance is to basically adhere to the direction that we receive from council. As I've talked about many times, and as I talked about in the directions report and the transmittal report, the budget is developed by all the long-range financial plans, transportation master plan, infrastructure master plan, DC background studies, fiscal framework. Those are all guiding documents that we use to compile the budget. If council gives a different direction that outside of those frameworks, that's what staff will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to recognize it's late in the day, so I'm going to try to make sense of two questions. One of the items that came up and we've been discussing repeatedly is finding that balance between the tax levy and the fares and everything else. We've had a lot of discussions about the need for better funding from upper levels of government, which we don't necessarily have at this point. Other cities are in the same. A lot of talk about how we're in this death spiral of transit. I'm wondering if there is any research that's been done by OC Transpo staff specifically on what other cities have as their breakdown and how they fund transit. I'm assuming a lot of them get higher amounts from upper levels of government, but specifically that breakdown between the tax levy and fares, like percentage wise, do we know if we have that done as a comparator to other major cities? And I recognize it's really hard to compare Ottawa because we are 2,800 square kilometers and many cities aren't. Like when I when I look at, for example, what, you know, even within the GTA, sometimes you got to pay $1 more, or actually that's not GTA, that's Alberta and Edmonton. When you transfer to a regional area, like, but do we have an idea if, like, because right now we're at about 27% fare recovery, are we on OC? Is that about right, Cyril?
Currently, right now, we're about 33%. The draft 2025 budget is 66% levy, 34% fare.
And how does that compare to other cities? Do we have any idea?
I can answer for Montreal because I was there, but the model is totally different. So Montreal, it was 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So 1/3 on fares, 1/3 from municipal, and 1/3 from province. And at STM, where I spent all of my career, so we know that buses were 95% funded by the province and 5% by the municipal. Yeah, so we cannot compare apple to apple for sure. That said, we are doing our due diligence. We are speaking with a lot of people to see what we can bring here at OC Transpo, even if the model is different. So yes, we are continuously on contact with colleagues and see things, trains, and that's why I brought Gatineau's ridership, and I said earlier it was 100%, 90%, but they are. We could say 100% regardless because they are at 85% of their service if we compare with the pre-pandemic, and weekend and evening they are close to 100%. It's the same thing in Montreal, so we see that there is a trend there, but it's hard to compare with Ottawa because of the situation, and you said that too, because of the superficie, that brings another level of complexity.
I just add two more things, and sorry, Sarah. We do have the financial calculations for every major transit system in the country. That's reported annually to the Urban Transit Association, CUTA, and we have that information. And we've presented it here in years past. The other thing, obviously, as the Councillor mentioned, as Renee mentioned, different provinces take different approaches. You look at Montreal with a lot more funding from the Quebec government. Look at Vancouver with different levies. They don't have property tax the same way. They've got a regional gas tax they can levy. And it's so the legislative framework is different everywhere. Even within Ontario, it's hard to compare because we can compare ourselves to municipalities in the Toronto area, but they also have a regional transportation service, Go Transit, which is 100% funded by the province. So if you look at somewhere like Brampton, Burlington, York Region, you will only see the local transportation function because the interregional is being provided directly by the province. So everyone, and I'm sure there's something else that makes it hard to compare Durham Region to York Region. Everyone's in a different policy framework.
Yeah, Chair, I was just going to, Pat kind of alluded to it there, like earlier in the slide, earlier this morning, the slides that we've shown many times before when we talk about the cost of stage 1 and stage 2. City of Ottawa is, we're north of 55%, where the province, they're paying 100% of the transit network in many of the large investments in Toronto. So again, it's very hard to compare when you look at the different funding models that I would say that we don't have quite frankly, we don't have the benefit of our colleagues in Toronto.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I know we hear lots of examples of how different transit systems work from delegates and from around the table, but I recognize that it's all extremely complex and no system is the same in terms of funding. Another question I had asked about the federal public service in terms of negotiations there. Are you, as we're looking to improve transit, I know there's going to be a lot of work on the LRFP. Are we having conversations with other major employers? And the one that I'm thinking about in particular is the Ottawa Hospital, because I have General and Riverside in my ward. I also have CHEO. Councillor Brockington next to me has the new the new Civic campus coming. They run their own little private shuttle. I pass that empty shuttle all the time. And I get a lot of feedback on transit users and the hospital routes. I've shared it with you guys before in many cases. I know you've helped me on one route in particular, but now we've lost some of the direct routes with new ways to bus. For example, no direct from Heart Institute to the, I think it's the 55 from the general. Are those discussions happening? Because that is a big population. Obviously, we're not throwing an emergency surgeon who's got called in onto a bus to, for surgery, but there certainly is a lot of more civilian type positions at the hospital that do rely on taking the bus.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do. We've talked at length multiple times with the Ottawa Hospital. They've asked some questions. We've designed some routes for them. Those are in place now. We've given them some other options, some of which they haven't picked up on yet, but at the staff level that we're working at, they're still interested in them. We worked quite a lot with Amazon in Barrhaven to tailor the bus service to their volumes and shift times and seasonality. And there's another major employer who it's in my inbox. I just haven't got back to them yet because of what we've been working on these last few weeks. So yeah, we're talking to big employers all the time, and we're getting more structured in making sure that we give them the same pitch, the same offer, and the same opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think my last question is for the chair. And this could be because I'm tired, but I'm having a difficult time understanding voting on Councillor Tierney's motion that he's bringing, which would effectively restore Wednesday service that we actually never voted to take away. That would have happened as part of the budget.
So,
So I'm a bit confused.
if we do absolutely nothing today, what goes to council is what's in the budget book, which is a cancellation of Sunday and Wednesday free transit and 120% increase in the seniors pass and everything else. If we pass Councillor Tierney's motion, it restores Wednesday and adjusts the senior pass rate to $78.50. And that's what goes in front of council. Now, when we get to council, if people have other adjustments they want to make to that part of the budget or any others, they'd have that opportunity at council. And we'll have at least one motion from Councillor Bradley regarding seniors that will likely be referred today to committee of the whole as one possible change, and other motions as well.
Okay, so the Councillor Tierney motion, sorry, Tim, or do you want to just explain it to me? So it basically amends what was in the budget?
Councillor Tierney's motion.
But it
amends
doesn't
what's
close the door on additional amendments coming at
It does
council.
not preclude other changes at
thanks.
committee of the whole in council. Councillor Tierney.
All right, thank you very much. And it's been a great day, and thank you. A lot of questions, and thanks to staff. I drew the short straw in our working group to go ahead and move this motion forward, and I'm fine with that. I got thick skin. I did want to, there were some comments about this is a difficult budget. Before I ran, I think the worst budget, and it wasn't even budget related, it was the 53 Days of Hell with the worst transit chair in the history of Ottawa at the time that led to his ejection from council with only 30% in 2010 election. Thankfully, they got a great representative with 82% and is doing a great job in that ward now. That being said, we also went through the milk run years with Councillor Deans at the helm. That was tough. We had full rooms, and I know you guys were around and Pat was around, and we had people screaming at us. Is this difficult? Absolutely, no doubt. But at the same time, we're also working to make sure that it's a sustainable system. People are willing to pay if it works, and we all agree it doesn't. We know there's problems. So what's in front of you today, and I think we've looked at the numbers, and we even saw there wasn't even agreement on Jessica's motion. There wasn't agreement on my motion. It's going to be hard to please everybody. And I think it's been well articulated. If we don't pass this today, ensuring that we lower the benchmark, and we've used the tools as a group. These are the only tools we have. Otherwise, I would do a reverse auction and I keep battling with Jessica about how low I can go. But I'm also grounded in reality. That's just soapboxing. It doesn't actually mean anything. What will mean something is if you can convince and find the money at the council meeting, a committee of the whole. I would certainly look at that. But what we're actually stuck with here today is what's in front of us. I think we've also looked at the fact that You know, we looked at the discussion. Some people don't want the Wednesday. We evaluated this very thoroughly to make sure that our seniors get to their medical appointments that are pre-booked, that they benefit from the 5 months where they'll have 5 Wednesdays versus 4, and the rest of them all free for the months. We looked at the seniors fare. And I know the comment made by the counselor was, well, they might not have the money in the pocket. Prime example of the people, if they don't, maybe they should be going and applying for the low discount. But at the same time, it's a good reminder. I hope I'm going to check everyone's e-blast. You better have that in there because I'm learning about this too, and I'll be a senior one day myself. There's free money. Don't burn it. The provincial government made changes and you can claim that. It's sitting there right now. Even if you had a Presto Pass from last year and you're a senior, pull your receipts, claim it on your taxes, you're getting money back this upcoming year. All these things that factor in, we've reduced that window. We've gone from a very large, completely crazy number, losing 2 free transit days, to restored Wednesdays. We've dropped it down to $78.50, and when you take the provincial and you throw that in there as well, it boils out to $66.75. And we heard from the COA, yeah, the Council on Aging, yeah, that's better. That's better. Of course, you'd want 0. When we're moving towards the target, with the new world, $58.25 is the new low rate for people that really, really need it. You look at the delta, it's $8.50 between our most needy population, which also could be applied for by seniors that require it, and the senior rate to ensure sustainability. Nobody is going into this saying, yeah, we want to pound on seniors. I think I've been very vocal about that. I think we all lost our minds when we originally saw what came out. And to pit students versus seniors, that's a whole other discussion. That being said, I don't want to have people gamble. I'm going to call for a recorded vote on this because I'm not playing euchre, to use the seniors term, based on politics. And if not everybody supports that, you are literally going with this large number and taking risks that we might not come back with a lower number. It might actually be a higher number. We don't know. So at this time, Mr. Chair, I think we've done a lot of work on this. I think I'll take the beating, fine, whatever, by uninformed individuals that don't know the specifics of it. I want to continue to work with the COA. We've had a great relationship, and that's where we're going to go forward. So I call for the recorded vote. Thank you. That was my wrap up.
Councillor Menard? You're calling for the vote. Pardon? Okay. Well, I was going to wrap up.
Oh,
My
thanks.
prerogative as chair. Yeah.
Chair, do you want me or you want me to hold off?
Hold off for now, Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney, just in the interest, we've had a long day, and I don't think I've given everyone the opportunity to wrap up. And I was also going to give people a chance on the motions they've introduced to wrap up. I know you've called for a vote, but I think just out of a fairness to everybody having a chance to weigh in after 8 hours. We could still have a recorded vote, but I don't want to.
You want to break from the norm? I have no problem with that, and I'm glad Councillor Menard's here to vote, but I do want a recorded vote on the motion that I have in front of us.
Recorded vote.
Point of order, Chair. I don't think you can call the vote if you've had a chance to speak. Only if you haven't had a chance to speak, maybe the clerk could weigh in on that.
Well, I believe you're right, Councillor Bradley. Thank you on procedure. Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thanks,
Go ahead.
Chair. Oh, thanks so much, Chair. I just wanted to I guess, wrap up the 2 motions that I have there. I think staff have facilitated a lot, including over this past weekend. So very much appreciate their efforts, and for the students that came out today to speak to this. This isn't perfect. I'm really concerned about losing the 11 and 12-year-old free and the 13 to 18-year-olds who are going to be paying a full adult fare. I still have concerns about that, and council remains. I am pleased to see from staff that our transit for seniors on Sundays that we offered, the cost is only about $100,000. That's such a minimal amount to provide that service, and so I anticipate we'll see some motions at council to try to ameliorate that. And just for that reason, I think there is a better motion on the table. I don't think that the long range financial plan result here on on the motion that's come forward is a win for us. I think seniors are still going to be upset at a 60% increase and losing Sundays for free and the increase in the overall fare, and then having to apply through a bureaucratic process on the 5825 for the EquiPass. So I just think, you know, we probably have a better result for, I guess, 94 cents. And you know, we talk about nickel diming fares. Well, this is the sort of thing where we have to balance that out. And was it, you know, is it worth it to go through so much political on a couple of these pieces? I think we can do a little bit better. So that's where I'm at. And I know there'll be motions coming forward at committee of the whole because they've been tabled here. And I thank my colleagues for all their work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Councilor Menard. Okay, I have some comments and we're going to go to the motions. One was one of our colleagues mentioned stability and predictability, fares versus property taxes. And yes, property taxes, we know from the outset how much we'll be sending out in bills to residents. Fares, we do not. But in a longer term, property taxes will always require coming back in front of councils and asking for additional money year after year after year. We're at 3.9% is what we're asking residents now. We've had, I think, relatively few complaints from residents about 3.9%, even though it's higher than we've done in recent years. There's a threshold, though, where I think those relatively few become a torrent, a waterfall of protests from residents. Maybe it's when you hit 5%. I don't know. There's a psychological number. If we hit it, we will hear from residents on it. We haven't right now, and that's a good thing. I think part of that is because we do have that balance. I think it would have been a much harder ask to go to residents and say, we're going to do a larger than normal property tax increase, particularly on transit, but no fare increase. I think having that balance softens that property tax increase and brings more acceptance from the public. But on sustainability and predictability, it's why the mayor has been pushing for fairness from the provincial government and federal government. And it's why our long range financial plan working group and staff have been looking at other revenue sources. Delegations had a whole bunch of examples that other cities use. So the more we can diversify the revenue and have predictable revenue streams, especially from the federal government and provincial government. Imagine if we could get to a arrangement where we had a third government funding from other levels, a third fares, a third property tax, or if we could get a quarter with the federal government kicking in 25%, the provincial 25%, and somewhere with fares and property taxes to make up the rest. That would be a more predictable and sustainable system and will allow us to grow and get better. So that was one thing. The other, as I've been listening and discussing with colleagues over the last few days, we're pulling at this string of the fare structure sweater. And it starts to get really, really messy really, really quickly. And if you look at one of the pages in the budget book, has a very long list of all the different discounts and fare structures, single rides and passes. I have a hard time guessing at how we ended up where we're at today. The community pass is about a third the cost of an adult pass. So I assume somebody at some point said, hey, it should be about a third. That sounds good. Or maybe it is linked to something related to affordability. I'm not quite sure. Why is the U-Pass lower than EquiPass? Was it because it would be less paperwork for students? Who knows? Why is the seniors pass at, it's worth it to get a seniors pass if you take 17 rides in a month compared to most of the other fare categories where it's at 34 rides a month. So where do we come up with that? My point, I guess, is that there's not a lot of science behind fares. There maybe never has been. And we're sort of, we're going a bit on gut, a bit on data, a bit on analysis. I know Councillor Carr and I were talking about this on the weekend. The working group and the long range financial plan needs to look at fares overall, and it probably is even going to go beyond that works group next year. But I do think we need to probably bring a motion to council, putting some scope and direction on something more comprehensive with the fare review that also includes consultation. I think we've heard some new things even today about issues around equity, whether that's income or age or disability. There's some things that aren't quite working that we need to figure out in a bigger picture. Anyhow, let's get to the motions. And what I want to do here, if there's any other questions you have on any of these, whether it's procedurally or around budget specifics, feel free to ask. I don't want anybody to be voting without a full picture. And we'll try to go through one by one here, roughly in the order we read them in. We'll save the roadmap till the end because we'll need to do that as amended. So the first one was the technical amendment from Vice Chair Curry, technical amendment on the budget book. Is that one carried? All right, so far so good. Okay, the second one is the Tierney motion. This is to reinstate and enhance transit discounts for seniors. So this would be a monthly pass for seniors, $78.50, and reinstating Wednesday is free. Now, this would mean we're coming out of today's meeting with these changes, would not preclude any further adjustments at committee of the whole and council. So you're not locking yourself in. I would encourage members to support this. It's a much better spot than the draft budget book presents. So I'd encourage members to support this, even if your intention is to move something further later on. Councillor Brockington?
Just procedurally,
yeah,
with the other motions from councillors Bradley and Devine, how will they appear before the committee of the whole? If this motion before us right now were to pass, how do the others get packaged?
So we would be referring them to council, and I'll ask the clerk to clarify.
Any motions that are referred to council would be noted on the council roadmap, but because they are referred, would require a motion moved and seconded at council to put them on the floor for a vote.
Councillor Liebert?
Do we have those referral motions on the floor today?
We don't have written motions, but Vice Chair Curry is prepared to move referral.
Thank you.
You good, Councillor Brockington? No. I'm just making sure we don't have any questions online. We did not. Okay, so Councillor Tierney asked for a recorded vote on this
Chair,
motion.
just to be fair,
Councillor Menard, go ahead.
So much, Chair. I guess I would just move to have this motion referred to council. We have several motions that are related to it. We should consider them at the same time for the public's input. And just passing one to say that, oh, we got a little bit better, but could get better at council. There's a lot of machinations with this, and both of them have an effect on fares, obviously, or all of them do. It'd probably be a lot better to move this towards council, I would say, and then have us debate and discuss at council rather than here. Doesn't that make more sense procedurally?
So the reason we're referring the other motions is because they involve a budget offset that includes property tax levy, and it's for that reason. So I suppose a member would be welcome to move referral on this for another reason, but these are Councillor Tierney's motion is entirely in order within the terms of reference for this committee.
Point of order myself, if I may ask, and forgive me if this is not a point of order.
Go ahead.
So I understand what we are doing here procedurally. I just want to clarify because essentially the motion from Councillor Tierney sets forth the budget in a direction and how it addresses seniors. The motions from Councillor Bradley and myself try to make different, chart a different path. My question is, if this motion here passes, do motions, either the Bradley or the Devine motion that get brought to council, do they see as, or would they be seen as going against the will of what was passed by committee? If committee approves this, and therefore, I'm just trying to clarify, is the only reason that we're deferring those because of a procedural? What I don't want to have is a debate at council where two different motions, which not contradict, but go in a different direction than this, are seen as going against the decision of commission.
Yeah, understood. Well, the whatever we amend in the budget book at this commission is going to be what's going in front of council as a default, but any councillor can advance a motion, and these motions that have been referred can further alter the transit part of the budget book. I'll ask our city clerk if there's anything additional.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Council can always approve, amend, or vote against any recommendation from standing committee.
Thank you. But to a degree, whatever Devine or Bradley motion get brought to council, it will be seen as going against the recommendation of Transit Commission should this motion here pass. No? I'm just trying to.
It'll be a new motion to be considered by council.
Thank you. Just trying to be careful. Thank you.
Okay, can we get a recorded vote on this, Eric, please?
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Curry,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, thank you. The next motion is from Councillor Menard. This is on negotiated increases to post-secondary UPass agreements.
Carried.
Is that item carried? Carried, thank you. Okay, this next one is Councillor Brockington on behalf of Councillor Bradley, seniors discount and free. Vice Chair Curry has a motion to refer this to committee of the whole. Is the referral motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Council Menard motion, UPass for students under 18 years of age. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Councillor Brockington motion on increasing revenues associated with rentals, retail leases, advertising, and sponsorships. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Councillor Lowe motion on the UTA RTA boundary. Councillor Curry has a motion to refer this to committee of the whole at council. Is the referral motion carried? Carried. Councillor Devine discount fares for youth. Councillor Curry again with the motion to refer to council. Is that referral motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Other than the roadmap motion, are there any other motions that I've missed? Thank you, Eric, for keeping us organized. Okay, Councillor Curry, could you read the roadmap motion, please?
The moment we've all been waiting for. Be it resolved that the Transit Commission recommend that council, sitting as committee of the whole, approve the Transit Commission 2025 draft operating and capital budgets as follows. Number 1, transit services as follows. A, user fees, pages 8 and 9. B, operating resource requirement, page 6 and 7. Number 2, Transit Commission capital budget, page 10 and 11. Individual projects listed on pages 20 to 51, including page 47 as amended.
Okay, we'll do a recorded vote on the roadmap.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Vice Chair Curry,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
6 yeas, 3 nays.
All right. Thanks, everyone. That concludes the draft 2025 operating and capital budget item. Thank you to staff at OC Transpo, Finance Group, and everyone else who's worked on that budget and contributed to it. And I know we have more discussions to go in the next couple of weeks. We're going to continue through we're not done yet, folks. We're going to continue through the agenda. There's no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion? Are there any inquiries today? You're going to do an inquiry, council? Okay. No other business. Thank you to staff. Thank you to councillors. Thank you for keeping it a calm and civilized discussion today. Thank you to all of the delegations who presented for your opinions and advice. We are adjourned, and our next formal meeting, well, we have a meeting in December, an extra meeting, which will be a quick one because we're just going to deal with the monthly update, mostly around ridership stats and maybe some early news about LRT 2 and 4. We'll see. Merci beaucoup. Have a great evening.